Okay, good morning, everyone. We'll go ahead. It's 9 o'clock, and we have a quorum up here, so we'll go ahead and start our city council meeting. Mayor Carolyn Goodman is excused this morning, and she will be joining us later on today. The December 18th, 2013 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box can view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday 4 a.m., Saturday 7 p.m., Sunday 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by a state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine, proceed out the double doors to the terrace, and down the back staircase. For anyone that has difficulty with stairs, please check with a marshal or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or our city marshals will inform you when it is safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card, which you can complete and submit to the city clerk. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of the chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If there is anyone present today that has a need for hearing impaired equipment, please see the city clerk staff. If you have parked in the parking garage across the street and do not receive a validation ticket as you enter chambers, please exit to your right and then see security personnel at the entrance. At this time, I ask everyone to rise for our invocation given by Rabbi Yehuda Morales, who is the director of the National Council of Synagogue Youth, and please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to share this prayer with you. Almighty God, Master of the universe, the honorable members of this Las Vegas City Council gather here to fulfill the seventh commandment of the 7 Noahide laws, the commandment to govern by just laws. You, God, issued this commandment to Adam at the time of the creation of the world. We, the citizens of the noble city of Las Vegas, Nevada, proudly proclaim this recognition of God's law and our commitment to justice in our Pledge of Allegiance. One nation under God, with liberty and justice for all. On behalf of the local Jewish communities who take the time daily to pray for our government, whom we have entrusted with our civic well-being, I humbly offer the following prayer. Almighty God, grant our honorable mayor, city officials, and each member of this dedicated city council with constant awareness of your presence, clarity of vision to see your hand in their challenges as well as their achievements. And may they always understand that in laboring for the enactment of just laws, they are doing your will, God's will. Bless them with good health, with wisdom, with peace, with compassion, good cheer, and good fellowship, and let us all say, Amen.
We'll now continue on with our ceremonial. Good morning. All right, everybody looks pretty excited out there. Good. Okay, for our first item, I would like to invite one of our great employees, Jerry Walker, the Deputy of Operations and Maintenance Director. Jerry, where are you located? There he is. Come on down here, Jerry. Give him a nice round of applause. This is a good guy here. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stands for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. They build our community to make life better. I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month in the city of Las Vegas is Sean Mahan. Sean, where are you? There he is. Come on up. Sean is a streets and sanitation supervisor and has been with the city for 20 years. Sean works hard every day to keep the city of Las Vegas beautiful. Sean has been able to find efficiencies in the city's street sweeper fleet, allowing the city to save hundreds of thousands of dollars. Over the last 3 years, Sean has been able to reduce the number of street sweep operators from 30 to 24 while providing the same level of service to our community. This has resulted in annual savings of around $900,000. In addition to these changes correlate with the reduction in wear and tear on the motor sweeper units, saving the city about $1 million in replacement costs. Sean also supervises a downtown beautification office where a misdemeanor work program is housed. Historically, the program utilizes misdemeanants to clean up trash downtown, but Sean has overseen the expansion of the program to provide unskilled labor support for parks and maintenance activity. This includes sending crews to busy parks as well as trash removal in other parts of the city. These changes and expansion have resulted in an estimated 20,000 hours of unskilled labor support to the infrastructure of our maintenance. Finally, the street sweeper unit is a key component of storm and flash flood response in the city of Las Vegas. These responses often include dealing with residents who are frightened and frustrated because of a flood. Sean responds to all complaints and inquiries in a professional and polite manner as an ambassador of the city of Las Vegas. He was instrumental in the recent flood response in Ward 6. Sean is a valuable asset to the city of Las Vegas, and on behalf of the entire city council, it is my pleasure and my honor, as well as the entire city council, to name Sean the Employee of the Month for the city of Las Vegas. Along with this award, Sean has received a $100 Visa gift card, compliments of Nevada Credit Union, a $100 gift card from Mundo Restaurant. In addition, a donation of $100 will be made to the charity of his choice by Superpon. Sean has also received various other awards from the city and council to recognize his great work. And finally, right over here, the unveiling by Jace is the Sean's name will be posted in front of City Hall on Main Street. I'd like to now ask Jerry to say a couple words about this great employee.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Sean does an outstanding job. His cleanup efforts is part of a larger effort, but the floods this summer, Sean and his crews did an excellent job getting the city dug out in the northwest, as so the year before when we had a series of storms. His work in reducing the sweeper fleet while minimizing the impact to our cleanup activities was very impressive. It is a significant savings, and now the fleet is right-sized. And the expansion of the DBO program is providing unskilled labor to activities we normally can't get to, so it's been very helpful, and it's also resulting in the reallocation of more skilled labor to higher level activities. So all around, Sean does just a great job.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you. Thank you to council and Jerry. This award really is for my staff and my crew. These are the guys that are out doing the work. They work pretty much 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They're answering the call-outs out of the DBO office when most of us are sleeping and handling those. I'm very, very proud of them, and so I accept this award on their behalf. Thank you.
Great job, Sean. Thank you very much. Thanks, Jerry. Congratulations.
Sean, thank you. Thank your team for digging us out, too.
Oh, okay.
been out there in the mud with him.
How's it look out there? Good? Better?
Yeah.
How about a nice round of applause for Sean, huh? Good job. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite the Las Vegas Clark County Library Executive Director, Jeannie Goodrich, to come down here with us. Give her a nice round of applause. Jeannie is one of our outstanding public servants and leaders in Las Vegas, especially with the library community, and she was recently named the Librarian of the Year by the Library Association of Nevada. Congratulations. And in addition to that, 20 years with the library?
Oh, 42.
42. Ouch. I could cut that in half. All right. Well, 42 years, and it is my understanding you are retiring in October. So congratulations to you for being able to retire. That is absolutely awesome. So Jeannie has broadened the scope of the library services to the community and has addressed the specialized needs of computer and technology for children and young adults. She has also maintained the district's ranking in the top 15 American libraries that serve more than 1 million people. So on behalf of the mayor and the entire city council, because of everything you've done, the award that you received in 42 years and retiring, I would like to present you, on behalf of the mayor and city council, a proclamation with a bunch of whereases, and it names today Jeannie Goodrich Day in the city of Las Vegas. So congratulations.
Thank you so much. The speech is right. Well, you know, just as Sean said, any of us that get this kind of award, we don't get it because of our own efforts. We get it because of collective efforts. And I have a fantastic staff of over 700 employees at the Las Vegas Clark County Library District. I'd like to recognize our board chair, Kiba Creer, is in the audience, board member Marilyn Drake, and we have a number of executive council members here today. I was very honored to be nominated by our Board of Trustees for this award. I worked in Nevada 35 years ago. I've come back to the state, and it's really been fun to see how everything has grown. City of Las Vegas has certainly grown, and our services have grown. As I've told you in the past, we're much more than a place to check out and check in books or get questions answered. We have phenomenal services for young people. We have phenomenal services, including homework help and after-school programs. We're creating tech art studios, and the Sahara West Library in Las Vegas is one of the locations for these new programs to teach young people digital skills so they're not just consumers of digital information, but also creators of digital information. And we're expanding our Family Place libraries to provide absolutely top-notch services to the parents of young children so that when they go to school, they're ready to do well in school. We all know if they do well in school, they'll stay in school and they'll graduate and become productive members of society. So it's a huge honor to be recognized by the Council of the City of Las Vegas. I appreciate your continued support, and I want to just encourage everybody, come to your library. If you haven't visited lately, I guarantee you'll find something that will surprise you and enchant you. Thank you very much.
Good job. Congratulations, and I know you're retiring, but I think I'm probably going to find you in some library
You'll
somewhere
find me. I'll be back
volunteering,
one more
stacking
time.
books or something. So, congratulations. Thank you. Sure. The members of the board, why don't you stand up and let's recognize you and put you on television. And who's all there from the board? Stand up. Come on. Staff, go ahead. Everybody stand up. That recognized. There you go. Good job. Thank you very much. Good job. Okay, next I'm going to turn over the microphone to Councilman Ross, who's going to recognize some great athletes in our community.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And as I do that, I want to go back to Sean for a minute and Jerry Walker's crews. Sean, your teams, and Jerry, you know how devastating it was out in Centennial with those floods. You guys did a great job. Thank you very much. I was out there in the mud with you. Give them another round of applause for digging us out. Well, there's no shortage of talented youth in this city, and today it is my privilege and honor to recognize just a handful of them. Before I do, I'd like to ask Principal Kevin McPartland from Arborview High School to come up here and help me do this. Kevin, come on up here. Give him a round of applause. He's a principal, for crying out loud. Give him some love. Kevin, if you would. Kevin is the principal of Arborview High School, and he has the privilege, too, of representing some very talented youth in this community, especially out in Centennial Hills. I'm going to call these girls' names out and come on down here and spread out alongside here. We've got the Arborview High School cross-country team, girls cross-country team. Come on down. Zanae Jones, Morgan Anderson, Maddie Fletcher. Why don't you just all come down here, please? Give them a round of applause. Nicole Snow, Belle Sakai, Anna Flaherty, Cameron Higgins, Ashley White. Spread out. Remember the drill. And the coach. Oh, I'm missing a coach. I missed Terrell Cooper. Would you come on down here too, please? Terrell's our coach. Sorry, coach. The Arborview girls cross-country team won all 4 of the local cross-country invitationals this season, which included the Labor Day Classic, the Las Vegas Invitational, UNLV Invitational, and the Lake Mead Invitational, as well as the Staub Barnes Invitational in Pasadena, California. The team was the Northwest Division champions, going undefeated in dual meets for the 2nd consecutive year and winning the Northwest Division championship race. They placed 2nd at the Sunset Regional Championships and qualified into the state meet for the 6th consecutive year. The Arborview girls cross-country team won the Nevada D1 State Championship in Reno, Nevada with a score of 68 points. Give them a great big round of applause. Coach, talk about these girls. Talk them up.
They're a very talented group of kids. They're extremely hardworking. It's a little bit awkward to talk about them all because I see them all every single day, and they always give me this weird look whenever I try and brag about them and talk about them. But this had been a goal that they had set last year over Christmas break. I'm one of those insane coaches that brings them in to lift weights and literally run the halls of our school because it was too cold outside. And they started talking about it, and we really just made this big push all year long to just believe that they could do it. And they had a rough race at the regional meet and came in 2nd place. But we had to flip that into a positive and look at it as we just earned another opportunity to run at the state meet. And then at the state championship race, they performed better than I've ever seen them run. I mean, every girl ran faster at the state meet than they'd done the year before at the regional meet. Everyone had given us, hadn't given us much of a chance. And we were up in Reno, and everyone was, it's going to be cold. There's going to be a high elevation. And the girls just really performed. And so on behalf of all the girls and our 50 kids that are back at school, we want to thank Councilman Ross and the whole city council for having us here today. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. This was their first state championship, am I correct? And then in 2009, you placed 2nd and 3rd in 2012 at the state meet before, correct? Who's the spokesperson for the team? You're it.
I'm just so proud of everyone and how everyone ran for each other in the state meet. We all believed that we could do this, and we finally did it. And so I'm so glad for them.
Let's do it again. Let's do it again. All right, give another round of applause. Congratulations, girls. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now go back to school. Yeah, run. You bet. Next, I'd like to recognize the Centennial High School cross-country team and one very special individual with them. So as I call your names, come on down here because I've got something to say about all of you. DeJure Braxton, come on down. George Espino, come on down. Jackson Carter, Spencer Day, Seth Wright, Brian Espino, Dominic Roberts, Alex Salises, I hope I pronounced that right. And of course, their coach, Roy Session, and we can't start without Principal Trent Day from Centennial High School. Give these guys a round of applause. Sydney, I haven't called your name yet. I haven't called your name yet. No, come back here. Come back here. Sydney, come here. I was saving Sydney for last, but she jumped right down here. This is the Centennial High School cross-country team, and Sydney Braxton, who did a remarkable job. I'm sorry, Badger. Sydney Badger, who did a remarkable job. Sydney not only is the Division I state Division I Nevada State champion in cross country. She's the Division I state champion in track in the 800 meters, 1600 meters, 3200 meters, and the 4x400 meters. Sydney is one of, if not the most highly recruited runners in Nevada State history for girls. Sydney has a 4.6 weighted GPA, and she was a 2013 homecoming queen, and she's an all-around great young lady. Give her a round of applause. Sorry, I had to pick on you because you came down so early. Coach, would you hang on to those for me? All right, let's talk about the rest of this team. The Centennial Hills boys cross country team is the first Southern Nevada boys team to win in Northern Nevada since 1987. These are the athletes in order of their finish at the state meet. As I call your name, raise your hand so everybody knows who you are. DeJour Braxton. DeJour is currently a junior. He won the Southwest Division and Sunset Region championships and finished third individually at the state championships in Reno. DeJour has led the cross-country team to the last 2 state championship titles. Give him a round of applause. Smile. George Espino. George is currently a senior and the team captain. George, where are you? All right. He's led the boys cross-country team to 3 state titles and a state runner-up in his 4 years at Centennial. George is an extreme athlete. He can often be found running through the hills of western Las Vegas, and he never stops training. Give him a round of applause. Jackson Carter. Jackson is currently a senior and team captain. Jackson also participated on the 3 state championships and 1 state runner-up team. Jackson is our inspirational leader. What does that mean? And always gets the team ready to perform their best. Jackson has committed to attend and compete in college at Colorado State University. Jackson Carter. Give him a round of applause. Spencer Day. Where's Spencer? All right, down there on the end. Okay, Spencer. Spencer is currently a senior and team captain. Spencer is not only one of the top runners in the state, he is also the class valedictorian for Centennial High School. Isn't that great? Give him a round of applause. Seth Wright. Where's Seth? There's Seth. Seth is currently a senior. He finished 4th at the Southwest Division and the Sunset Region meet. Seth was a strong performer all year long for the Centennial Bulldogs. Give him another round of applause. Brian Espino. Where's Brian? Okay, there he is. Shy one over there. Brian is currently a sophomore. This is his first year on the varsity team. He has improved rapidly and is ready to take over for our departing seniors. A lot of weight on your shoulders. Give him a round of applause. Dominic Roberts. Dominic, he's not here. Well, I'm going to recognize him anyway. Dominic is currently a sophomore. Dominic excels in track and cross country and carries a 4.1 GPA. Amazing. Give him a round of applause even though he's not here. Alex, where's Alex? What's your last name? Salaces, I said it correctly then. Alex is currently a senior. He participated at state as our alternate runner. Alex participated all 4 years for Centennial and cross country as well as track. Give Alex a great big round of applause. Now, none of these athletes, including Arborview, have we got any parents in the audience with us? Parents, can you stand up? Because these girls over here and this team up here, stand up to be recognized. Give them a round of applause. Because these athletes couldn't do what they do without the parents' support. Coach, give us a few words, if you would, about your team.
Thank you, City Council, for inviting us. We really appreciate the chance to be recognized here. Again, amazing young men and women that I get the opportunity to coach. They're not only the best team in Nevada, but they're one of the top-ranked teams this year on the Western United States. So very proud to be able to coach these. I coach the boys. Roy Sessions is the girls' coach. Wasn't able to make it today. He's fireman. He's working today. So just a fantastic group of kids. Every tournament that we went to, either won the championship or represented very well. Even up in Boise, Idaho, against some of the top teams in the nation we got to compete with, and these guys represented very, very well up there. Beat a lot of the top 100 teams in the nation. So a Nevada team can make some noise, in their big national meets. So very proud of them for that. I do also, their accomplishments are just never ending. And again, athletes as well as scholar athletes. We've got valedictorians. Most of our students are all over 3.5 GPAs. So I really appreciate their hard work in the classroom, and as well as the cross-country meets. I do want to thank the City Council too. One thing that I thought about before we came to this meeting was, cross country is a dangerous sport as far as running on the roads. You do see, close calls, and one of our biggest things is trying to keep safety, with the kids crossing the street at the right time, looking left and right, that type of thing. But the road safety is a hazard. But I appreciate the city council for keeping our park system working so well that we have Mountain Crest Park, Lone Mountain Park, we have Floyd Lamb Park. We have all these parks that we're able to go run at in safety, which is, as a coach and liability, I really appreciate. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Coach. Wow, that was a nice compliment to the city. Now, City, I'm not going to let you get off the hook here too easy. Now, what are your plans? What year are you in?
I'm a senior.
You're a senior, so tell the city of Las Vegas what your plans are from now.
Well, okay. I committed to University of Michigan, so I'll be running there for the next 5 years.
Wow, very good. You get a scholarship?
Yes, it was
She got
a
a
goal.
scholarship. All right, she got a scholarship. Now, Jackson, I want you to share some inspirational meaning for us today about your team.
Okay. Well, I'd first like to thank the council and Councilman Ross for inviting us up here and letting us skip school for the day to come over here. I'm just really proud of this team. Yeah, for the day. We're supposed to go back? Yeah. But I'm just really proud of our team. We work so hard, and we really function as a well-working unit. We're all really good friends, and we just had a goal in mind and just went for it. And that was to win state, and it feels really good to represent Las Vegas on a national scale. So does Arborview. Arborview's girls do too. Yeah. So it feels really good to kind of put the city on the map. So
good job, buddy.
Thank you.
Good job. Thank you. Good job. That was inspirational. Now, both of these teams, girls, could you stand up one more time? Kevin, would you stand up too? Because I want to recognize you and Trent Day as the principals of both of these high schools. Raise your hands, wave at everybody. They couldn't do without their support too. So give these educators a great big round of applause. Thank you all very much. Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, good job. I got some big rings on those fingers too. Holy smokes. Yeah, lots of rings. Okay, next I'd like to invite Bert Tabor, who represents the National Youth Football Tournament here in the city of Las Vegas, and it looks like he's got a bunch of gold down there. You need some help with? Oh, you got some help? Okay. Those are some big trophies. Can't wait to hear about them. Bert Tabor. Give him a nice round of applause. Bert.
Mayor Pro Tem, where are you going to put that trophy?
So just don't knock it over. Yeah, why don't you stand up both sides? How you doing?
Got the best city council in the whole world.
There you go.
Let me get. Well, as you can see, I love this city. I love the kids and the community of this city. I represent Sports International Network. We've been coming to your town. I live here. We've been coming here for about 20-some years. 5 years ago, when the economy tanked and everything, I almost lost this tournament because everybody got greedy, from Mickey Mouse and Disneyland to the folks in Scottsdale. We have the best city council the whole world could ever want. Trust me, I've been to LA. I've worked for the Raiders. This group that's behind us has gotten us through the darkest of times. 2014 is here, and we're going to make this city rock again. Because of this city council, our great mayors, the mayors before them, but no city council has gone through the turmoil in keeping this city alive. So in honor, can each and every one of you stand up and give a round of applause, not only city council, our mayor, but to every employee that works here. They deserve it. We are Las Vegas. You guys deserve it. Every employee, from the maintenance man to the security guards to the police department. This is our city. We're back. Now, I got that off my chest. On behalf of Sports International Network, I'd like to recognize the community members that have backed us and helped us out. Representing an ambassador of our city for the tournament this year, 40,000 rooms sold, 25,000 kids. Every year we come in, we land a new business. Give a round of applause to J.T. Tucker, UNLV grad, former San Diego Charger, and the real Los Angeles Rams wide receiver. To my right, number 5 in the world, Nicoletta Radu in physical fitness, in training and bodybuilding. Every time her likeness goes on Facebook, she's front page in Romania. Las Vegas every day is getting recognized. Over 1.5 million people and in Romania, and she has brought customers from Romania. Let's give her a round of applause for making this her home and everything. On behalf, this will be the first annual. Guess who got inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? KISS. What do we have here in Las Vegas? KISS Munster Mini Golf. So Augusta has their open. The Pebble Beach has their open. I am challenging county commissioners against the city council for the first annual in March. Putt Munster Mini Golf KISS for the annual guitar trophy. Patrick and Christina, stand up. So now, I'd also like to recognize Vegas Marketing Group and Get Down Art and Bruce Formong, who has supported this all the way. Stand up, gentlemen. You deserve a round of applause. These two guys have backed the tournament with the kids in hotel rooms. Finally, I'd like to recognize the hardest working group in City Hall. First meeting I went to 5 years ago. Coaches, parents yelling at my Parks and Recs. Ain't happening anymore. Lonnie, this trophy is for every employee that works for you because we have the best fields in this city. Come down here, Lonnie. When people go into this, go to that office to yell, you point the trophy because you're a champion all the way, baby. I love you. I love you, man. Everybody stand up and give this guy a round of applause, man. Stand up. Come on. He deserves it. I love you, Lonnie. Finally, on behalf of Sports National Network, myself, everybody I mentioned in the great city of Las Vegas, and everybody that lives and works here, because we're back, baby. We're going to be back. People back to work, back in education. I can make this announcement because of this tournament. We all know that we have more lights than anybody. I am 60% closing, making the LED chip and lights here in Las Vegas. Give me a round of applause. 200 employees. City Council's all going to be all over me next week because I got to give them all up to help me close the deal. Number 2, we all know how DUI is a bad thing in Europe. This is required by your law to be in your car. It's a breathalyzer. The Oakland Raiders, God bless you, Al Davis, picked up 50,000 units. Because of the tournament, they want to make the factory and have the breathalyzers done out of Las Vegas, Nevada. City Council, every one of you is getting a sample bag. And finally, to every city councilman, men, and the beautiful Miss Tarkanian, and our prettiest mayor in the world, thank you from the bottom of my heart, man. You guys have got us through some dark times with this economy, and I mean it. I love each and every one of you. Politics aside, you gave your souls, you've given up big salaries, and you gave it all to the city of Las Vegas, and you deserve it. A round of applause. So everybody, please stand up. So I don't get in trouble. I kept the cost down. Each and every one of you are getting a nice, this is the newest painter in the world. He's the next Leroy Neiman who opened up his studios here. So every day when you look at the brightness of Las Vegas, you that's to let you know that I love you guys. So on behalf of me and everybody, present the city councilman with their trophy.
Right on, look at that.
Youth, you look at this, you youth. Because this is going to be your chair someday to carry the torch and keep Vegas working and keep us going strong. Because we are Las Vegas, we are the best in the world, and we got the greatest politicians and city council and mayor that any city would kill for. Thank you and God bless you.
Further round of applause.
Can I get a picture?
Let me move that dice.
Bruce, can you take a picture of this so we can get it out there on the world?
Bill, Bob, I mean.
Nicolette, you in there?
Kind of my color.
Merry Christmas 2014. We're back. We're back.
Okay, as the Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to officially name Bert Tabor the ambassador to the city of Las Vegas, huh? Jeez. That's about one of the most passionate guys. Here, Bert, you forgot your stuff up here. Well, is this your... Great job. Thank you. You are awesome.
No, I'm not running for politics. I'm running to keep the city going. Thank you to all you employees. I love you all, man.
The National Youth Football Tournament. The interesting thing is the Mayor's Cup, which we hold twice a year, which we have all our great soccer athletes from all over the world come here. Roger Tabor is in charge of that, so the Tabors are in charge of athletes here in the city of Las Vegas. All righty, we have, you want your phone too? Man, you're forgetting everything up here. Thanks. Okay, we have one final item. It's not on the agenda, but we're going to do it anyway. I have some good news and I have some bad news. The good news is one of our great employees, a leader in the city of Las Vegas who has spent many, many years with the city of Las Vegas is retiring. That's a good thing. Moving on to new and exciting events. The bad news is this employee is retiring, and we're losing a lot of experience, a great person, somebody who's been a big part of the city, and is going to leave their legacy, and that is Chief Public Safety Officer Karen Coyne. Why don't you come on up here, Karen? For more than 20 years, Karen has been providing public safety to the residents of Las Vegas. She started in 1992 as a deputy city marshal and worked her way up, eventually becoming the first female chief of the city's detention and enforcement department. From there, she went on to become the city's chief of public safety, overseeing Las Vegas Fire and Rescue, municipal court, and detention and enforcement. Chief Coyne has done an outstanding job, and we are definitely going to miss her. I'd like to ask our city manager, Betsy Fretwell, you're standing right there, to come on up here and say a couple words in a presentation.
I'm really nervous right now because Karen can shoot a gun and I can't, and she threatened me that if we did anything public on her retirement that she was going to get me back. So please restrain yourself. Mayor Pro Tem really hit on the highlights of Karen's history here with the city of Las Vegas, so I'd like to just speak a little bit more personally about her role in the city. Karen was willing to step up and take a brand new position that we created a few years ago during the reorganization, where we had done some massive scaling back in the number of employees, and it was a pretty significant change in responsibilities in the way we manage the city in creating this Chief Public Safety Officer position. But she was the right woman for the job, and I'm really glad she was willing to do it, because she's done an incredible job taking on some very difficult topics. Everything from helping manage through the North Las Vegas jail merger project last year, working with 3 brand new department heads in those 3 critical areas that serve our criminal justice community and create a very safe environment for our community. From fire to corrections to our parks and facilities. She's just done an incredible job. We're going to really miss her. She brings a really unique perspective to our team, and we're all going to miss her and what she brings to the discussion. One of the things that I really value is making sure that we have a variety and diverse viewpoints brought to the table as we're making decisions and making recommendations to the mayor and council. And Karen's one of those people that takes a step back, as one of the Harvard professors said, Councilman Barlow. She gets up on the balcony and she watches people dance. And that's a particular skill that she brings to the table for us, because she's able to anticipate in an incredible way what the organization really needs and how people might react to some of the changes that we're making. we're going to miss that. And we're going to have to figure out a way to supplement our activities to ensure that we keep that viewpoint in mind, among other things. Karen has brought an incredible passion to our organization. She's passionate about public safety. It's been recognized by a variety of organizations. She graduated from the FBI Academy, National Academy, which is an incredible accomplishment for anyone in law enforcement. She's been recognized by a series of governors by being appointed to statewide boards related to public safety. So it's just not us that have benefited from her leadership and her commitment and her passion to public safety. This entire state and this country has. And so, Karen, it's with the greatest of well wishes that we send you off. I know Danny's glad to have you back up at home and your kids, and you've got a great fan club in here. Look at all these people here to celebrate your incredible accomplishments and to see you off in style. We've got former Chief Mike Sheldon out there and Deputy Chief Jeff Dufresne there. So you've got a lot of supporters here from the past and the present all around this room. So thank you for all you've done for the city, and we wish you well and the best of luck in your new ventures in retirement. So I'd like to present this to you, Karen. This is the city flag, so that you will never forget your home.
Okay. Also, on behalf of the mayor and entire city council, I want to issue Karen Coyne a proclamation, and I'm going to read this one because it expands a little over 20 years of work at the city of Las Vegas. So, it says, whereas Chief Coyne has provided oversight for the departments of detention and enforcement and fire and rescue, as well as executive coordination with the judges and administration of the Las Vegas Municipal Court. Whereas Chief Coyne is overseeing these departments that comprise a contingent of 1,140 dedicated public safety first responders and criminal justice professionals who are responsible for delivering services and offering programs in the city of Las Vegas community in a variety of disciplines. Whereas, as the former chief of Department of Detention and Enforcement, Karen has served in a variety of progressive, responsible law enforcement roles during her 21-year tenure with the city of Las Vegas. Whereas Chief Coyne is a proud graduate of the 2008 session of the FBI National Academy, the Southwest Command College, and she possesses an executive certificate issued by the Nevada Peace Officers Standards and Training Commission. Therefore, on behalf of the mayor and the entire city council in the city of Las Vegas, I proclaim today, December 18th, Karen Coyne Day in the city of Las Vegas. Congratulations. Your own day. And I'll tell your husband you can do whatever the heck you want on that day, okay? So, and you know what? From one retired cop to another soon retired cop, you are a cop's cop, and that's a good thing. So thanks for your service. I'm going to let you say a couple words, and I'm sure there's some folks out there you want to recognize also.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members and my boss lady, Betsy, my team, Orlando, Scott, Mark, our right-hand arms and legs, all the directors that show up faithfully at every one of these meetings and take our marching orders and make wonderful things happen. A lot of the uniforms in the room today, some of the old guys who are no longer in uniform. Wow, it's a very pleasant and unexpected tribute today that I really am so humble and grateful for. Appreciate it. I had the distinct honor as I came up in this organization, and I was but a child, snot-nosed kid from a little town in Sheridan, Wyoming, when I came to Las Vegas in 1989. And Las Vegas has been very, very good to me. And I am proud to be an employee of the city of Las Vegas. I'm proud to have served with everybody in this room and a lot of people who could have never made it here today. I had the distinct honor to have some great mentors and true friends along the way, giants, if you will, that I was able to climb up on their shoulders and have the opportunity to lead. And over the last few days, I've had several visitors, as you can imagine, who have come by to say things or send me little notes, and I realize that, geez, somewhere along the way I might have become a giant, and they've crawled up on my shoulders and are now leading. And I'm just grateful, and I'm not going to cry, but it's a wonderful opportunity. I'm so blessed to be in a position to retire at this age, and I wish all of you the very best, and I appreciate having had the opportunity to serve here with you at the City of Las Vegas, so thank you.
Congratulations. Good job.
Thank you, Councilman Coffin, my dear friend, who pointed out that I better recognize my family. Mr. Danny Thompson back there, and Garrett and Connor, who couldn't be here today.
Stand up, be recognized.
A common theme that you'll hear from, this City Employee of the Month. We can't be as successful individually as we can as a team. And every success that I've ever had here has been as a result of everybody from the very top, and I'm sorry the mayor couldn't be here today, right down to the frontline folks who are out there doing the job every single day. And my heart goes out to you the most, Danny, for taking up the slack at home when I've had to push back from the home activities so that I could be here, and I really appreciate it. I could never repay you for that, so I love you. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take about a 5-10 minute break, and then we'll continue on with the city council meeting. Is this your?
Yeah.
Thanks, good job.
So before we reconvene, we have some wonderful guests here. And if everybody will please come in, have a seat, we'd like to introduce these wonderful guests. And I'm going to take, while you're having your seats, this moment to thank Karen Coyne. I did hear the words from a remote space. Has she already left?
She's back there.
Where are you? Chief, you're forever chief with us. You are a wonderful, wonderful leader, compassionate soul, so knowledgeable, and have taught me so much. And so we're going to miss you, and I can't imagine why you want to go up north. I know you need to be there with your family, so we appreciate it. We wish you the very, very best. Okay, if you would, Councilman, would you introduce all these handsome and beautiful people up here?
Well,
with us?
thank you, Mayor. With your permission and through you, I would be delighted to introduce the Northwest Youth Empowerment Council. These are students representative of 5 high schools from Summerlin all the way to Centennial. And with your permission, Mayor, I'd like them to introduce themselves and their positions and capacities within their own council.
And if they would, all of you, please, what year you are in high school, please. So let's go way down to the end, on the left. And if you'll turn on what high school, what year you are, and you have to have a red button like this one on the neck of your phone. So I'm going to turn mine off not to use the juice.
I'm Niana Porter. I go to Arborview, and I'm in 9th grade.
Wow.
Turn yours off.
Hi, my name is Darian Toth. I go to Shadow Ridge High School, and I'm in 10th grade.
Oh, hi everybody. I'm Tiara Richards, and I go to Northwest Career and Technical Academy as a freshman. Hi, I'm Artesia Livingston. I go to Arborview, and I'm a 10th grader.
Hi, I'm Chelsea Blumberg, and I go to Northwest Career and Technical Academy, and I'm a senior.
Hi, I'm Heather Dodo. I go to Northwest Tech. I'm a senior, and I'm the Public Information Officer.
Hi, I'm Hannah Jones. I go to Centennial High School, and I'm in 10th grade.
Hi, I'm Brandon DeWitt. I go to Palo Verde High School. I'm the mayor of the Northwest Youth Empowerment Council, and I'm a senior.
Hi, I'm Dara Westbay. I'm a junior at Northwest, and I'm the pro tem mayor of the Youth Council.
Hello, I'm Melissa Cicados. I go to Palo Verde High School. I'm in the 10th grade, and I'm the volunteer coordinator.
Hi, I'm Sydney Long. I go to Centennial High School, and I'm a senior.
Hi, I'm Joshua Ballard, and I'm a junior, and I go to Shadow Ridge High School, and I'm also the public information manager as well.
And Mayor, that is the Northwest Youth Empowerment Council, and we've got some incredibly talented student leaders with us today. And thank you, Mayor and council members, for indulging them and me for allowing them to be here this morning.
Well, we're very excited. We welcome you, and I think everybody on City Council is figuring that we can get up and go home, and they'll take over.
There you go.
Right? So anyway, we welcome you, and good luck going forward with everything you each do, and especially those of you who are seniors. Pretty cool what's going to happen. Okay, we will move on to agenda item number 9. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We will set the time at 1 minute. And one card we do have here is Dorothy Bames, it looks like. So the item was not mentioned, but we will hold that as we go forward. Thank you. Okay, sir, did you want to make comment at this point?
Good morning, Your Honor, the mayor, and all the lovely students in council. The year's coming to an end. 13, they call it. Some people say it's bad luck. Not for me. There's an old saying, if you're alive, that's good luck. Well, anyway, I just want to say that it's always been a pleasure coming down here over the years. And in all of my endeavors in life and traveling all over the world and whatever, I've learned one thing. And I want the students to learn that. Okay, how much education you get if you don't have a good bit of common sense and a good attitude? These things sell better than education. You see, you can have all kinds of degrees hanging all over the wall, but if people can't get along with you, can't stand the sight of you, you ain't going very far. And some of the greatest people to ever live never finished school. Some of the people who own some of the hugest corporations in the world, the original founders, never finished school. Anyway, my minute is up, and I love you. And Mayor, I'm glad to see you. I thought you weren't going to be here today. You kind of scared me. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? Please state your name.
It's Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. I've enjoyed living in this city, a world-class city, and hope it continues to be a world-class city. And I'm not for sure if I'll be leaving, but I've enjoyed coming here. And sometimes when you take a stand in life, a lot of times you're not popular with people, but I'd like to encourage the young people to stay strong and do what you know is right. Sometimes you're not always looked up to when you have to uphold some law and order and justice with criminals and people that want to break the law and want to do what they want to do. I served 3 years in the military, very proud of my military service. Encourage anyone to join the military, serve your country, and be proud of the flag and what it represents, because I'm very proud. And I just want to say I'm proud to be an American today, and I'm proud to be here in a land of opportunity where you can express what you believe in and stick to the rules and hold your head up high. God bless you all. Have a Merry Christmas and a very prosperous, safe, and Happy New Year. Thank you.
Very good, very well said. And Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and Happy Kwanzaa to you. And so anyone else wishing to speak, please come forward. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item number 10. And business item for possible action, any items the council staff or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I have two items. Item number 25, a tavern license and non-operational, 889 Fremont, doing business as 889 Fremont LLC, 889 Fremont Street. Staff has asked this be stricken. And item number 42, ratification of Aaron Bovos as the Director of Finance. Staff has asked that be stricken, and that's my motion.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. That motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 11. For possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the regular city council meetings of November 6th and November 20th of 2013. Is there a motion, Mayor Pro Tem, to approve those minutes?
Move for approval.
Thank you. Please vote on the motion and please post. Thank you. That motion carries. We'll now move on to agenda items 12 through 41. Agenda items 12 through 41, with the exception of item 25, which has been stricken, are on the consent agenda and considered to be routine, therefore recommended for approval by their departments and may be enacted in one motion. Councilman.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 12 through 41, except for item 25.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. So sorry, Councilman Barlow. Move too quickly.
Mayor, I'd like to pull item number 38 forward.
38?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. 38, and yes, sir?
A comment in support of the motion would be on item 16. I just want to point out that finally we're going to get our skate park groundbreaking next month. This item 16, to create the skate park over at Myron Levitt J.C. Park, was delayed 3 months because of the government shutdown in Washington. And a lot of people don't understand the ripple effect of action in Washington. I think it just had to do with federal programs. But in fact, because there is some federal land around, and this comes from federal money, clerical people could not perform their tasks for us. And so we couldn't get it. We couldn't get a skate park for the kids, and it probably won't be open next summer, and it was supposed to be. So that's one of those object lessons that we must learn from obstructionist government. In any event, I'm certainly supporting the motion.
Okay, now, Mr. Steed, do we rescind this motion because, or can we just add in at this point to bring forward 38 separately?
I think you can just indicate that that item is pulled separately and then vote on the remainder.
Okay, thank you, and that will so be done. Let's go ahead and then pull item number 38. And didn't we vote on the consent agenda? All right, first, okay. Please vote on that, and please post. Of course, that carries, so let's talk about agenda item 38 for possible action to approve a temporary nonprofit club general license for a change of ownership from VFW Post 10057, non-operational, to American Legion Post number 10, Inc., DBA American Legion Post number 10, Inc., 1905 H Street, Horace E. Atkinson, Treasurer, Herman C. Hagan, Secretary, Willie Richards, Trustee, Robert Swift, Trustee. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. This request is to take a license that was operated from 1968 to April of 2008 by a VFW post at 1905 H Street. That license was finally voluntarily shut down due to issues and complaints from the city against that organization at that time. They are proposing to transfer that license to a new organization. It is the American Legion Post 10. They have submitted their suitability and have been through Metro. At this time, that building is not in a condition where it can be approved to be opened. So they are requesting to assume ownership of this license, and it is our understanding that their intent would be to operate this liquor license at that same location. So what's before you today is the consideration of allowing that nonprofit license to be transferred to a new organization at that same location.
But it is only that and not for occupancy of the building or anything else that will come back before us,
It
correct?
is not for occupancy of the building. That is currently with the building department and the fire department. They would then request a license be brought before you. Since they've already submitted and been through their Metro background checks, we would put that on your agenda for changing that license from a non-operational status to an operational status. They could request a temporary license, but due to the issues at this location in the past, I don't believe that they would have staff support for a temporary license. We would bring it to you for consideration.
Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor.
Excuse me.
Some members of the council recall the ongoing issues for many years that had taken place at this location under the previous VFW post. And although I am in support of the American Legion coming into this location, what I'm not in support of is the liquor component. And I've made this perfectly clear to those that have spoken to me in the past. The community for many years have worked to clean up this specific area at 8th Street, and a number of members of this council were a part of those conversations, and some of you who are new to this conversation, the community sat in front of this council many days asking for relief when it came to a lot of the activities that were taking place, specifically from the previous operators. I am not in support of liquor going back into the middle of this neighborhood as it pertains to this specific location, but I am most definitely in support of the American Legions hosting their meetings and conducting their business. I am in support of that, but just shy of the beer, wine, and liquor that comes along with it. So I'm actually directing my comments to council to see how, in fact, we could support the American Legion, but I can't support it with the component of the packaged liquor or sales of beer, wine, anything of that activity.
Is that inherent in the transfer of ownership, that they would automatically get it? Don't they have to come back, add back to you to go through that process? This is just a vote on the transfer of ownership, correct?
The item before
Or the
you
board?
is just to transfer an asset. A liquor license is an asset. The VFW paid a $500 fee for this license and is asking it to transfer it to the American Legion. Does not give them any permission to operate. We have not seen a proposed business model. We have not seen a plan of what they're planning to do there at this point in time. What we do know is that they've been under construction and that they have filed paperwork and are requesting to assume ownership of this license in a non-operational status. It is our understanding that they do plan to come back before you at some future time asking for that license to be operational.
With the concerns of Councilman Barlow, can the transfer of the operational ownership be granted without approval yet of the license, the transfer of the alcohol license? In other words, giving it from one operational body to another, but without the license for the liquor component being approved.
It is only the piece of paper, the $500 piece of paper that is being transferred. In transferring this license, there is no approval to serve or sell any liquor at all. This is the transfer of a piece of paper. They have stated to us their intent is to indeed ask for this license to become operational.
But that is the next step after just this first one.
That would be the next step.
And they would come back to us at that point? Or
Yes.
you would come back to us?
Yes, I would.
So the transfer of the piece of paper that you're mentioning, please explain that in more detail.
Liquor licenses in the city of Las Vegas are an asset, which means we have an origination fee. In order to purchase a license, you pay a fee. You own that license, and you may then ask to operate that as well. Operating a liquor license, serving or selling alcohol is permission that is granted either through a temporary license that is then reviewed by the city council or granted by the city council. We have a long list of non-operational liquor licenses, companies that have gone bankrupt, companies that are no longer operating, that hold those assets and would like to sell them to someone else. And under our code, that is allowed. This is one of those sales transfers. And you may choose to allow it to be sold to a new organization, or you may choose not to allow it to be sold to this new organization. Whether that new organization can operate it and serve and sell alcohol is a separate question that would be brought back.
Okay, so having said that and explained it in that manner, Karen, the transfer of this piece of paper, as far as the application before us, they can also utilize that to come back before the council for another location, to have that placed at another location opposed to the current location.
Correct.
Where they are, right?
Or they may sell it to another nonprofit. This license is limited to a nonprofit organization, so it could not be sold to someone who wanted to be open to the public in any location, but it could be sold to another nonprofit
At a different address.
at a different location or a different address.
And also the current applicant can utilize that to move to a different location, correct?
They could, with a new application to the city, with a new business plan of what they're proposing to do to operate that license and at a different location, yes, they could.
Okay, thank you.
Therefore, Councilman.
I'm not sure if you want to have the gentleman speak before I make
Certainly, if you would introduce yourself, sir, and welcome you to contribute. I gather you are involved in this. Good morning.
Yes. Mayor, Councilman, my name is Herman Hagan. I am American Legion Post 10 adjutant, and I would like to speak on the issue because I think there might be a little confusion. First of all, when we come back and request for the liquor license operation to do that, we've got to understand this is a private club. It's not open to the public. Somebody just can't walk up off the street and walk into there. They have to be a member of our club, paid-up member of our club, which is made up of veterans, and they have a special need. A lot of these veterans have been in combat. They have PTSD and other issues that they just can't talk to anybody about, but they can talk to each other. And to have a place to gather and talk to each other and be able to share experiences that they just can't share with anybody else, not even their wives, because they just don't understand. So a liquor license is going to be essential for us to operate to get these people together, and it will only be open to the members and their guests. There's nobody walking in off the street as what has happened in the past, but I also want to remind Councilman Barlow that we're not the VFW. We're the American Legion. We understand the problems that they had. We've talked about those problems. We're not going to get back into those issues. We want to be a part of this community. We want to do the things that the VFW does, the baseball programs that they have, the scholarship programs that they have, but without the operational, the ability to operate, we don't have the ability to be a member of this community the way that we want to be, donating things, helping veterans. Our major project is helping veterans. We need a place where we can get veterans together. If they need to have a VA claim, I'm the VA claims officer for my post. I get that paperwork started for them. It'd be nice if we had some place where they could also talk to their comrades in arms. So it's essential that we have this as part of our business when we get open. Thank you so much.
Thank you for contributing here. Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor. And I respect that because my father's also a veteran, okay? But I have a responsibility to make sure that the integrity and the fabric of community in which you're housed is conducive to the surrounding residents. And so for that, there's a number, and I would choose not to have the bigger conversation as far as what's going on with the other nonprofit organizations in this blocks away from you as it relates to who's coming in and out of these facilities, because I see it every day. I've been representing and being a part of this district since 1999. So there's nothing, sir, that you can tell me about my neighborhood that I don't already know. You don't live in the neighborhood, I do. And so I'm not asking you, I'm just asking you to just respectfully understand where I'm coming from, okay? So I support the American Legion, I support the VFW, I support the Elks. But what I'm sharing with you at this particular location, that I do not support the liquor and beer and wine at this location. I support you going in as the American Legion. But as far as your request, and I'm basically telling you this in advance, that I do not support liquor going back into this location at this particular place. Now, I've had a conversation with, I believe, the president or one of the leaders in the American Legion who brought this to me. And I was completely forthright with the gentleman to include the others that have come to my office and spoken with me. I wanted to make sure that I was clear, and I'm not going to sidestep on this issue or basically circumvent any conversation. I've been totally honest, upright, and forthright coming in my conversation as far as my position as it relates to liquor at this particular location. Now, what I did share is that I support the American Legion going in, and should you choose to come back and request to utilize the liquor license at a different location opposed to this one, I'm all for it. But I am not in support of this particular location. And so with that, Mayor, I'm going to move for approval of this item for the transfer of the asset. And I look forward to any future conversation as it relates to the request of beer and wine or liquor coming back to this location. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Duddleston, is that, so that's clear, we would like to hear it back, that the councilman's saying that we approved the transfer, but anything to do with the next stage of this regarding the liquor, alcohol, come back in front of this body, or at least be resolved with Councilman Barlow prior to the next step.
Yes, Your Honor. That that application would have to be formally made to business licensing with a business plan. We would have to review that, and then it would go on your agenda for your consideration.
Great.
As with any liquor license.
Right. And so hearing Councilman Barlow's concern and not knowing why, I know the location where it is, and that could be problematic, but deferring to the councilman, but wondering what specifics and what could be different to preclude those issues arising again as you come back, because it sounds very clear that Councilman Barlow, at that location, unless there's something that you can bring to assure that they're not going to have the same problems, it's not going to go anywhere. Not another location, but very clearly. So this is a dialogue. Hopefully you will continue with Councilman Barlow. And so is that a motion?
That is a motion, Mayor.
Okay, we have a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries, and thank you, Mr. Hagan, for coming by, and I know you hear very clearly the concerns, and so the dialogue should continue. Thank you, Ms. Duddleston.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I have the same concerns as does all of our group about the community, especially in that neighborhood, because most of our members live right there. And so we look forward to working with Councilman Barlow on getting a good program going here for this community. Thank you.
Thank you. And of course, we love our veterans and want them to have the advantage of everything that makes their lives return to normal. So thank you. Okay, agenda item 42 has been stricken. We move on to agenda item 43, discussion for possible action regarding the interlocal agreement for the implementation of the Clark County Multiple Species Habitat Conservation Plan in section 10A1B, permit made and entered into by and between the City of Boulder City, City of Henderson, City of Las Vegas, City of Mesquite, City of North Las Vegas, and the County of Clark. And so, good morning.
Good morning. Mayor and members of council, Flynn Fagg with the Department of Planning. I have with me this morning Jody Bechtel, who is with the Desert Conservation Program at Clark County. The item that we have on the agenda this morning is a new interlocal agreement to implement the Multiple Species Habitat Conservation Plan here in Clark County. This interlocal agreement will replace the previous interlocal agreement that we had in place, which has since expired. There are minor changes in the interlocal agreement relative to the administrative procedures for the program. However, there are no changes to the actual permit itself, which establishes the fees for the program and also the amount of acreage that we can develop here in Clark County. With that, we would seek your support of this interlocal agreement, and if you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer those at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Fagg. Could we hear from Ms. Bechtel? Would you announce yourself again and your affiliation with whom you work, and then any comments you'd like to make, please?
Sure. Jody Bechtel. I'm a senior environmental specialist with the Desert Conservation Program at Clark County. And again, just here to answer any questions. This interlocal basically just formalizes the administration and makes sure it's clear how the permittees interact with the county as the administrator of the Multiple Species Habitat Conservation Plan and incidental take permit.
Thank you. And Mayor Pro Tem, question, and we'll go down to you next. Please
just
go ahead.
one question. The other jurisdictions on this interlocal agreement, who else has approved this?
Clark County has approved it, City of Henderson has approved it, and then the others are also scheduled to hear it here in the near future.
Okay.
Thank you. And Councilman Pierce?
Thanks, Your Honor. I was just kind of curious if you had any inside information on when Mojave Max is going to wake up.
That's a confidential. I can't share it.
Well done. Okay, I would entertain a motion.
Move for approval.
Thank you. Is a motion, please vote, and please post. Now, we don't include feral cats in that because that's Councilman Barlow's expertise.
Interesting you mentioned that, Mayor. I have, I don't know what it is about my porch, but every fall I have new babies born, new baby kittens born underneath my porch. And so it's time for me to put the trap back out. So I'm pretty sure I'll be calling detention and enforcement within the next day or so.
See, this keeps you on your toes. Thank you very much. Did we post? And I missed it with my conversation. Thank you. Motion carries. We'll go on to agenda item 44. Possible action regarding appeal of a work card denial for Kenneth Sparks, DB at Rachel's Kitchen, Ogden, 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, that's Suite 160, in Councilman Coffin's Ward 6. And is the appellant here? And if you'll come please forward, but we'll start with Ms. Duddleston, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, for the record, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. Before you today is Mr. Sparks. He is applying to be a server and delivery at Rachel's Kitchen. You'll also find that the owner
We're back on, but I've lost my counsel for a few moments, so we'll give them a couple of minutes. Hi, same, everything same? Agitated? Okay, and how about the, calling all council persons back to the dais. Okay, so let's, now that we're back up, We'll start this one more time, and I'm going to read it again just so we have the continuity, if it's all right with you. Discussion for possible action regarding appeal of a work card denial for Kenneth Sparks, DB at Rachel's Kitchen, Ogden, 150 North Las Vegas Boulevard, Suite 160, Councilman Coffin's ward. And we see that Mr. Sparks is here. And again, Ms. Duddleston, if you would just repeat that.
Thank you, Your
Please.
Honor. For the record, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. We would recommend a site-specific work card with a one-year administrative review, and the applicant has agreed.
Thank you. And sir, do you want to make some comment?
No.
Okay. Well, it was a very glowing recommendation, and we
Thank you.
appreciate that. And I think this is a grand opportunity. And so, okay.
I'll make a motion to
okay.
follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. You can vote. Yes, or ready to vote. We have it. Okay. It's posted. I would like to do another vote because it's in Councilman Coffin's ward, and I'd love to see it. We already moved and voted, so. Make a motion. But Councilman Coffin, you make the motion again?
Yeah, I thought maybe you had already called for the motion.
We did.
All right.
They're doing it again.
The motion will be to grant Mr. Spark, and the record should be changed on the agenda. It's incorrectly spelled with an S on the end of it. It is Mr. Spark. So we're going to, this ward, Councilman, will recommend a one-year site-specific license, and you've had that explained to you by me shortly, so I think you know all the details. Good luck to you, and congratulations to you. You're working for a wonderful team of people.
Thank you.
And delicious food at Rachel's Kitchen. So there is a motion. Hopefully you voted. And Councilman Bierce, you're not registering. There you are. And please post. And thank you. And that motion carries. Good luck to you. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas to you.
Good luck. Thank you. Agenda item 45, boards and commissions for possible action. Conservation District of Southern Nevada, CDSN Board. Chris McGee, term expires 12/31/13. The CDSN is recommending Mr. McGee be reappointed, and that will be my motion to reappoint, and please vote. And please post. That motion carries. Thank you very much. On to agenda, and congratulations, Mr. McGee, and thank you for your service. Agenda item 46, possible action, Parks Recreation Advisory Commission. David Lopez, his term expires January 6th of 2014. The recommendation is to reappoint Mr. Lopez or appoint a new member to fill this seat. Councilman Coffin, I understand you have a recommendation.
I do, Your Honor. Thank you very much for the honor of recommending Mr. Lopez for another term. David Lopez is sort of everybody's Parks Commissioner. He sort of shows up everywhere in this city, not just Ward 3, but he's taken it to heart. He really believes his oath, and he's of service to all of Las Vegas.
Great.
And David is still a student at UNL. He'll get soon to graduate successfully, and yet it seems like his career in city service has gone back years already. So I heartily endorse his nomination for this position.
And therefore, I make the motion. Endorsing is the same as making the motion.
And I move.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Congratulations, Mr. Lopez, and thank you for your service and continuing service. Go on to agenda item 47 for possible action, Civil Service Board of Trustees. Andreas Spurlock, term expires August 17th of 2015. He has resigned. Does anyone have a recommendation to fill this seat?
Mayor?
Yes, please, Councilman Barlow.
We actually had a great applicant that unfortunately we found out that his home sits on a small county island. It's right in the middle of Ward 5. And we had
Annex
that
away is
conversation
right.
yesterday as it relates to annexation. And it's interesting because the home next door to him is in the city. So I will be bringing back another, I do have another name, but I will be bringing that back at the next city council
Unless they
meeting.
want to switch houses.
Unless they want to switch houses? Well, I'm not going to go down that road.
Okay. Okay.
The media is listening.
When is our
But
next date?
When is the next city council meeting? January 8th?
January 8th, 2014.
Okay, I'll have someone for the January 8th, but that was just brought to me. Beverly, thank you for your due diligence. But sitting right on the edge of Ward 5, but in the county island. So
that discussion needs to continue to happen about our county islands.
Ms. Fredwell, you're on notice.
Would you like me to prepare a letter to him saying this is all he has to sign to come in?
Right. All of the little pink areas on the map that you showed me yesterday, let's see if we can
Bring 'em in.
change that color to blue.
Great.
So my motion at this time will be to obey to the January 8th meeting.
Thank you.
And I'll be able to bring back a new applicant
Thank
for the
you.
position. Thank you.
Okay, motion to obey, please vote, and please post.
His house is here. Mario's home is here. The next door neighbor is in the city.
That motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item 48, recommending committee, bill eligible for adoption at this meeting, bill number 2013-60. I'd like to have the bill read, please, Mr. Steed.
Thank you. Bill number 2013-60, an ordinance to adopt an updated Parks and Recreation element of the Las Vegas 2020 Master Plan and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. My motion's to adopt that recommendation, please. Please vote, and please post.
Your Honor?
Yes, Councilman.
We didn't have discussion on that, and yet it's been adopted. It is now an ordinance as soon as it's published. I mean, it's all up to date. I want to say that this contains some really progressive measures inside here, and the council should be aware of this. I think in private conversations you've heard about it, but one of the key components of the new elements is that we will be enabled to do many more small parks, parklets, pocket parks, things that are most appropriate in a part of town, particularly an older part, such as the central parts of wards 1, 3, and 5, and especially in Ward 3, where there is no available resource, no land, no bare land for big parks. And so we're going to be working on that in our office, and I know in conjunction with Wards 1 and 3 especially, would hope to be starting to break some ground on little places for people to relax, and low cost, low maintenance kind of parks, places for leisure, and not heavily expensive kind of places that require constant supervision. So thank you again to staff for proposing this, our Parks and Recreation Services. Thank you very much. And thank you, council.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, agenda items number 49 through 50, bills 2013-61 through 2013-64 will be heard at the recommending committee Tuesday, January 7th, 2014 at 9 a.m. 9, yes? Would you kindly read the new bill, Mr. Attorney?
Yes, thank you. Bill number 2013-61, an ordinance to amend LVMC 6.50.285 to clarify that the owner of an establishment adjacent to a pedestrian mall that is licensed to conduct non-restricted gaming and is authorized to sell alcoholic beverages pursuant to a tavern license may operate one or more bars upon such adjacent pedestrian mall and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2013-62, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2013-63, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. And Bill number 2013-64, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. These new bills, 2013-61 through 2013-64, are assigned to council members Anthony Barlow and Coffin. And thank you. This morning's session, the city council meeting is recessed until 1 p.m. Christmas shopping, you could be doing. Okay, everyone, we're back in order. And I have to tell you, I was at the county commission yesterday morning, and they were 15 minutes late. And I said, down at city council, we operate on time. They did laugh, but I meant it. We're on time. It's 1 o'clock. So we're starting off with agenda item 53. We're 4. Yes, we're good. For possible action, any item from the afternoon session the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. Items 81 and 82, variance 51354 and SUP 51355, applicant owner Macon Jackson at 709 Sunny Place. The applicant has asked that those two items be obeyed till January 22nd, 2014, and that's my motion.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. And please vote, and then please post.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Could you please mark me in favor of that motion?
Thank you. Would you please do that, Ms. Clark? Thank you. And Councilman Ross has been excused from the afternoon session. Thank you. And so that motion carries. And we're...
Would you repeat that motion just so I can...
Okay, absolutely. It was just to reread for Councilwoman Tarkanian. Agenda item 53 for possible action, any items from the afternoon session that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. And that there was only the 280, was 81 and 82? 81 and 82, which to January 22nd.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, on to public hearing. Excuse me. Agenda item 84 for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 3113 Alcoa Avenue for fees in the amount of $2,752.50 general fund, and assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $22,252.50. Property owner, trustee, Clark County Treasurer Keith L. and Marvis F. Fulton. This is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's Ward 1. We are to read the item. Who is to read the item? Okay. That was enough of the reading? Okay. This is a public hearing which I declare open. And Ms. Osuna, how are you?
Very good.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 3113 Alcoa Avenue, zip code 89102, located at Sahara and Valley View. Code enforcement case was opened on July 11, 2013, and code enforcement issued a notice and order to the property owner on July 16, 2013. On October 14, 2013, the abatement was completed by contractor consisting of securing by boarding all open doors and windows, removal of all refuse and waste, dead vegetation from all the areas of the property. Property is valued on Zillow.com at $90,000. Staff recommends the council approve the expense report and assess the outstanding out-of-pocket costs of $2,752.50 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $22,252.50 as a lien against the property.
So the trustee is Clark County Treasurer?
Yes.
So what are they doing about it?
They can't do anything about it. It's just in trust with them because taxes are behind, and eventually it'll go up for auction. We did try to locate the property owners, the Fultons, and I'm not sure if one is deceased or if they're both deceased, but there is a deceased person. We were in contact with the public administrator's office. They gave us some addresses to locate additional possible errors. We sent notices, and we had no response.
Whose debt do they satisfy first, ours or the county's, when it sells, if that's what happens? Who gets funded first?
They only auction it for enough to cover the liens that need to be satisfied. So if it's taxes and our abatement and civil penalties, they'll auction it for at least that amount.
And will our lien take precedent over their taxes or their taxes?
It all gets paid.
Oh, it does?
Yes.
Interesting. Question from Councilman Beers?
So there's nothing like, there's no add-on to late taxes similar to we have here. I guess where I'm going is, are they going to be standing in line wanting $5,000 when it sells, and then we're next for 20, or how long and how populous is the line?
Let's turn over to council.
Mayor and council, Dan Still for the record. In all honesty, what happens is the county takes their money first. We've had this discussion with them a number of times. They take their money first as the priority lien, and then ours is in the priority stack. Usually ours is next to be paid, depending on how many other priority liens there are against the property. Most of the time, the other liens are junior to ours, so we get paid second.
Not based on any percentage that they'll take their 50% of theirs and we get 50% of ours and so on?
No, I believe it's actually by statute that how that works when they sell the property at the tax sale.
And even though the property is in the city?
That's correct. We under the statute, they do that for us. They collect the lien amounts for us. We pay them a 4% fee when we ship them over each year in advance, unfortunately, but that's the agreement. And then when they collect the money, we get reimbursed.
So how does one go about changing that, Councilman Beers, in the legislature?
I think one gets elected to the legislature. But I'd also remind us, Your Honor, that the property tax bill that's in front of us is going to be substantially and ultimately dispersed to the city as well.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing, so I will declare it open if anybody wishes to make comment or representatives of the family are here. Okay, open hearing.
My name's Anthony Hardis. Years ago in the United States, when property used to get kind of tied up, it was called heir property. You know, as long as there's two members of the family, anybody living, a great-grandson or who's born late or whatever. You don't hear that much anymore about heir property. You know, they pass down through, as long as there's one member of the family still living, they can kind of hang on to it, and they will be protected on the backside by the federal government. But let's don't even go there. But you don't hear about that word anymore, you know, heir property, right? So most properties are owned by somebody, and then when they decease, there's no living heirs to pick it up thereafter. Then it goes into the county and so on and so forth, treasurer, and then eventually you get your money. That's all I'm saying. But so things have changed quite a bit over the years. But there's no such thing as heir property anymore. Have you ever heard the word? See, she even knew it. And I'm only 3 weeks old myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? I'll close the public hearing. And Councilwoman.
I move that the full amount of $1,637 for hard costs and $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $21,137 be assessed.
Maybe I heard incorrectly, but the fees and the amount, the assessed fees are $2,750, $250, not $1,900.
Correct.
So maybe the
She's on the
program
wrong
read
item.
it incorrectly. This
Or
is a
else-
54? Are you on
Or else
54?
my eye is jumping incorrectly.
Okay,
That's-
54. We're on 54,
Oh,
not 55.
Sorry.
Okay.
This has been happening to me lately. Okay. The venue for fees in the amount of $2,752.50 for the hard costs, $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $22,252.50.
Thank you.
And that's my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Yes.
Will you please mark me as voting in favor?
And Councilman Anthony has just punched his in. And please post. Motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 55. Public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located 4206 Fulton Place for fees in the amount of $1,637. General fund assess a maximum of $19,500. Daily civil penalties for a total of $21,137. Property owner Kingston Investments LLC, again, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. This is a public hearing which I declare open. And Ms. Bouse, you have the floor. Ms. Ozuna, do it all the time.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 4206 Fulton Place, zip code 89107, located at Decatur and Charleston. A code enforcement case was opened on July 25, 2013, and code enforcement issued a notice and order to the property owner on July 31, 2013. On October 30, 2013, the abatement was completed by contractor consisting of securing by boarding all open doors and windows, removal of all refuse, waste, dead vegetation from all areas, and graffiti was removed from the house and the shed in the rear yard. I would like to note that this property was sold while the property was being abated and a new owner took over the property. They have been advised to be here today. The property is valued on Zillow.com at $123,000. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the outstanding out-of-pocket cost of $1,637 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $21,137 as a lien against the property.
Is the owner here a representative on this property? Please come forward and state your name for the record, and then we'll have the public hearing.
My name is Cynthia Torres, and I'm representing Kingston.
Thank you very much. Do you want to make any comments about the property?
Yes, they have asked since the property was purchased while the abatement was going on, if they can have a reduction or a dismissal of the penalties. They more than likely will pay the amount of the, the cleaning up of the 1637.
Are they intending to improve it?
Yes.
Sell it, occupy it, rent it?
As we speak, they are cleaning up the property and they're rehabbing the property so that we can convert it into a rental property. We are the property.
And to resell it or to have it
rental.
Rented?
Yes, as a rental.
Okay, this is a public hearing. It's open. Anybody wishing to make comment on this property or this item? Okay, hearing none, I'll close it. And Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Do you represent Kingston Investments?
Yes, we are their property management.
And they knew that this property was in disarray?
Not this severely, no.
When did they know? They did not know.
They did not know. We did not find out about the change in ownership until after the abatement was completed, and we were preparing the item for to be placed on the agenda. We have had another complaint, and the officer has spoken with them, and they took care of everything right away. So, I believe that they're going to follow through and keeping the property up.
What would be the recommendation for your office as far as the daily civil penalties then?
You could lower them down to 10% if you wanted to.
That's what I will do. I will then take the full amount of $1,637, which were the hard costs, and 10% of the $19,500, which would end up $1,950. And that would be my motion.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. There's a motion. Please vote.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
That's all right. And that motion carries. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, would you please have the clerk record me as voting aye on that?
Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 56, public hearing. Possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement nuisance located at 112 West Chicago for fees in the amount of $1,720. General fund assess a maximum of $19,500 and daily civil penalties for a total of $21,220. Property owner is Gold Ocean LLC. This is in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Mrs. Zuna?
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 112 West Chicago, zip code 89101, located at Main and Oakey.
Excuse me, what was it, Oakey and what?
Main Street.
Okay, thank you.
A code enforcement case was opened on July 23rd, 2013, and code enforcement issued a notice to the property owner on July 24th, 2013. On October 16th, 2013, the contractor completed an abatement consisting of securing by boarding all open doors and windows, removal of all refuse waste, dead vegetation from all areas, and graffiti was removed from the structures. The property is valued on Zillow.com at $181,335. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the outstanding out-of-pocket cost of $1,720 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $21,220 as a lien against the property.
And do we have a representative from Gold Ocean here? What happened when we tried to find them?
Actually, this is the second abatement that we have had to perform on this property, and we have not been able to locate them. We've researched, and they're not responding.
Councilman, were these apartments, they look like there were many entrances to it.
Not sure, Your Honor. The most important thing is that this is only the first stage. This is, there's another stage to follow. I'm going to move to levy, and then on this one and the next two after it, I'm going to move to levy the maximum fines and penalties and recapture. Then they can come back and beg for, a waiver. But let's help you move your agenda faster.
Okay.
I'm trying to do that because a lot of people just aren't going to show up this time.
Okay.
So that's what I'm going to do.
I would respect that. I'd like to open this to public comment if they wish to make any. And seeing none, I'll close public comment. Do you know the size, approximate size, at a quarter of an acre? Do you know anything about the property size?
I do not know the size of the property. It is an it's zoned R4 and it's a duplex.
Oh, it is a duplex. Okay, thank you. Do you want to put that in the form of a motion?
I'm going to make a motion, Your Honor. And then, just to make sure it's on the record, this would apply for 56, 7, and 8. It is that we, again, as people not familiar with the process, we have a list of contractors, short list, 5, 6, or 7 people who bid for this position, and they have prices which are competitive. They do a good job, and of course, sometimes it costs more, sometimes less, depending on the mess. But the point is that these are reasonable fees based upon what it would cost to go get something fixed up. The administrative fees to the uneducated eye might be those seem large, but that's the price of not responding to letters and visits from people trying to find them. So therefore, on item 56, I move for to recover the full cost of abatement of $1,720 and the maximum $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $21,240.
Thank you. Which, there's a motion, please vote, and then please post. Thank you. The motion carries. And while we know what Councilman Coffin is doing on this next one, let me please read it, and then you can give us a Zillow on it and take the public comment. Public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 710 Griffith Avenue for fees in the amount of $2,319.75 general fund, and assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $21,819.75. Property owner Maria Ortigasa, and this is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. And please proceed.
The item before you today.
And again, say your name, please. I'm sorry, I didn't.
That's okay. Vicki Ozuna, Code Enforcement Supervisor. The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 710 Griffith Avenue, zip code 89104, located at 7th and Oakey. A code enforcement case was opened on April 30th, 2013, and code enforcement issued the notice and order to the property owner on July 9th, 2013. On October 14th, 2013, the abatement was completed by contractor consisting of removal of all refuse waste, high grass and weeds from all areas, dead vegetation was removed, and trees hanging into the right-of-ways were trimmed. Herbicide was applied to all the yard areas. The property is valued on Zillow.com at $136,000. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the outstanding out-of-pocket cost of $2,319.75 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $21,819.75 as a lien against the property.
Thank you very much. Is any representative from Maria Ortigaza here? This is a public hearing. Any comments from the public?
You said you tried to notify the lady? The
Correct.
property owner?
That is
And
correct.
you got no response?
No response.
But it is still under their name as owner?
Yes.
Nice little house.
Well, the only thing I can say
Great
is
neighborhood.
file that lien or whatever it takes to try to go after the money. And where this look, that you'll get your money, but it'll be down the road. So do the best you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing none, I'll close the public comment. Councilman Coffin,
Thank you,
I know
Your
what your
Honor.
feeling is, but go for
Again,
it.
and as all of these other things, after this is levied, it'll be recorded, and then somebody's bell will have been rung, and they will come forth and request a waiver, and then we will deal with it in our usual judicious manner. I therefore now move on item 57 to levy the fees, hard costs of $2,319.75, and the maximum daily civils of $19,500 for a total of $21,819.75.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post. Thank you. That motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 58. Public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement nuisance located at 1209 Norman Avenue for fees in the amount of $2,094.50 general fund and assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $21,594.50. Property owner trustee Clark County Treasurer, care of Jack D. and Kathy E. Lano. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. And this is a public hearing, but would love to hear from the department.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 1209 Norman Avenue, zip code 89104, located at Maryland Parkway in Franklin. A code enforcement case was opened on May 15, 2013, and code enforcement issued the notice and order to the property owner on June 18, 2013. On November 5, 2013, the abatement was completed by contractor, consisting of securing by boarding all open doors and windows, removal of all refuse waste and high grass and weeds, and dead vegetation from all areas. The property is valued on Zillow.com at $62,000. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the outstanding out-of-pocket cost of $2,094.50 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $21,594.50 as a lien against the property.
And again, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to make comment on 1209 Norman, please come forward, state your name.
Your name Hodges and the Clark County Treasury, it's in their possession now, so that means they get their money and you'll get your money, right? Thank you.
That's what we hope. Okay, anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing none, I'll close the public comment and turn this over to Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. This property's been a blight on the Huntridge neighborhood, and it's right around the corner from the Neighborhood Association President's house, right across the street from an elderly gentleman also who, has just been fed up on this. We've filed a lot of complaints over the years before we finally got this case opened in May. So here we are 7 months later, and we're at the point where we can start levying some fines. That's how long it takes, and this is the fast track to get these things to this point. So somebody will end up, it looks better now, but to keep it better, we need to get it in a property owner's hands who will respect the property and their neighbors. I move for approval of item 58 in the full amount of hard costs, $2,094.50, daily maximum civil of $19,500 for a total of $21,594.50.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. We're into another ward. This is agenda item 59. Public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 6336 Hartman Street for fees in the amount of $1,845.50 general fund, and assess a maximum of $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $21,345.50. Property owner, again, is trustee Clark County Treasurer, care of Jesse and Francine L. McCurdy. And this is in Ward 4 with Councilman Anthony. This is a public hearing which I declare open, and Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 6636 Hartman Street, zip code 89108, located at Rainbow and Craig. A code enforcement case was opened on August 7, 2013, and code enforcement issued a notice and order to the property owner on August 8, 2013. On November 5, 2013, the abatement was completed by contractor, consisting of securing by boarding all open doors and windows, removal of all refuse waste and high grass and weeds, and dead vegetation from all areas of the property. The property is valued on Zillow.com at $108,000. Staff recommends the council approve the expense report and assess the outstanding out-of-pocket cost of $1,845.50 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $21,345.50.
And so this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to make comment on this house, please come forward. Or this agenda item.
This is the same as the one that's
Your name, please, sir.
My name is Hodges. This is another one with the treasurer. So anything with the treasurer tied to it, eventually you will get your money.
Thank you. Anyone else, please come forward and state your name.
Thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. Is this a modular house?
Yes.
How in the world can they value that at $108,000? There's no way in the world.
Zillow has always been very interesting. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Close the public hearing. Councilman Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a motion to assess the maximum amount, $21,345.50.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Is Zillow the only assessing body that we can use? Is there anything that fluctuates with the economy that's more accurate? Or with the type of building it is?
It's the only one we're aware of. We can always maybe research some others and see.
Yeah, I think it would just be a good idea, because I've heard from different individuals whose, homes have been assessed by Zillow, and they are so far off the market. And I know we asked for a study with local realtors who said they don't use it. They have their own way, but that wasn't the correct way either, I understand. So if we could explore and see if there's anything else. Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to agenda item 60. And hearing for possible action regarding a review of compliance with the City Council's action concerning a nuisance notice and order, and to consider a preliminary report of expenses to recover daily civil penalties up to $163,500, and to authorize recording a lien against property located at 2301 Palomino Lane. Property owner Leslie Mark and Sarah S. Stovall. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Is the property owner or representative present?
My name is Leslie Stovall. I'm the property owner. Good morning.
Thank you.
Or good afternoon, I should say.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. For the record, Mike Baus, Code Enforcement Manager.
May I interrupt just briefly? We have the site development plan, which was recommended by the Planning Commission. It's set for item 80. And I believe that many of the issues are addressed through the site development plan. And I'd ask that this item be moved to be heard at the same time as number 80. Would the council
Do you have a
consider
problem
that,
with
please?
that?
Councilwoman, sorry, Mayor Goodman.
It's all right. I look
Item
like
80
us
is a planning item, a land use item that deals with site development review. Mr. Stovall is right. Perhaps some of the issues may be addressed in that site development review. However, the purpose of this hearing deals primarily with issues involving lack of permits, lack of inspections, and occupancy of the building in violation of the building code, which I believe to be a separate matter.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman, I would ask your input here as well. What is your choice?
I believe it's a separate matter also. One deals with compliance with rules and regulation, and the other deals with site development, land use.
So you would like to hear it now?
I would like to hear this one now.
Okay, thank you.
The only other matter that I have for the record, and I apologize for interrupting, I am concerned about the inadequacy of notice, and I'm just making a record so that we're not construed as having waived issues for purpose of this hearing. So I'm concerned about lack of notice. Pardon? Well, I apologize. I was asking the mayor if I could make a record with regards to procedural concerns that I have.
I know. What I had done was gone ahead and allowed you, or given you
Thank
the
you.
permission to go ahead and state your comments, and then we were going to go back to Mr. Baus to hear it. I appreciate the councilman's comments.
Very briefly.
At this point, I think it is wise that we go back and hear the full report first, if that's all right, Mr. Baus, and then we'll come back to you, and then Councilwoman will respond.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, members of the City Council, this is a show cause hearing on why the owners of 2301 Palomino Lane have failed to comply with conditions imposed by the City Council at an appeal hearing on May 16, 2012, and why daily civil penalties in the amount of $163,500 should not be assessed. In terms of the location of the property is located at Palomino Lane and Rancho Drive, and it's the former location of the Better Business Bureau, Las Vegas Better Business Bureau.
Okay.
In a way of background information, in response to a complaint, code enforcement conducted an investigation of work in progress without required permits and violations of a site development review that was previously granted to the Better Business Bureau.
Excuse me, was that the property on the corner there where Councilwoman had said that, in fact, they would close the drive going into it and lock the gate, which had been sliding?
Yes, Mayor.
And the only entrance off of Rancho is at that same property?
Yes, Mayor. And
that was in 2012?
Yes, ma'am. And
Okay,
I would
sorry.
and I would address those.
Okay, please go
those issues
forward.
when I get there. So the code enforcement issued a notice and order on January 18th that work was being done in violation of municipal code requirements for plan check permits and inspections, and in violation of the site development review. The owner representative, Justin Stovall, filed several appeals with the city. Some were heard at the administrative level, and ultimately the City Council conducted an appeal hearing on May 16, 2012. At that appeal hearing, the council reviewed, if you recall the binder, a rather lengthy record of correspondence between myself and the property owner's representative, as well as numerous photographs of work in progress. At the conclusion of the public hearing, after receiving all testimony, the City Council ruled that they denied the appeal, and council imposed 9 conditions on the property owner at that hearing. I'm going to review those conditions with you. I can state that the property owner is in compliance with some of the conditions, is not in compliance with other conditions. So I'll just go through and tell you where we are in terms of those conditions. These are not in numerical order. I'm going to start with the ones where the property owner is in compliance, and now I'll move to where there has not been non-compliance. The first condition that the council imposed at the May 16th appeal hearing, 2012, was that the gate at the driveway entry from Palomino Lane at the north side of the property shall be immediately locked with a commercial-grade padlock. That occurred. That the condition number 3 was that the driveway apron at the driveway entry from Palomino Lane at the north side of the property shall be removed and a sidewalk installed within 90 days. That work has occurred. Condition number 4, a curb and gutter shall be installed at the driveway entry from Palomino Lane at the north side of the property within 6 months. Curb and gutter, and that work has been completed. And condition number 9 was that the use of the driveway for parking at the front of the property, fronting on Rancho Drive, or removal of that portion of the driveway will require review and approval by the planning department. During subsequent inspections, we've determined that the front has not been used for parking, and that condition is in compliance. Now we get to the conditions that have not been met, and hence the need for today's show cause hearing. Condition number 2, established by the council's appeal hearing, was the gate at the driveway entry from Palomino Lane at the north side of the property shall be welded shut and made into a permanent fence. The gate has been padlocked, it's been kept in a closed position, but has not been welded shut. Condition number 5, established by the council, was that plans for all unpermitted construction work shall be submitted to the Building and Safety Department within 30 days. Now I'm going to take you through a series of events relative to this condition. On July 18th, 2012, 30 days after the established deadline, a contractor representing Mr. Stovall brought plans to our development center. Mr. Stovall's contractor was advised that the plans were incomplete and the plans showed changes that required site development review. The contractor was advised to contact the planning department and schedule a pre-application conference in preparation for the site development review. That was in July. In October, plans were resubmitted for review. The building department determined that the plans were incomplete and that site development review was still required and it had not occurred. On October 17th, an email was sent to Mr. Stovall advising that site development review was required and the application for the conference needed to be filed. On November 13th, we followed up with an email advising of the same thing. That was in November 13th. In June 27th, 2013, so we just jumped from November, now we're in June of 2013, 7 months later, an application for the site development review was submitted. Unfortunately, the site development review had to be held in abeyance by the Planning Commission at its August 13th, September 10th, and October 8th meeting, 3 times, because the property owner had not held the required neighborhood meeting. The neighborhood meeting was subsequently held on October 28th. The SDR was approved by the Planning Commission, and that is agenda item 80 on today's agenda. However, because of the delay of over 200 days from the time the building permit application was submitted till the site development review application was submitted, the original building permit application has expired, and there's been no resubmittal. Condition number 6, established by the City Council's appeal hearing, was that required permits for all work shall be obtained within 60 days of May 16th. Today, 17 months after that condition established by the City Council, they do not have the required permits for the work that the Council determined at the appeal hearing required a permit. The Council further conditioned that no work shall resume at the site until all required permits have been obtained. That was your condition number 7. We have evidence that work has in fact continued at the site after the appeal hearing in violation of this condition, and I'd like to attempt to show you some pictures of the property. This is a condition of the property at the time of the appeal hearing. This is part of the photographic evidence that you saw, and as you can see, it appears that a patio, front portion of the patio has been enclosed. If you look through the window, you can see what appears to be additional construction. You can see that there's been some new roofing added. At your appeal hearing, you saw close-up pictures of this that showed where new structural members have been added. You also saw pictures of electrical work that was in progress in the interior of the building. This is how the property looks today. So that work has been completed. No permits have been obtained. No plans have been approved. And we haven't had an opportunity to inspect the work to see if it's code compliant. The council...
Excuse me,
Yes, ma'am.
you have or have not had the opportunity to inspect to see if
We have not,
Okay.
Madam Mayor. The work has continued Exterior wall covering is put on. Interior drywall has been put in place, so we have no opportunity to see the framing. We have no opportunity to see any of the wiring.
Thank you.
Condition number 8 established by the City Council was that no occupancy of the building shall occur until final inspection approval of all work has been obtained. The real trigger for today's hearing was that on October 29th, our code enforcement officer determined that, in fact, the building is now occupied. It's open for business as a law office. The picture you see here is a picture looking at the interior of the building. You can see the construction ladder. You can see through that window that there's some recent drywall. This is a photograph that was recently taken of that same area, and you can see now the space is clearly being occupied. There's a desk there and an apparent reception or clerical staff member manning that workstation. In addition, we know that there's signs on the door now directing potential clients to where the reception location is. Our main concern here is that work has occurred, both structural work and electrical work that we know of, that requires permits, that no permits were issued, and we have not had an opportunity to inspect. We don't know if the work is code compliant or not. Previously, if the building was unoccupied, we perceived that any threat to the occupants was not significant, and as long as there was some progress made towards complying with the council's condition, we attempted to work with the property owner. But once the property became occupied, now we have the public in there, and we don't know what, if any, hazards they may be subject to from work that doesn't meet code. That's why we're having this hearing today. At the appeal hearing, Mr. Stovall's representative agreed not to occupy the building till all the work was completed and approved by the city, and I'd just like to show you a brief video clip from that meeting.
And me and Mr. Bass had spoken about this. The building's not occupied. It hasn't been occupied since we've owned it. It won't be occupied while these violations are being alleged. And we've given you a timeline of about 60 days.
So at the appeal hearing, Mr. Stovall's representative did tell the city council that he wouldn't occupy the building until all the violations have been corrected, which has not occurred. As a result now that the building is being occupied in violation of the code for permits and inspection, the building official for the city, Chris Knight, is contemplating taking further enforcement action in an attempt to compel compliance. And tomorrow, Mr. Knight will be issuing a 10-day notice and order requiring or specifying that the certificate of occupancy for the building is being revoked effective 5:30 p.m. on December 30th, 2013. So he's pulling the certificate of occupancy because the building is being occupied in violation of the adopted codes. In conjunction with that action, the code provides that Mr. Knight may order the utilities serving the building disconnected, and Mr. Knight intends to issue an order ordering the utilities disconnected as well. And finally, the third part of that notice will provide that the building may not be occupied until all the required permits and inspections are subsequently obtained.
How was the occupancy permit given without that having occurred?
Mayor, when we give a certificate of occupancy, it's like the license for the building.
Correct.
And as long as there's not a change in the occupancy classification, the occupancy permit is still valid. The Better Business Bureau got an occupancy certificate for a business. When the Stovalls are in compliance with the building code, there's no change in occupancy. It's still a business, so that occupancy permit is still into effect. So they don't have a business license is a separate issue, but we only issue an occupancy permit for the building. We only reissue it under the building code unless there's a change. For example, if it went from a business to a restaurant, then we'd issue a new certificate of occupancy. But in this case, there was no change in the occupancy classification, so a new certificate wasn't in effect, wasn't required. The old one is in effect, and that's the one that Mr. Knight's going to revoke.
But before a certificate of occupancy is given, isn't there some type of coordination with the permitting to make sure everything's in compliance when there's been some type of remodeling or something?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely, absolutely. If there's a
Did that
change.
occur?
No, ma'am.
Couldn't have occurred.
No, ma'am. We have no plans, we have no permits, we have no
Right.
inspections, so we have no legal basis
Right.
to issue a certificate of occupancy or to allow the existing certificate of occupancy to remain in effect because the building's being
Correct.
occupied in violation of the code.
Correct. Thank you very much.
So that's the action that Mr. Knight is proposing to take. In conjunction with Mr. Knight's action, we're suggesting, in order to maybe provide additional economic incentive for the owner to voluntarily comply in an expeditious manner, that the City Council impose daily civil penalties in the amount of $163,500 and authorize code enforcement to file that a lien against the property. Should be noted that we calculated that from the time that the property owners received notice, written notice, that site development review was required until they actually filed the application for that review, and that was a period of 218 days. Because this property is commercial, the daily civil penalties are $750 a day. So 218 days times $750 a day is how we arrive at $163,500. I also might add that we could have taken a more aggressive approach and went back to the date when the City Council, the deadline that City Council gave Mr. Stovall to get the building permit until today, when he still doesn't have the required permit. If we were to assess the daily civil penalties over that period of time, that's a period of 520 days, and the daily civil penalties would have been $390,000. We're not attempting to generate revenue for the city through the assessment of these daily civil penalties. We're trying to provide a meaningful economic reason for Mr. Stovall to voluntarily comply with the previous notice and orders and the direction provided by the City Council. Mayor, that concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much. How say thee, Mr. Stovall, about responding to the facts that have been presented, and anything else you want to add before I ask Councilwoman to, or ask Council to make any inquiries they wish?
Well, again, I'd like to restate my concerns or state my concerns with regards to this proceeding. First of all, we did not receive an order to show cause. We received a letter saying that there was going to be a hearing, which we had understood would be the site development plan. We were rather surprised in reviewing the docket that this item was found. We further are concerned, or I am further concerned about potential conflicts. Mr. Arcanian has actively lobbied before the Planning Commission and at the neighborhood meetings against the project, notwithstanding the fact that most people in that community thought occupancy and development of the project was good.
Do you, excuse me for 1 second,
Yes,
and
ma'am.
I know Councilman wants to respond, but the, every fact that was presented to this council at this time, were there any that were inaccurate there? Of
Yes.
those facts?
Well,
That you
certainly.
were given a timeline of 60 days and you'd agreed to, all those particulars that Mr. Baus, were those in fact factual? Yes or no?
No.
And which ones were not factual, please?
Well, first of all, let me see if I can go through and summarize. We were not on notice that there was any outstanding requirements for the property when it was purchased. And in fact, I think this situation went off the rails when code enforcement came to my property with regards to the sidewalk. The requirement for the change of the sidewalk, and that would be elimination of the driveway
The dip,
onto
right. I remember it very
Alameda.
clearly, and all those, I remember the specifics very clearly of what Mr. Baus said and whoever was representing you.
Good.
That it was agreed to those conditions, to get rid of the dip, to bolt it immediately that day or the by tomorrow, and that it would in fact be soldered shut.
Yeah, well, that's
Fact.
true. But the problem was that condition, that's the sidewalk, was a matter that had been cited 10 years prior, and the city had done nothing about that while the Better Business Bureau was in that property. And it created a concern on my part whether or not the city had waived. And in discussions with the city, it was my impression that we simply take care of the sidewalk and we would go on with the development of the property. And that's how come we agreed. I was very concerned about agreeing and paying the money. It cost about $4,000 or $5,000 to change that concrete apron to a sidewalk. And I was very concerned about doing that because I felt that the city had waived any claims by their failure to enforce that requirement prior to my possession of the property. So I nevertheless went ahead and did that. That is, made the payment to and contracted to have the sidewalk improved because I was under the impression that that would resolve any concerns by code enforcement. Code enforcement then and I had a number of disagreements, and I think that's really what has precipitated the misunderstandings between that agency and my office that brings us here today. We apologize for these disagreements. I'm not trying to be a civil libertarian and ignore requirements for construction and things like that. But what has happened here is there's been a mischaracterization of what we've done in that building. There are no plans. The city has no plans for this building prior to my purchase. We went down to look, and we were told there are no plans. The city has, and building code enforcement has no way of determining what was existing before and what we did later. And in fact, we had to suffer code enforcement continually coming onto our property, peering over the walls of our neighbors, and going around and interviewing our neighbors to encourage complaints. And I asked code enforcement to please come over and notify me if they wanted to come on the property. And until they did, to please stay off the property without giving us notice. And that seemed to have deeply offended code enforcement. And they went and I think encouraged and created some of the problems that we see today that we were not able to work out.
Well, I think the biggest thing is how does one know if one has not gotten permits and inspections haven't been completed, but how can that building possibly be known to be safe for anybody because there were no permits pulled?
Permits were pulled, excuse me, Ms. Mayor. When you take a look at the picture with the rather dramatic picture of the roof, we did pull permits to re-roof that property. We also pulled permits to replace the air conditioning units because when we took possession of that property, all of the air conditioning, the copper and the electricity power supplies for, and we have 4 units on that building, had all been stripped out, and we pulled permits on that. We also pulled permits, of course, on the sidewalk. And since we became aware of code enforcement's concerns, not only did I hire a general contractor who made repeated efforts to obtain approval of plans, we also hired a pretty well-known, a good architectural firm. It's Gettner architectural firm, and they developed plans which
no, it's more about, I think, the inspections that needed to be done. If, in fact, the permits were pulled, which I am gathering occurred, based on what he has said, there were permits pulled, but there's never been inspections of any of the work done.
No, those
But
are all
were
inspected and cleared.
Could you please respond to that, please, sir?
Yes, Mayor, for clarifications, there's been no permits issued for any improvements in the interior of the building. And at your appeal hearing, you saw numerous photographs, and in the binder, I would guess there were 25 to 30 photographs that were showing new wood frame ceiling joists, new wood frame roofing joists, new electrical wiring, exposed electrical wiring dangling from the ceiling. permits have not been issued for any of that work, and you determine at the appeal hearing, based on the photographic evidence, that permits are required. In terms of the re-roofing, it's true that a re-roofing permit has been issued at that location. After your appeal hearing, after you denied the appeal, we determined that on the Rancho side of the property, they were re-roofing without a permit. We issued them a stop work notice. We made it come down and get the required permit. We made them pay the double fee penalty, and we approved that. The re-roofing was not occurring back here on this addition, and we would not have given a re-roofing permit on an addition that didn't have a permit for the addition.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn this over to Councilwoman. I think it's time. And then we'll have some comments. Councilman Barlow, I see. Go ahead, please.
Mayor, if you don't mind, prior to the councilwoman closing this up, I do have.
Well, I'm going to open and see if anybody else has any comments, too.
Okay, you want to go?
No, I'd like you to go ahead, please.
Okay.
Mayor, real quick, I think we need to let Mr. Stovall complete his presentation before we open it up for council. He needs to have an opportunity to present his case, and I think he's still got a few more things to say, to be fair.
Continue.
Then please continue. Our attorney's saying you can finish up your presentation before I have any input from council here.
I don't recognize the attorney. Is that Mr. Goodman? No? Oh, that looks like your son. I apologize.
I have three.
Yeah.
Well, how lucky. He's staying there. Ross.
Ross Goodman. Yeah, he does. I really thought.
He sort
That's
of
how bad
does
my
from here.
eyesight is. I apologize.
He's a very good-looking son, I will tell
Yes.
you. Of course, all my sons are very good-looking. So enough of that flattery. Gets you nowhere. Go on.
No, I wasn't trying to.
It's all right.
What is, but he is. Anyway, when, let's see, I guess I'm a little, thank you, counsel. One thing that I am concerned about is that there has been no finding nor any allegation by your code enforcement department that any condition on the property poses a risk to any visitor or individual working on the property. The condition of that property is good. We have occupied it. There's no denying that, and we don't. The Code Enforcement Department has, at most, identified painting that we've done and some drywall work that we've done. I'm not sure if the electrical work they're referring to relates to the air conditioning, because the air conditioning wiring had been stripped out. And the work that occurred prior to this council having its May meeting, actually, I believe most of that was prior to the first of the year. It would have occurred somewhere around, well, I don't recall, the fall of the year before, other than painting and maintenance. So the concern we have is that the response of code enforcement has been out of proportion to what has occurred on the property. And more importantly, we've not been able, because of what appears to be I don't know how the conflict started. I suspect it's me. I think at times in response to things I can be fairly abrupt and blunt, and I think that probably broke down some of our ability to communicate with code enforcement. But my response was to hire a contractor and to rely upon that contractor. When we found difficulties with getting plans approved and getting things moving along, I went and hired a national architectural firm and They were successful, although there were delays in the planning department process, which we felt were unnecessary, but nevertheless occurred, which brings us to today where we have a good set of plans. So I suppose my view is is a practical view. We have good development plans. We want to complete our development of the property. There's nothing in the building that precludes or should preclude the continued use of that building. I suppose the question before the City Council is, do we move on with the site development plan and allow for the property to continue to be developed or not? And if you choose not to, then I suppose we'll be left with moving out of the city and relocating our office somewhere else. I have 5 offices in Nevada. I've got 1 office in California. I employ about 50 people in my offices. I also have a real estate company and some other businesses. And I have to tell you that, and I live downtown. I live in McNeil. I know you live in the Scotch 80s. And I have been deeply concerned about what has occurred. But I think that for all of us, we should try to resolve the matter, and I'm willing to do that. I think that the assessments are disproportional to what has occurred, and we'd ask your consideration in that matter. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Okay. I would like to say I think the building's a magnificent one. I drive by it back and forth multiple times during the week. I think the sense of this council, having been through those meetings, was really that you were doing something great, taking over the building. There were certain conditions that the councilwoman put on it, which were agreed to in a timeline, and with the proper permit pulls and inspections to make it a fabulous facility for your firm. And what has happened is that you really have just not taken heed to those basic instructions which were given by the councilwoman and voted upon unanimously by all of us. We were delighted you were moving in. And so the problem becomes, and if in fact you have had those neighborhood meetings, which I wouldn't know if they've occurred yet, they have, that you did not, I'm a scofflaw, didn't abide by the permitting and inspections that were required at that council meeting in a time frame. So it's really, is there a possibility, and is it of the mind of this council, to find a way that it can move forward? And what's the guarantee, if in fact something were resolved, that you're going to comply this time when you didn't before? We certainly appreciate that building. It's a beautiful building. It's a hard building to have occupied by a business, because that originally, much like Pinto Lane, which has been closed off, was a residence. That's where it was, and it was other things as well. So the most important thing, and I would like to hear from council at this point, because of course this is sizable, but to me, in fact, of what I've heard, and trusting our staff implicitly with the facts, these are the facts, and while you're talking about things that occurred or maybe some ill feeling, what matters are the facts here, and if in fact there is a way to resolve it, that you can continue, and maybe there isn't. So I would like to really open it here, let council ask you questions, and then absolutely have Councilwoman respond. First of all, who would like to go first? Please.
Thank you. I basically heard 3 particular areas, and some of them I'm pretty confident in what my decision is. The others, I'll wait to see what the other council, but the first issue is basically you opened up a business in a building that is not in compliance. It's not in compliance with anything. So as far as and that's a public safety issue, not only for you, but for the employees in there and for the public that's going in there. So I think that business should have been shut down a month ago. There should be nobody in that building because somebody could get hurt. So that's number one. I'll let you respond to all three of them. The second one is, as far as I'm concerned, be glad to have you in that building opening up a business as long as you follow the rules. And if you work with everybody here and follow the rules, I'm sure you can open up a very fine business in that building, but so far that hasn't happened. So that's number two. And then number three is obviously the civil penalties. You're recommending $163,500 in civil penalties. I don't know if you should pay all of that or none of it. I'll kind of wait for Councilwoman Tarkanian to kind of weigh in on that. So those are the three things I think we're really looking at here. If you'd like them to respond to that, that's fine.
Yes, please. Please go ahead and respond.
Thank you. With regards to your first point, occupying a building, the building had a certificate of occupancy. The building had been occupied as a business. I think and I purchased it for that purpose, and quite frankly, we use it. I only have two lawyers, two, working out of that building with support staff of about 8 people. What triggered this situation was the code enforcement's view that maintenance on the property, which I viewed as maintenance, required permits. That happened to follow, I believe, in time the sidewalk issue. And it appeared to me that we went from a sidewalk to an escalation on these permits. Now, I have since learned that the removal of there was a patio cover in the back of that property that the Better Business Bureau had installed with, they had a hot tub out there and barbecue. And we had a lot of indigents living in and around the hot tub, around the barbecue, a storage shed that had been, somebody even put electrical in it. And it was unsafe, and we just took it down. There was a slider on the side of that building that was not secure, and we just framed it in. Those are the things that your code enforcement have pictures of and were concerned about. There was a disagreement. In my view, those were simple maintenance matters, and which started the events that lead us here today. Again, as I said, I now understand that those matters, that's the removal of the patio cover and the sealing of that slider, we should have pulled permits for. But when I was notified, I then went and retained the general contractor to help out. So, with regards to the safety issues, I don't think, that was your second point, I'm sorry?
Well, my only comment is that our building safety director has said, and Mr. Baus has said, that building is not in a position to be occupied today. And I'm going with the building safety director who says nobody should be in that building because it has not been permitted correctly. Well, so I don't think, unless he's lying, right. And I don't think he is, then I'm going to trust his judgment, and it sounds like he's going to issue a notice to make sure that building is not occupied tomorrow, but that should have been done as soon as we found out. I mean, obviously, there's a due process we have to go through, so that I'm going to support.
Well, what I was trying to point out to you is I don't think your building code enforcement people have ever made a determination that the building is unsafe. And that's a specific finding, I believe, as to a hazard existing within the building that renders it unsafe. What your building department has said is we have failed to comply in obtaining permits. They haven't even been very specific about what permits. And what we attempted to do, I'm sorry?
Nothing. I think you've answered his questions, and that's what he had said. I think the issue was that it wasn't that the building isn't safe, it's just nobody had a chance to inspect anything to see that it is safe. So let's go ahead. Councilman Beers, anything here?
No, ma'am, I'm listening with interest.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you. Les, it is Les, right?
That's right. Thank
Who
you.
represented you at the hearing a year and a half ago? Because I remember that, a young guy.
Well, I think it was my son, Justin Stowell.
What's his name?
Justin Stovall.
Okay, so that's a year and a half ago, and you remember, and you saw the promises Justin made at that time. I assume he informed you.
We discussed the council meeting, and quite frankly, I did not understand that there was an agreement of non-occupancy of the building. So that there was a misunderstanding about.
Well, you were wise to hire an attorney, even if he has a relation, to represent you before, but you know the old saw about coming representing yourself.
Well, you know, I probably should have come down myself. Again...
Well, I think your son represented you quite well, and he was quite clear, and the situation was clear in his mind.
Correct.
And as you are his client, you know,
No,
he obviously told you about the results.
I understand that I'm bound by counsel, his representations before the city council.
He represented you well. In other
I'm sure
words,
he did.
we didn't, I believe we let you go on with what you were doing over there. At that time, with the just really, really small adjustments to be made, which from that day forward were not made. You know, it's hard for me to believe that some of this hasn't sunk in somewhere along the line, and that you should have said, if you had a client who was in this same situation, you would have approached somebody and said, wait a minute, how do we stop this, somewhere in the last year and a half. What I worry about is your attitude about council members here attending meetings and listening to their constituents and hearing objections and maybe expressing an opinion, but that's their right and that's their duty as their representative. You accused Councilwoman Tarkanian right off the bat of a conflict of interest, and there's no greater insult to pay to a person.
I don't mean that as an insult.
You meant it, well, you said it, and it's an insult.
Well, it is a concern of mine when a city council person who is going to preside on a matter like this appears at different meetings and is advocating a particular position. It shows a predetermined nation on her part.
This is not a court, you know. We're just laymen like you. We put our pants on one leg at a time.
Well, you know, that's a hazard when you're a lawyer. I admit, I have an occupational fallacy or a fault, and that is I tend to argue and I tend to be particular about things. So I apologize, Councilman Kaufman. But it was not intended any more than if I stood before a court and told a judge that I thought there was a conflict that is a disqualifying event. I think I'm entitled to state that position, and I should have the right to do so.
Our oaths are different. You have one oath, and as an officer of the court, you know, you advise people, even though they might not like what the court has said, to obey, to appeal, to conform, and then appeal.
Right.
Why didn't you advise yourself to do the same thing?
You know, I should have come back to this council and asked for modifications of that decision, and I did not. And that's entirely my fault.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Bouse, the question that I have for you is, and the building department, when it comes to the safety of structures, how is it that we, in my opinion, not move forward to stop a situation that could possibly do unjust harm to the public? And to be more specific, when in fact you find buildings, not just this particular application before us, but all applications before us, when in fact there's a situation where there could possibly be a public safety hazard, we move forward to red tag a building to stop what we believe could be unjust harm or harmful to the public, and then bring those items before the council. Why didn't that take place if in fact the building department felt that this building was actually a hazard?
For the record, Michael Bouse, Code Enforcement Manager. In retrospect, perhaps the department should have been more aggressive in red tagging the building in ordering it vacated. I think our thinking was that for a period of months, the building was unoccupied. There was no signs that there were any imminent hazards, and Once we found that, we issued a notice and scheduled this appeal hearing. I will go back and discuss with Mr. Knight how we handle these kinds of situations in the future, and I acknowledge that perhaps we should have been more aggressive in ordering the building vacated.
Also, Mr. Stovall, is your name?
Yes, Councilman.
Mr. Stovall?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Stovall mentioned that there was a certificate of occupancy on the building. Is that accurate?
That is, Councilman. The way a certificate of occupancy works is once a building is built, it's given a certificate of occupancy. This building was built, and it got a certificate of occupancy for a business. That certificate remains in effect for the life of the building unless one or two things happen. The occupancy of the building changes, or the building official revokes that certificate under the code for code violations. So the certificate of occupancy for the building is in effect today. At your appeal hearing, Mr. Stovall's representative agreed not to occupy the building until it was brought into compliance with the code, and therefore, at that point in time.
All right, just for point of clarification and so that I may follow you accurately, you're referencing the deliberation before the council in 2011?
At the appeal hearing at May 16th, 2012.
Okay, at the appeal hearing, May 16,
Okay,
2012.
so the building has a certificate of occupancy.
Yes.
We could have revoked the certificate of occupancy at that time.
Okay.
Mr. Stovall's representative on tape indicated that they would not occupy the building until they received all required permits, inspection, approvals. So therefore, we said, okay, they're going to ultimately get the permits, get inspection approvals before they move in, so there's no need to revoke the certificate of occupancy. It wasn't until just recently we learned that.
You were doing that, just slow down, just for a second so that I may follow you, sir.
Okay.
So so being that the representative at that time, I believe your son, Mr. Stovall?
Yes.
The representative at that time in May 16, 2012 stated that they would not occupy the building, acquire the appropriate permits and licenses in order to prepare to occupy the building.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, I'm following you.
And at that point in time, the walls were exposed, nothing was covered, so we could still, if they had received the permits, we could have seen the wiring, we could have seen the framing that enclosed the patio and those types of things, so everything was exposed. So at that point in time, the work was done without permit, was exposed, nothing was concealed. Mr. Stovall assured the council that they wouldn't occupy the building, so we saw no need to revoke the certificate of occupancy.
Okay.
Fast forward now, October 29th of this year, the walls are covered. We haven't a chance to see the wiring behind the walls. We don't know if it's code compliant or not. We know some framing has been added. We don't know if it's code compliant or not. And to protect the public, and to your point, Councilman, and the workers, Mr. Knight has determined that we're going to revoke the certificate of occupancy until we're assured that that building complies with all applicable codes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Stovall?
Yes, sir.
Who actually did the work for you?
I don't know the general contractor's name. I'm sorry, I don't know his last name. He's the one that's pulled.
No, is there a company? What company did it?
The general contractor who pulled, it's the same person who pulled the permits, like for the roof and for the sidewalk, and, well, he's the same guy that pulled the permits for the roof.
So you don't know who did
I'm sorry,
work
I
on
don't
your
have
property?
I do, but I don't recall his name. Stephen,
Nor the company's name?
I think he just contracts under his name, as far as I know. And I'm sorry.
Is he a licensed contractor?
That's what I'm getting at. Is he?
He is a licensed contractor.
Is he a licensed contractor?
Yes, he's a licensed general contractor.
Okay, and you can show proof that a licensed contractor did all of the work that the city's building and safety department will need to verify?
Well, that work which he did is easily documented. I have already said that we removed patio cover, myself.
No, we're not, I'm not going down that street. I'm
So
asking.
the answer is-
For the work that the city of Las Vegas is concerned about, the licensed contractor that you hired supposedly will be able to verify what you're sharing before this council as it relates to the work that has been done on the property in question today?
Some of the work that was done on that property was not done by the general contractor. and
Okay,
that's-
so what work was done by the general contractor and what work was done by who?
Well, as I explained earlier, we removed the patio cover, we framed it.
Who was we?
Myself.
Okay.
Myself. I have some maintenance men, we just went
Okay.
out and did it. They work for me full-time.
So do you have it itemized as far as what the general contractor did and what you did, and so that we can separate the personal work you did on this property versus the professional licensed contractor
Sure.
work that has been done?
Yes,
And-
we can
And
do
you can
that.
show us that documentation?
Well, I don't know that we did, yes, we can.
Yes?
Yes. The only hesitation I have is when you talk about documentation.
Well, if you hired a general contractor to do work, in essence, you must have some itemized documentation paying the licensed contractor, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you have documentation to prove that a licensed contractor did
Some of the
specific
work.
work
Yes,
at this location,
yes,
and the other work was done, are you saying by you?
yes.
Okay, are you a contractor?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Okay. And if you don't mind, what work did you do, you and your team, if there was a team?
As I said, we replaced a sliding door. We removed a patio cover. We repaired the stucco where the sliding door was at. And we added some can lights in a hallway.
A what?
Can lights, lights on the
Lights?
ceiling.
Lights?
Yeah.
And the
We also.
and the roof was done by
The contractor.
contractor?
Okay. And I will tell you, we removed some ornamental brick on the wall that runs along Rancho Road. And the reason we did that is because we had a structural engineer come out and look at the property, because we were concerned
Okay.
about shears.
That's fine. I'm not too concerned about that. Mr. Baus, what are the specific areas from a contractor's, licensed contractor standpoint are you all concerned about, your department?
To the mayor, Councilman Barlow, we're concerned about the electrical wiring was done. We're concerned about the framing that was done, the replacement of the sliding glass door. We're concerned about whether the proper glazing was used because that's next to a walking surface and that has to be safety glazing. Council saw photographic evidence that some structural members were added over what appeared to be a patio cover. And then the point I think that you're trying to get at, perhaps, Councilman, is that because Mr. Stovall owns the building, he cannot do work that requires permit on his own. Under state contractors law, we cannot give him an owner-builder permit for a commercial building. He has to hire a licensed contractor. So the work that he did that's regulated by the building code, I can't give him a permit. He is in violation of contractor's license law, and so am I. He's going to have to find a general contractor who's willing to accept responsibility for that work, and he can get the required approvals from our department.
Thank you, Mr. Baus, because my next question was, would Mr. Stovall be allowed to do the work in his commercial building without a license?
Non-regulated work, he could. You would think taking the brick off the front of the building
Right.
and replacing it based on the structural engineer's recommendation would be okay, except that the code's very specific about what type of weatherproof membrane has to be behind that brick. It's
Right.
called a veneer, and there's specific requirements for the anchorage of that veneer, so in a seismic event, the veneer doesn't fall off the
That's
building and
fine.
hurt people.
A couple more questions, Mayor. Mr. Baus, what documentation did you provide Mr. Stovall in relation to the Building and Safety Department coming in to review the work that had been done? What transpired when that took place?
We provided a notice in order to the property owner telling them that that work was going on and that they needed to file an application for a building permit showing us plans that demonstrated the work that's being done. And based on what they were showing on the plans, and we could have made a determination what, if any of that work may have been exempt from a building code requirement. At this point in time, the only thing I have on record that indicates what work is being done is what Mr. Stovall has stated. We did issue a plant correction letter to his contractor, which I believe was Stephen Douglas Construction, stating that your plans are incomplete and we need this additional information. So once we get a complete set of plans, then we can make some determinations on what work was done, what work required permits, and certainly if work was exempt from permits, but, you know, we're not going to require a permit for non-exempt work.
Have you received correspondence in return from Mr. Stovall when you sent the notice of correction order?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Stovall, did you receive the letter?
Yes, we did, and in fact, we attempted to correct, and when we were unsuccessful.
Okay, so if you received the letter, did you correspond with the city of Las Vegas in return?
Yeah, Stephen Douglas went down and spoke to the city about their letters or their request for correction of plans, and when he was unsuccessful, I went and hired an architectural firm who came in and ultimately got the plans straightened out.
What was the time span between the time in which you received the letter from the city of Las Vegas and the time in which you corresponded, whether it were you or your representation back to the city of Las Vegas?
I think it was fairly prompt.
What is fairly prompt?
I don't have
30
that.
days? 15 days? 10 days?
I'd have to defer to the code
Mr. Baus?
enforcement, but I'm certain it was within weeks. I mean,
When was the letter sent to Mr. Stovall?
The letter was sent, the plan review correction letter advising that the plans were incomplete and
Yes, sir.
additional information was required was sent to Stephen Douglas Construction on November 13, 2012. On November 19, 2012, an email was also sent to Stephen Douglas Construction and Mr. Stovall. We did not see plans back in the department until June 27, 2013, 7 months later.
I really don't believe that's accurate. I think we were making efforts.
Is there something that you can show to prove any different, Mr. Stovall? Any documentation that you have, email, letters, any documentation that you can?
If I had the opportunity to review my documents and correspondence.
So at this point, you don't have anything to disapprove what Mr. Baus has just shared?
Other than my own recollection that when we were told that
So the
drawings-
answer is no.
I have nothing here today.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
One last comment that I would like to make is
Yes.
that your son did a beautiful job on your behalf on the building in front of us. And he was asked, did he in fact agree with all the conditions that were put forth by Councilwoman and reviewed by our city staff? And he said, yes, he did. So if he were representing you as your attorney, that's it.
Well, I understand. I'm bound by
So,
his
I mean,
representation.
to me, that's the baseline of all of this. He represented you, he agreed to the conditions that were set forth, and a deal was made. And so we're at a point right now where things happened. Perhaps there's some wiggle room somewhere, and you could find some documentation, but the reality was your son was representing you, agreed to all the conditions, and all of those conditions were not met. So we are where we are today, most simplistically because that. He was your attorney representing you, and he agreed to the conditions, and they were not met. That's it. So I have asked all council if there's anything else, and I'm going to turn it over to Councilwoman Tarkanian. Look at who's down here.
Okay. First of all, on this conflict of interest, let's clarify on that. You're saying that I spoke out at meetings?
I wasn't present. It was reported to me that you participated in neighborhood meetings, that you have a relationship with members on the planning board, one particular individual, that you were actively lobbying and advocating for in opposition to this, my project, or, you know, the improvement of the property.
Okay.
And in fact, it appeared to me that your participation may have delayed planning board approval, but.
My participation delayed planning board's approval?
Yep. That was
Okay,
my
first of all, let's go
What I
back
said,
up.
excuse me,
Let's go
Councilman.
back up on each
No,
one of those that
Excuse me,
you...
Councilman. What I said is, that was my impression. I'm
Your
expressing an
impression was
opinion.
that I might have delayed planning.
That's correct.
Let's go back up a tiny bit here. As far as my being at neighborhood meetings, yes, I am there. And I will tell you that I cannot think of any time that I spoke out against your original, which is number 80, I believe, today, which was to do the additions. How this all began was when I got calls from people within the community, residents, who asked, what is happening there? They're doing something, they're building, and they haven't pulled permits. I did not know they hadn't pulled permits. I then started the checking. So at one neighborhood meeting, we discussed different items. That was discussed. I don't think anybody could say that I negatively came out against what you were saying. I like to collect information from the residents. I believe in neighborhood meetings. I attend all the neighborhood meetings I can so I can make the decisions best for the residents. You know, this could go on and on, but let's just quickly say the meeting we had finally with the neighborhood, which I requested at the previous meeting of this council, I did not speak out against your motion or building or anything. I did speak out against not having permits and my great, great concern about public safety. I believe, I've been connected with some things or seen some things where inspections were not made appropriately and tragedy occurred. So I have a big, strong feeling about that. And at that neighborhood meeting, I did ask your son, now how can we trust you if you haven't done what you said you would do already and what you're telling us you are going to do? So I did bring up that. But the interesting point is, I did not know at that meeting, and that was the last time I spoke with Neighborhood on it, that this was going to be filed today, that this hearing. I did not know that. I had no idea. In fact, I was concerned with our staff because we, as Councilman Barlow has pointed out, we didn't move quickly. I was concerned for public safety. And that's one of the big things that is a responsibility of the City Council. But as far as your original request, which came before I even knew this was going to happen, I had no idea one way or the other. And the original concerns I had weren't about that. And some of the concerns that came out about were you building too large, I was able to present information to people who were concerned to show that you weren't. So I don't think that that would be an appropriate thing to say. But it's clear from the record, and this is what concerns me. What concerns me was, why would you or your son or whoever's involved with what you have feel that you don't need to do what every other citizen needs to do? And that is to follow the rules and regulations set up by this council to ensure public safety. And occupancy of a building makes it so we know that it's safe if we go through the permit process and the inspection process properly. And you didn't. And that's why at that neighborhood meeting, I voiced my concern and I voiced it to your son. So, clear from the record that in the 17 months since the City Council's appeal hearing on May 16th, 2013, Mr. Stovall has failed to weld the Palomino gate closed, which we required and which was agreed to, but that's not the big important thing. Most importantly, has failed to obtain the required permits and inspection approvals for interior and exterior construction on the building as required by the City Council. Also, has completed construction without the required permits and inspection approvals in violation of the conditions established by the City Council. And also has allowed occupancy of the building without the required permits and inspection approvals as required by the City Council and as agreed to by your son at the May 16, 2012 appeal hearing. This is what concerns me the most. You cannot have unsafe buildings. Our job is to ensure it's safe for the public. We can't know if it's safe or not safe unless we have the permits and the inspection authority to go in there, and we didn't have that, and that's the big concern. Therefore, I move that the $163,500 in daily civil penalties be assessed. I also move that the daily civil penalties be paid in 30 days or code enforcement file a lien against the property to remain in effect until the property is brought into full compliance with all land use and building regulations. And I also would point out that if after this is done, the property is brought into full compliance, so we can be sure it's safe with all regulations, then Mr. Stovall has the option of filing a waiver request for the City Council to reconsider the assessments that are made today on the civil penalties. So I go with the full civil penalties as recommended by staff, knowing that you can come back if you do complete the conditions and get a waiver then for them.
And how many days does he have?
I give them 30 days, that the daily civil penalties be paid in 30 days, or code enforcement file a lien. That's what I say. This was recommended by staff, and this is what I'm following.
Oh, I forgot. And before that motion, whoops, excuse me, and Mr. Steele has a comment before we go to vote on this.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify a couple of things that have gone on during the hearing, just so that the record is complete and clear. First of all, a waiver won't be automatic. It's a possibility. That's all it becomes if he were to request one, and then the council would consider that and all the circumstances.
Right, it's not automatic. You would request it.
Right,
Yes.
that's correct. But the one thing that I really want to put on the record is the notice issue that was brought up as the first item of discussion today. The notice was sent by certified mail, regular mail, and hand-delivered to the property, and we've got I can get affidavits from staff to that effect. In addition, the certified return receipt requested notice, the green card was signed on December 5th, 2013 by Yvonne Aguilera at the property. I assume he may know who that is, he may or may not. In addition to that, there have been 3 or 4 emails exchanged with myself included, copied on those emails, to his son, who was his attorney up until today. We had no idea that he was going to show up, and we heard absolutely nothing from Justin Stovall. In addition to that, I know that Mr. Baus made some phone calls, and I'll let him put on the record how many phone calls he made to that office in an attempt to contact them. Given all of that, we heard absolutely nothing from them. So there's ample evidence, 1, that they got notice, 2, that we complied with the code. So I'm really not concerned with the notice argument. The only other thing I want to put on the record is the type of hearing this is. Mr. Baus called it a show cause hearing. It's not a show cause hearing. It's really analogous to a show cause hearing. All it is to determine whether they were in compliance, the property owners was in compliance with the earlier order issued by the council on May 16th, 2012. So I just want the record to be clear on that show cause comment. It's not a show cause hearing, and it wasn't noticed that way. It was just a compliance hearing to determine whether there was or was not compliance. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much for clarification. Councilwoman, then your motion now is accepted to be voted upon. So please vote, and please post. And are you clear on what that vote means?
Yeah, I am, and...
Okay. Which carries?
Sure. Well, what I would ask the council to consider doing, rather than recording a lien, is to make a condition of recordation the completion of the project, rather than having to go through the process of vacating or rescinding a lien.
Yeah.
And the reason
Unfortunately, we've already voted on it, and it's done. So you have 30 days, is from what I am recalling at this moment, to be in compliance, at which point then you can come back and ask for consideration, which may or may not be granted. So you have 30 days from, what is today, the 18th?
Well, I'm a little confused. Compliance with the obtaining of permits? Because the site development is going to take longer than 30 days if the permits are issued.
For the record, Mike Baus, Code Enforcement Manager. As I understand Councilwoman Tarkanian motion, it's not unlike similar motions that council typically makes on these matters, and that is you've assessed $163,500 in daily civil penalties. You have instructed a property owner to pay those daily civil penalties in 30 days, or code enforcement will file a lien against the property. You've also advised the property owner that at some future point in time, if the property is brought in compliance with all the applicable regulations, he may come back and at the council's discretion, ask the council to consider adjustment of those or those daily civil penalties.
So do you want that in writing?
Well, I would assume there'd be a written decision coming to me.
There will be a written statement then for you.
Thank
So
you.
it's 30 days. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Okay, so Mr. Ballas and staff, council will get together and make sure this is sent. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Since we still have Mr. Stovall here, do we want to hear item number 80 now? There's a question that council asked
Oh,
me.
number 80, how does that fit in with this now that we have this lien there? Mr. Fack.
Yes, we can go ahead and proceed with item number 80.
Okay. So we will pull forward on 80
Your Honor.
right now. Yes, Mr. Councilman
Right,
Coffin.
Your Honor, I'm thinking, is it premature now, in view of what's happened, to approve something upon which there is pending action? It seems to me without prejudice, it'd probably be a good idea to obey this item until we get some resolution on the
Mr.
primary
Fagg, should we
problem.
read it? Yeah, read it into the record, but what is your comment, please?
Madam Mayor, if I might, just in response to Councilman Coffin's question.
I'm sorry, Mayor. We'll probably
Pardon?
need to read it into the record first before we have this
Do
discussion.
it first?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Agenda item 80. Hold on, please, because I'm not there. It is public hearing SDR 50115, Site Development Plan Review, applicant owner Leslie Mark and Sahara Stovall, for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a 1,700 square foot addition to an existing 2,915 square foot office building on .50 acres at 2301 Palomino Lane, PR Professional Office and Parking Zone, in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. It is a public hearing, so let's pause at this point. How do those pieces fit? Would you go forward first?
Certainly. Again, responding to Councilman Coffin's question, approval of this site development plan review application would help to address items that were identified as part of the code enforcement case. For example, we believe that there was a porch that was enclosed. That item would be addressed under this site plan showing the additional square footage. And so if you do take action on this item, again, it helps to satisfy elements of the code enforcement case. I would also add that because there is action that has just been taken today relative to code enforcement, if council is going to act on this application, I would propose that we add a condition to the effect of, hold on just one moment, the property shall be brought into full compliance with all outstanding code enforcement notices and orders and shall comply with all outstanding land use and construction code requirements prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. And so if you do move forward, that would be the condition that we would propose to be placed on this application.
Thank you.
And
If I may, council, would you please respond to the
And I was
next
going to
step?
say, Mayor, and that certificate of occupancy is for this portion of the new part of the building.
That's correct.
Okay, great.
Thank you very much.
Now,
Councilwoman.
I just want to make it understood, these were two separate issues. One issue was that the code requirements, the permits were not met. And the other issue is this a good site plan? And as I'm understanding, Flynn, you are saying that if we accept this plan, that we would then, it would have to be brought into full compliance with all these other needs.
That is correct. We would add a condition of approval that would address
Okay,
the code
so-
enforcement
So we
action.
could approve this plan, and we could approve number 80, because there's nothing against number 80, but it would have to be done with that condition, as I understand.
Yes,
Okay.
that's what we would recommend.
So if you wanted,
Let's find out if he's in agreement.
yes.
Mr. Stovall, would you be in agreement with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilwoman?
Mayor,
Okay.
before the...
Before the motion,
Before the
okay.
motion, if I may.
Yes, please.
Councilwoman, I am going to vote in denial of this application based on my own feelings as it relates to this application. So I just want to go on record stating that I'm opposed to moving forward with item number 80. Thank you.
Your Honor, maybe, if I may.
Please, Councilman.
Maybe Mr. Stovall would need a few minutes to think about this before he, while it might be at his convenience, the fact he's in the building, he might also not wish to see the results if we vote so soon after the recent hearing. And it seems to me that putting all that condition on it at the same time essentially means, in view of what we've seen and voted, we've adjudged you to be a code breaker, but now we're going to let you have something if you agree to obey the code. And I'm thinking that's in essence what the answer would be, or the conclusion would be of an observer, if we go ahead and approve this, and there's no guarantee that you're going to get the votes less. And I was thinking, you yourself can ask for it to be obeyed for a month or so until things settle down and you get a chance to properly, document things and get yourself here. And maybe have a little informal arbitration with the council member over here.
I'll certainly follow any recommendations. And if I may, without hopefully creating any problems, Councilman Barlow, what I was hoping, these site plans and the development, the construction that is proposed here will give the opportunity for code enforcement and for building inspectors to come into the property and look at, the construction and the condition of the building. And it really is a way of assuring the city council that this is going to be properly done. And really, that's what we had been working towards.
Okay. And I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not opposed to the SDR moving forward. I'm just opposed to it moving forward today. So if in fact the councilwoman was apt to obeying this until you address some of the concerns to basically provide some level of confidence that you are moving forward to come into compliance with the city of Las Vegas, and this application come back within 30 days from now, I'm pretty sure my thought process would be different, but I need to see some positive traction, which I haven't seen since 2011, and that's what I'm basing my vote off today. The 2011 action, the 2012 action, and then the 2013 reaction from your correspondence today.
Well, if the council
So it's up to the councilwoman. If the councilwoman should choose to obey this item, I'm with her. If she, in my opinion, if she's looking forward to move forward with a recommendation of approval, I'm just going on the record that I'm not in agreement with that. So my motion, if in fact that were to take place, would be deny.
Well, I would have no objection to
Well,
continuing.
Okay, Councilwoman, please.
Excuse me.
That's all right.
In thinking this over and the complications we have, I feel it would be good to obey it until the January 22nd meeting. And that at that time, before we consider it, the property is brought into full compliance with all outstanding code enforcement notices and orders and all outstanding land use and construction code requirements prior to the issue of a building permit for any new construction proposed.
May I address that, Councilman?
Yeah.
The
Yes.
concern is that's an impossible condition. There is no way that everything that you just asked for could be done within the next month. When that was suggested by staff, that was in connection with the plan development. And we certainly would agree, because we believe that these issues under the development plan would all be addressed completely and thoroughly. And the idea of abating this matter for a month so that we can reassure everybody that these plans are in fact address all those concerns.
But Mr. Stovall,
Yes.
in order to assure the people who are up here today, I believe you have to meet the conditions of full compliance with our code and regulations. I think you're not having done that in 17 months, and really more than 17 months, but from the point of that hearing we had with your son present, for 17 months, not having done that, that's what the concern, I think, is of the council members. Can I just ask you, Michael, would 30 days be enough time? I'm going to make it in abeyance until, how much time would he need to meet those requirements?
Councilwoman, for the record, Michael Biles, Code Enforcement Manager, I would recommend you hold this item in abeyance for 60 days with a requirement that the Building Department give you a status check in 30 days and report back to you on the progress Mr. Stovall has made in getting approved plans, getting permits, and bringing the property into compliance. I agree with him with the holidays and everything to get the plans in, permits issued, and get the property in compliance within 30 days. Seems impractical, but certainly he could make substantial progress by your second meeting in January to bring the property in compliance.
We could bring it in, so then I would move to obey for 60 days.
Get the attorney. Okay, if I may have input from Mr. Scott or Mr. Steele first, and then Councilman Beers.
Mayor, I'm just inquiring for Mr. Bouse exactly what, do they require destructive testing in order to make sure that the parts that they had prior built without permits are in compliance, or how are they going to do that within that 60-day period?
Mayor, members of council, for the record, the first step is to get a set of plans that clearly show all the work that was done, get those plans reviewed and approved by the Building and Safety Department, get a permit issued. Typically, the way this works is when work is done and been covered without requiring inspection approvals, an inspection supervisor will go on site and he'll pick some sections of the wall where there's drywall and some sections of the ceiling, and he'll require a certain amount of it to be removed. He may say, take 4 feet off that corner, take 4 feet by 8 feet off the ceiling. It's at his discretion. And typically it will be in an area where we suspect electrical wiring has been installed. We'll take a look at that. If that work is code compliant, we'll assume that that's a representative sample of the way the whole thing was built. If the inspector sees some non-compliant work, he may require additional drywall be taken off till he's at the point in time where he's confident that that work is code compliant. At that point in time, the drywall goes back on, Mr. Stover requests a final inspection approval. I'm submitting that between now and the council's second week in January, you can get the required permits, get the plans approved, the inspection supervisors could be out there, we could possibly have the walls open and have an understanding of what work was done, and all that would indicate that Mr. Stovall is aggressively moving towards compliance.
And so you're suggesting February?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I would say that's
Mr.
why I
Scott.
wanted to explain to you what was involved so that you would know a longer time.
No, that's great, and I'm concerned too about what we had just voted on, giving him 30 days with the holidays as they are. Do you feel on what we have just voted on that those 30 days to be in compliance with this lien? Is that possible through our permitting and all our department's inspections, or at least to make a good start on that?
Mayor Goodman, they were actually separate items. The first 30-day item that you dealt with was to pay the $163,500 in 30 days, or code enforcement is going to put a lien on it. That's a separate item. With Councilwoman's...
No, I understood that, but I'm saying during those, everything, it's just that payment, or was there something else expected during those these coming holiday season days?
On that item, ma'am, there was not. Okay. It was only the 30 days that applied to civil penalties.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilman Beers?
It's probably a bit premature, but I was contemplating, and although I'm not making such a motion, announcing that having voted with the prevailing side in agenda item 60, I was going to move for rescission for purposes of us considering extending that deadline. It seems to me that the tenor of the discussion I heard on item 60 was oriented toward compliance rather than raising funds for the city. And there seemed to be a sliver of clemency, potential clemency offered if Mr. Stovall straightens up and flies right. And for that reason, it might make sense to to add another 30 days onto that time limit we set on item 60, because it sounds like the process that we're going to be evaluating potentially for clemency is one that might take longer, maybe. People can think about that while we continue this discussion. We can have that discussion after we get done with item 80.
Except we'd have to go back, rescind, and restate that. I'm in agreement with you. I think because of the holidays, which I was brain dead about, that even whatever they are, even to get the funds or whatever, and get a positive feeling going forth. So,
All right, well then,
on item 60
having voted on the prevailing side of the council on item 60, I would move that we rescind that decision for purposes of reconsideration.
Okay. Do you mind if I have a comment from Councilman
Not at
Mayor
all.
Pro Tem Anthony, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I think,
Can I just say, we have a
can
motion
I,
on the
can I make a motion on the comment on the motion?
floor. Yeah, I'm
That's
just
what
saying,
that's what I'd like to
don't know
do.
what I'm getting lost in all of this.
I'd like to make a motion on the comment on the motion.
Huddle.
Okay, comment on the motion which was on the floor. No, because I don't even see any vote recordation. There was no, where's our,
I just made the motion and then we.
to extend it to February?
No.
Madam
No, I
Mayor,
made the motion
my
30
motion
days.
was out of order, and I would like to
Okay.
withdraw it, please.
Fine, that's fine. All right, would you mind a comment from Mayor Pro Tem?
No, I think that's fine. I'm just trying to understand where we are, that's all. I'm not objecting to anything.
Okay, I think we're talking about two different things here. We had a report, and we made a motion, referenced Mr. Stovall, that has to do with all the code enforcement issues, and it sounds like we're going to be handling that. At the same time, I even personally said I want the city to work with Mr. Stovall to open up a business there, and that's what this is all about. This is giving him an opportunity to open up a business by following the rules. Staff is recommending approval. The Planning Commission is recommending approval. It's a site development review, which pushes forward him legally opening up this business. I don't see any reason why we should delay this. We should just give him the opportunity to start moving in this direction, and the code enforcement, other infractions can be dealt with at the exact same time. So I'm not going to support any delay on this. I want to give this guy an opportunity to do the right thing, and that's what this does here.
Okay, what are you saying does that?
My
Councilman
recommendation is to follow staff and planning commission's recommendation for approval of the site development plan and allow him to legally move forward to opening up a business there.
Well, and that's what my motion was.
I thought you were going to obey this.
Oh, that was after people questioned it. Originally, that was my motion.
Oh, I
originally.
had heard you wanted to obey it, so
Yes,
that's what I was
and
commenting
yeah,
to.
and I
Okay.
did, after the discussion.
then I'll wait for your
that he
motion.
That he didn't have enough time, but I wanted him to move ahead, but with the condition that he has met, I had this order, that he has met all of these notices and orders. I don't want to give permission for him to move ahead until he's met the others. Is that a question that you would have then?
Well, I guess the question is, can he do both at the same time? Can he move forward with the site development review and working with planning, at the same time move forward with fixing these code enforcement issues without having that as a condition? I don't even think that needs to be a condition. I think we've already told Mr. Stovall what's going to happen based on the earlier agenda item. So that is the condition. I mean, that is what's going to happen. This here is just the site development review with whatever condition Flynn had added. I think that kind of simplifies the whole thing.
Thank you, except for the fact we need to hear from the city clerk, because I can't find any motion yet here.
I had not posted the motion. She was in the process of putting it on the table before I hit the button. So if that's the motion that you'd like to make, to hold it for 60 days, I can post it. You can take the vote, see how it ends up, and then you can go on to finish this item, and then we can go back to item 62, I think it was. 60.
Or you can pull back your motion.
Or you can withdraw
and
that
say
motion
you will
and-
approve it
correct.
today. So do you want to hold on to it till February, what was the date?
It would be February the 22nd, excuse me. No, February 19th.
Ms. Mayor?
February 19th.
Ms. Mayor? Could I just make one quick comment?
Why not? We're having such a good time.
And I apologize for how long this takes. I am deeply apologetic for that. One of the problems if the site development plan isn't approved is it's my understanding without site development plan, no permit can be issued. So that was when we first brought up item 60, I had
You
asked
asked
for
to join it
both
with
to be
80,
considered.
correct.
So if we had a site development plan, then there would be no hindrance or bar to the obtaining permits, even to bring, and that includes permits for bringing the property into compliance. That was my concern.
Which is why you wanted to put them together, so it's one concept. Please.
Mayor, members of the council, for the record, Mike Baus, Code Enforcement Manager. In response to Councilman Anthony's question, yes, the site development review portion of the project and bringing the property into compliance with the building code can occur concurrently. What Councilwoman Tarquini's motion says is that prior to occupancy of that portion of the building is being added under site development review, the entire building has to be brought into compliance. And we support that approach.
So City Clerk, would you be kind enough to tell me what the motion is, because I still see nothing there.
The one she was in the process of making was to hold it in abeyance for 60 days, which would be February 19th, 2014. She had not quite completed when we started
Correct.
going
Correct.
a little sideways.
Okay, would
So
you
I can either
complete it
withdraw
or
that
change
one.
That is my motion, except I would want to add that with all of the conditions met as far as our rules and enforcement notices and orders are concerned. That's why we're doing it at the same time. We're doing it at the same time because, as I understand, they can move ahead with their site, and then we can move ahead with getting the other things met. At the same time, then you're not losing time. So that's 60 days.
And what you're suggesting...
Point of clarification.
Excuse me.
Yes, please.
Point of clarification. Mr. Baus, because we're talking about two different items here. Item number 61.
60.
60.
Sir.
And 80.
Yes, sir.
Okay. If in fact 80 hypothetically does not move forward today, can the conditions under item 60 continue to move forward to become compliant with what the conditions have been approved to do?
Yes. You can, Mr. Stovall could submit plans showing that the property's not being changed, and we're not changing the landscaping, we're not doing anything that would trigger site development review, and he's only coming in for building permits at this point in time to legitimize the work that's been done.
Correct.
What triggers site development review is, in conjunction with those plans, some additional things were incorporated into the plans that trigger site development review. So yes, he can separate them. As soon as he has plans and they're approved, we can give him a permit if he's only legitimizing the work that was done without permits.
That is
and
correct.
making no other changes.
That is correct. And that's if in fact item number 80 is obeyed today, hypothetically, correct?
Hypothetically, if item 80 was obeyed, he could make substantial progress towards bringing the building into compliance.
Correct. Thank you for that.
During
point
that
of
abeyance
clarification.
period.
Thank
Okay,
you.
always lawyers make everything clear, I think. I have two sons who are lawyers and a husband who is a lawyer. So the ball game is being given to you down there on the
So,
right.
Mayor, what we're going to do, and Councilwoman, what we'd like you to do is just obey item 80 for 60 days, and then we'll, after we take the vote on that, then we'll vote on item 60, or we'll go back to item 60. Without conditions.
I
mean, you're not
understand
gonna
the
put any
first part. What was your last sentence?
Oh, you're not going to put conditions on item 80. You're just going to move to obey that for 60 days, if that's what you like to do.
Okay.
And then you'll vote on that item.
My
If you'd like
hand
to
here
return-
says you're right.
If you'd like to go back to item 60, you can rescind that vote and extend that for 60 days if you'd like, or you can keep it as you previously voted on for 30 days.
Okay. Okay.
So your motion, let's have it for our city clerk, please.
There's a
Oh,
question.
I'm out. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm uncomfortable voting without first hearing from Flynn if he can envision any delay at all being introduced into these people bringing their building into compliance with code because we have not approved the SDR today? A question that comes of my still fledgling sea legs here as a city councilman. I just don't know the answer.
Madam Mayor, through you, in response to Councilman
Please.
Beer's question, the applicant will be able to complete most of the requirements of the code enforcement action. I believe the porch addition is what we refer to it, is one of the elements that would be covered by this SDR, which they could not complete if we do not approve the SDR.
Are you okay down there?
I guess I'm not specific as to what portions can't be completed without this
Right,
SDR.
so basically, I think you have the whole motion there, Beverly, without my adding anything else, and that is to obey this item for 60 days.
Thank you.
Item 80.
Item 80, specifically.
Thank you. All right, there is a motion on our wonderful computers. So let's vote before they disappear. And please post. That motion carries. That item is, the agenda item 80 is obeyed until February 22nd? February 19th, Ross's birthday. That
Thank
looks
you.
like this gentleman.
The
Ross's birthday. No, I think we've had enough, I'm sorry. I know how much would be,
There was a public hearing. I mean, if he
There
wants to say
was on
something,
this?
that's- Yes, it was a public hearing on 80.
not so noted here.
But it was an abeyance, so I mean, he can speak when it comes back up on
Okay.
February. Only whether or not it should be obeyed or not.
Go right ahead. All abeyance items or public?
The only time you need a public hearing, whether it should or should not be obeyed, if that was germane with his,
Okay.
if his topic was germane to that issue, whether it should or should not be germane.
So I'm even very
I mean,
kind
it
then
should be
to
held.
say he may make his comment.
That's fine. We can edit it.
Please
to
go
record.
ahead.
All I have to say is that item 60 and 80, they related to each other and whatever. And the objective, all I have to say, this sounds like Red River, a mile wide and a foot deep. So I need to clean it up and make a decision if you're going to take it for the 60 days in the next year to February or whatever. What I'm saying, the two items kind of seem to butt heads, 60 and 80. Give me a break, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. The reason I think that this should have gone forward is this. It's a lot cheaper to bring in a licensed contractor with union tradespeople, the people that code enforcement they all trust, and have them do it all at one time. It'll save him a lot of money because he's got this big fine hanging over his head. Mr. Stovall needs a vacation. He needs to go to Rio or a while and let the licensed contractors do the work. He can come back, the thing will all be done, and everybody will be happy, and then we can address the fine issue. That's why I didn't think that it should be abated. I think it should be all done at one time.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank the city council for your patience and your consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
And if I might just add something, we're just trying very hard, not just for you, but for the entire business community to understand. You cannot not follow the rules and regulations that every citizen in our city is supposed to follow. And sometimes that occurs to an extent that really it puts us in a bad situation. So it's not just for you, it's for all to understand that.
Councilwoman Tarkanian, I apologize for confusion I've caused and failure to comply. All right? So thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Okay. Is that Councilman Beers? Yes, please.
Are we excused?
Thank you, Your Honor. Having voted on the prevailing side of the council's decision on item 60, I would like to move for reconsideration for purposes of considering whether we want to extend that deadline out for 60 days instead of 30.
Okay. Are you going to make a motion for that?
To rescind, a motion to rescind, yes, ma'am.
Okay. We are to reconsider on 60 for a time extension. Is it the palate of the council to consider a time extension on 60? All, please vote. There is a motion. Please vote. And please post. It fails. Correct? Tie, it fails. So sorry.
Thank you very much.
60 days.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to agenda items 61 through 65 may be considered one motion, one vote. They're considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. So at this point, I am going to read 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65. SUP 51180, applicant 99-cent only store, owner Burns Family Surviving Spouses Trust, a request for a proposed beer wine cooler off-sale establishment within an existing 19,261 square foot general retail store, other than listed, with a waiver to allow a 250-foot distance separation from house of worship where 400 feet is required at 3141 North Rancho, C2 General Commercial Zone, and that is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Agenda item, excuse me one second. 62, SUP 51416, applicant Dollar Loan Center. Owner, Haushang Rouhani Family Trust, a request for a proposed auto title loan within an existing financial institution specified with waivers to allow a 100-foot distance separation from a residential property where 200 feet is required, and to allow a 287-foot distance separation from a financial institution specified use where 1,000 feet is required at 625 North Lamb Boulevard, Suite 110, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, and this is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffins. PRJ 51214. Agenda item 63, SUP 51419, applicant Dollar Loan Center, owner Decatur Crossing Center LLC, a request for a proposed auto title loan use within an existing financial institution specified with waivers to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a residential property where 200 feet is required, and to allow a 120-foot distance separation from a financial institution. Specified use where 1,000 feet is required at 280 South Decatur Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian, and that's PRJ 51213. Agenda item 64, SUP 51436, applicant Dollar Loan Center, owner 6122 West Sahara Avenue, LLC, a request for a proposed auto title loan within an existing financial institution specified with waivers to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a residential property where 200 feet is required, to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a financial institution specified use where 1,000 feet is required at 6122 West Sahara, C1 Limited Zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian, PRJ 51211, and agenda item 65, SUP 51439, applicant MoCo owner, National Solutions LLC, a request for a proposed beer wine cooler on sale establishment within a proposed 1,365 square foot restaurant at 6350 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite 120, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, also in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Agenda items 61 through 65 are recommended for approval by staff and the Planning Commission. All these items are public hearings, which I declare open. Is there anyone wishing to be heard on these items? And please specify all items or which ones.
Thank you. Item number 61.
And again,
Todd
say your
Farlow,
name.
240 North 19th Street. And I'm against this because I just don't think that 99-cent stores can do this in an organized manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing from the public? And Councilman Coffin be right with you.
My name is Hodges, and 64. The financial institutions, you know, this state really need to clean that up. It's a state matter. Some of these people, the interest, what they want to charge people, is through the roof. They can just do their own thing, and this is dangerous and it's detrimental. It can destroy families, you know. So this need to go before the legislature. We really got to get a handle on how much these lending agencies can charge you. They give you the money, and they don't tell you they owe how much until you come back to pay. And boy, they hit you in the head something terrible. Anyway, I just thought I'd bring that up. I don't like this particular item. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin, please.
Yeah, thank you. Your Honor, I'm a little confused because we have, we get this summation sheet of protests and support messages that come in. And the second one down is called item 63, when probably ought to be 62, but it's noticed as Ward 3, and it has 12 protests and no support. And I've been looking all through my records, and I cannot find those protests.
Councilman?
I know of one protest, and I'm trying to access all this through the computer, but the computer will not let me into the background.
Our city clerk would like to respond, Councilman.
Councilman, I just received an email from staff. They did make an error on that. It should be 62, and instead of 12, it should be 1.
Okay.
Yeah, they just caught it when they were going through the backup and realized that was an error on our part.
Were those 12 supposed to go to another item, or were they? Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
And
May I just
Councilwoman?
ask a question? That means those 12 protests were from
One.
your people, or for one? Oh,
It was our mistake.
oh, thank you. So that means I have the 12, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else on public hearing? Hearing none and seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. And Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a motion?
Madam Mayor, before the motion, if I might say something, please. There were those 12 protests about adding the auto loan to the financial institution. And for those who protested, I didn't hear from them personally, but they were in the backup material. I want to tell you, it really doesn't make any difference, because if it's the auto or if it's something else, it's compatible with the financial institution. And that's why I am going with the one motion, one vote.
And Councilman
Although
Barlow?
I would prefer it not to be there.
Thank you. Councilman?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to pull item number 61 from one motion, one vote.
Okay, so done. So the motion would be for items 62 through 65. Mayor Pro Tem.
So moved.
Okay, there's a motion and for items 62 through 65. One motion, one vote. Please vote and please post. Okay, thank you. That motion carries. We will go back to agenda item 61. Councilman, you have the floor.
Yes, I would like to turn it over to Flynn at this moment to add one additional condition to item number 61. Thank you.
Staff would propose adding a condition to item number 61 relative to the display area for the alcohol products. The condition that we would propose would be as follows. The display area for the beer, wine, cooler product shall be limited to 36 square feet in floor area as shown on the submitted site plan.
Thank you, and I see a gentleman up here. Are you in fact the owner, representative? Would you state your name, please, and your condition?
I don't know. Actually, after what just happened, I actually forgot my name and why I'm here, but...
we have a place for you.
Matthew Dushoff. I'm with Colestar and Latham, 400 South Rampart. I'm here on behalf of Dollar Loan Center. We agree with the recommendation from Councilman Barlow for staff's recommendation for I think the 36 square feet. I have absolutely no problem with that.
So that will be conditioned to this motion?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Would you make that motion then with that condition, please?
Move for approval with the added condition, subject to all conditions. Thank you.
And approved by the representative. Thank you very much. This motion, please vote. Okay, we're on to agenda item 66, EOT. Thank you very much. Motion carries. I should have said that. And agenda item 66, EOT 51918, applicant owner Las Vegas Valley Water District. Request for an extension of time previously approved special use permit SUP 29206 for a 100-foot tall radio communication tower, the northwest corner of Centennial Parkway in Fort Apache. CV Civic Zone, this is in Ward 6 for Councilman Ross, and staff recommends approval. Is the applicant present? Would you still please say your name?
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. Corey Enos, 1001 South Valley View Boulevard, here on behalf of the applicant. Extension of time request for special use permit SUP 29206. On November 3rd, 2010, the Las Vegas City Council approved a request for extension of time for special use permit 29206 submitted by the Las Vegas Valley Water District for a 100-foot tall radio communication tower located at the northwest corner of Fort Apache Road and Centennial Parkway. This is the future home of Centennial Reservoir and Pumping Station. At this time, the design of the facility is 100% complete. Due to ongoing economic conditions which have impacted the anticipated increase for water demands in the area, the project has been placed on hold. When water demands require the addition of this facility, we want to have the ability to have it ready to go. At this time, the district respectfully requests a 3-year extension of time for the proposed site improvements associated with the previously approved SUP 29206.
Thank you very much, and I'd like to hear from Mr. Fagg. Any comments here?
Madam Mayor, staff is supportive as this is a utility installation, and we have recommended approval with a 3-year extension.
Thank you very much. And Mayor Pro Tem is acting on behalf with the permission of Councilman Ross. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, please.
I will make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Comment to be entertained, Councilman Ross.
Or one of us.
I mean, Councilman Beers. It's all right. I look to the right.
I don't know that radio antennas work unless they're disguised as fake pine trees.
So that's
I mean, does the
Councilwoman's-
technology still work? Does it still propagate radio waves?
Trees.
Is that a Carolyn Levering question? But I guess on a serious note, why do we make, who are we fooling when we make them look like pine trees? And
This one isn't like a cell communication tower. It's just a single mass radio communication
I
for our
understand.
SCADA
I actually
communication.
got my amateur
It's
radio license when I was
aesthetics,
14, so that initial question was a little unfair. I already know the answer. But I am curious why we are inconsistently requiring radio antennas to either be adorned with fake-looking tree or not adorned with fake-looking tree.
I think residents hope they would be more beautiful than they are, and I'm sure you know that answer. What's the answer that you know, Councilman Beers? I know you know the answer.
I'll be supporting this motion because, to me, they look like fake pine trees, not
They
pine
are.
trees. But
All right, there's a motion, please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're on to agenda items. Where'd Mr. Steele go? Where'd he go? Oh, no, I just saw my son. And I wanted to see the comparison. Could you please have him come down before his motion? Thank you. All right, seriously, moving on to agenda item 67. RQR 50160, a required review for a proposed 15,263 square foot motor vehicle sales use. And number 68, RQR 49186, a required review for a proposed 7,572 square foot auto repair garage major with waivers to allow service bays to face the right-of-way and to allow vehicles to be parked on the premises for the purpose of offering the vehicles for sale, which such is not allowed. The applicant owner is Bel Air RG LLC et al. At 1715 Fremont Street and 1735 Fremont Street. Both of these are abeyance items, and staff recommends denial on both items. These items are in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, I am.
And your name, please, sir.
Ray Gorbari.
And you own or you represent?
I own the property.
Okay. And how about some comments, Mr. Fagg? Is this the one that we keep revisiting?
Yes, this
Oh.
is the one that we have heard in the past. And I believe Mr. Alex Tabani was at the last hearing.
Yes, he was my representative,
Yeah,
because my
okay.
office is in Los Angeles. I sent down. but I
Madam
can
Mayor,
make it
just
today.
for the record, if I might, we did meet with Mr. Tabani on the day after the last city council meeting where we considered this items and reviewed the list of the conditions of approval that they needed to comply with. And so we did have that meeting with the applicant. I just wanted to report that. As of this date and time, we have visited the property, I believe we went on Monday afternoon, and the following conditions still are not met. There was a requirement on the original application that landscaping be put in place. They have not installed any of the landscaping. The building permits for any unpermitted signage on the property, they still have not obtained the permits for the signage. There's also some signage, temporary signage that's encroaching into the right-of-way that does not have permits. Let's see, there was also a condition that 12 parking spaces dedicated to the storage of disabled vehicles shall be screened. They have not screened that area on the site plan. And then there was also a condition relative to graffiti being removed within 60 days of the approval. I don't know if the original graffiti has been removed, but there is still some graffiti on the property. So that's a summary of the conditions of approval from the original special use permit applications that have not been met.
And was there no condition on the razor wire?
There was a condition on the
There.
razor wire, but they had removed most of it the last time that we had visited the property. And these photos that you see here were taken on October the 15th, and so the razor wire is now gone.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm sorry, when was the last time you were at the site?
No, we were at the site on Monday afternoon. The photos that are on the overhead were the ones that were originally taken for the required review cases
No,
back in
By
October.
yesterday, we did put up the fence and also covered, north to Fremont and south to the alley. We put a fence and also we put, we covered with the green material. That's for the disabled. We did that. For the signage, we hired Thompson Neon Sign Company. He pulled the permit this morning, okay? And today I checked myself, there were no graffiti whatsoever left, okay? And what was the other item that you said? Oh, the only thing
Madam
that we
Mayor.
have not done, and we're asking for removal of the condition is the landscaping. That's the only thing, and we are talking to Mr. John Grader, and I brought a package for him to remove the condition. But other than that, everything is okay. You can, go and check today or tomorrow.
Okay, Councilman Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry, so what is your name?
My name is Ray Gorbari, I'm the owner. I
Ray?
sent my staff from LA yesterday to take up all this stuff.
Ray, just
And
one
for the,
moment,
as for
one
the
moment.
sign company, I did hire the sign company, and we've been working with them back and forth, and they did pull a permit as of this morning. And one more item was for the routing that are already for the hours of the operation from 7
Ray.
to 6 p.m.
Ray, let me share something with you.
Sure.
When it's Mr. Tabzi, what was the
Tabani,
gentleman?
Mr. Tabani.
Tabani. When Mr. Tabani was here 60 days ago, I
Sure.
went through all of the photos that you were required to do dating back, was it 2011? 2011, and nothing had been done, zero. And what I shared with Mr. Tavani was that he caught me on a good day as it relates to 2 years of absolutely no work that had been done, that this council had placed conditions on your application in 2011. 30 days later, he came back, and there was still nothing done after he made a commitment to this mayor and council that he would do those things. So I says, you know, what's interesting, and even some of my council members says, Ricky, you're a good guy, because we wouldn't have done what you did. I gave him an additional 30 days. And within that 30 days, there was only one thing that transpired, and that was the removal of the barbed wire. This week, my staff went out to conduct another investigation as to what had transpired, what conditions had been met, and there was nothing as of Monday outside of the barbed wire that was removed 30 days ago. The graffiti had not been removed. There was still trash. There was no landscaping. There was absolutely nothing. Ray, with all due respect, I cannot allow you nor your representative to continue to make a fool of this council as it relates to the conditions that are placed on your business for you to conduct business in the city of Las Vegas, to do what is right, but making sure that your property is beautiful, which it is not. It was not beautiful in 2011 when your representative was standing here, and it was not beautiful 60 days ago, 30 days ago, and today it's still not beautiful as it relates to the conditions that were placed on your application. And now you're standing before me asking for conditions to be removed when you haven't done anything. It's only because you're standing before this council that you're asking for relief, when in fact you hadn't done anything that the mayor and council had placed on you before. So as far as I'm concerned, Ray, I'm not moving forward with this item, nor accepting your request for a condition. My motion is to move forward with staff's recommendation on this application due to the list of items that have not been met.
May I please?
When I finish, just give me a moment to finish,
I'm sorry.
okay?
I'm sorry.
I'm not happy with the progress of what you've brought before this council. We've spent millions of dollars on East Fremont, the East Fremont Entertainment District, making it very beautiful, okay? Now, if you hadn't been in place as far as your used car lot, I don't believe that this council today would vote on an additional used car lot on Fremont Street. So you're in a good position as it relates to used car on Fremont, East Fremont Street. But you're not doing anything to beautify your property to match all of the millions of dollars that we're doing to beautify this corridor. We're bringing people into this corridor from an entertainment, from an employment standpoint, and everyone's reinvesting in their properties and bringing in new elements to really beautify this corridor and make this city a beautiful, pristine place for everyone to enjoy, and to look at your property where you're receiving monies every time you sell a vehicle. You're getting paid, but you're not reinvesting back in the same community where you're retracting this money from. And to me, that's not fair. It's not fair, and you're taking the money back to California, and you probably live somewhere in a nice, pristine, well-manicured community, but that's not where you're making your money. So as far as I'm concerned, I have no pity on your request whatsoever, because this council have given you, as the property owner from 2011 to 2013, to get your act in order, and your representative caught me on 2 good days where I gave you an additional 60 days to at least show this council that you are serious about moving forward, which you're not. That's why you're here, and your representative, who was here the last 2 times, is not. So you're not pulling the wool over my eyes. I see it transparently what's going on here. You're standing here as a property owner to beg and plead before this council for relief, when in fact you haven't done anything to beautify this corridor that we spent a lot of dollars to improve, to make look pristine and great. And you're not a part of that process, because it shows in the pictures that we have taken as of Monday and Tuesday of this week. So I'm going to pause and allow you to say what you have to say, and I'm going to move forward with my recommendation to this council.
Okay, first
Okay,
and more.
sir, and would you please restate your name for the record and make your comments, and then I'm going to take comment from the public.
Sure, my name is Ray Golbari. I'm owner of the property.
Thank you. Please go ahead with your comments.
Okay, first and most, I paid 3.8 for the property, okay? That was like maybe 6-7 years ago, okay? And if you're saying that I have not spent money on this property, I did. And I do have a big mortgage on this property. So far till now, not a dime I take to California. I put a lot of money into Las Vegas. And I do have some other property in Las Vegas. I'm an investor in Las Vegas also, okay? And I'm not a car dealer, that I'm not selling any car to make any money, but I'm the property owner, okay? Now, if I know the things was delayed, but it's not that, I've been very busy and I sent Mr. Tabani to take care of things, but he didn't do it. That's why I came myself. But if you think I'm lying that I have not done these things, so why don't you send your guys or maybe picture, or maybe I have a picture to show you that I did the job, okay? So if I'm telling you that I'm putting
Hold on
up...
1 second, so he can hear. He does have some pictures, Councilman, that he would like to show you.
Sure, for the fence.
And Mr. Fact, can you help him? He's got it on his cell phone, please. You know what, while we're getting the camera and the pictures ready, I'll take some public comment over here on the other phone in order to expedite the agenda.
I'm sorry.
You've got it?
This is two pictures.
Okay.
You just made a phone call.
Two pictures right after each other. Each one.
You need to keep it down so the overhead.
This is one picture, won't go any bigger.
Okay, it doesn't seem to be working. We'll just have
This
to.
is the fence that I put up and I covered the Fremont and the alley. Okay, this is the people that I sent, and I did take off all of this yesterday. They take off the graffiti, all that, and the sign, I hired the sign company, Thompson Neon Sign Company. He pulled the permit for all those signs, okay? And as for the letter I had to, for the rerouting, okay? I did make a letter to all the tenants, and I put the hours of the operation, and also, where they have to go for the routing also for the cars, okay? And, what is it? If you want to send your representative tomorrow, or I'm not here to lie, or, I have
It's okay.
nothing to, I know it's been delayed, I'm sorry, I've been very busy, but I did send Mr. Tabani, but he didn't do the job. That's why I had to send my own crew from Los Angeles to take care of it yesterday, and they finished last night.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you. Mayor,
Okay,
have you
Councilman, do we
opened up
have the
for
public
public comment yet?
Yes, we're
Okay.
going to do that right now.
Thank you.
Please state your name for the
Yes,
record.
thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. And for the applicant, let me tell you, I live right there. One of the most expensive elementary schools that was ever built is Hollingsworth, because they had to go down to bedrock to put the foundations in. Right across the street, 7-Eleven closed the store down and completely redid it, completely. Across the street, catty corner, if you remember right, we had a cleanup on that, and the man said that they were getting ready to put in a big development there as soon as they got all the title work straightened out. So this is changing around. Then Tivon Apartments, right there, they totally gutted the thing, put in all new, put in an elevator and everything. The the motel that was right there, they tore everything out, rebuilt it from the inside out, put a kind of a plaza thing in there, like it must be downtown development, whatever they're doing. Trinity Slotman has put the urban lofts in down there. What the thing is, this is really going, oh, and the other thing is, we did the complete streets down Fremont Street. This costs an enormous amount of money that we're putting in there, enormous amount. The applicant promised years ago, and that they were going to do this. Nothing, absolutely nothing, until the gun is held to their head, and then they come screaming up for mercy. And at some point, you have to have a feeling that if we kick this can down the road, nothing is going to change. Nothing is going to change. And at citizen participation, I'll show you what's happening in our neighborhood, what we're doing at the houses. But still, it's up to him. He's an anchor property. He's there on the corner, and something has to change. And he's not going to change it unless you put a gun to his head or something. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else?
One
Please
more
come
thing, can I-
forward. State your name.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, please state your name.
I got one, my recommendation is
Your
kind
name?
of cruel. My name's Anthony Hodges.
Thank you.
I hate to be cruel, sir, but the way it sounds, you need to sell the property to somebody that's going to do something with it, because all you're doing is keep stalling from one time to another, and you've had more than enough time. It's about time something to be done with the property. If you're not going to fix it, sell it to somebody that will. That's all I got to say to you. And I really mean that. You really need to sell it, because you ain't going to do nothing with it. Pardon me.
Thank you. Anyone else
And
wishing
I
to be
did-
heard on
sorry,
these
one more-
items?
can I add
Wait one
something?
second. Yes,
Oh,
I'll
okay.
get right back to you. Anyone else? I'm going to close the public hearing. Yes, sir.
One more thing, that I did improve the property like 2 or 3 years ago. I did all the parking, striping, and all the painting. The last couple of years, all the painting for outside, throughout the whole building. So what if, this property, I just fenced it? Is it better to the community? And this is, a place that, they put graffiti all the time.
Thank
But I
you.
do
All
my
right,
best, to keep
Councilman.
it up. But I did all of this, and I have everything,
Thank
and
you.
it's not,
Your Honor, I'd
something
like to speak.
that want me to-
Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ray, I was a brand-new, shiny, polished up and bright councilman 2.5 years ago when I came here, and I had represented the area before. But I always thought it looked like hell in that area, and when I saw the city putting a lot of money in on East Fremont, really nice looking, it was something I could not claim credit for. It happened before I came on board, but I was very gratified. So then, I don't think I'd been in office a month, and somebody came knocking on the door about this piece of property. It was your representatives. And they said, well, I'd like to, have a little more time to do something over here, and, whatever we can do. We know it's not quite up to par in its appearance, but the owner said he'll fix it up. And I said, well, that has to be a condition of the, continuing to operate. And that's why it has a required review. 2 years ago, that's 2.5 years ago, I said, well, the owner has said he'll fix it up, clean up. It was a pigsty. And I have no idea. I mean, you can't control what goes on in your alley, but you can sometimes clean it up a little bit. But the front of the place looked very in consonant with the rest of the neighborhood. It's been stated here that people have done their best, and they've been told they need to do their best when it comes to reshaping up these properties, and they do it. They comply. And I look at what's had to be done, and anybody could have done it on weekends with a can of paint and, frankly, a weed whacker, and at least made a reasonable, good faith effort to make it look good. Now, one of my constituents, Mr. Farlow, lives right around the corner from there, and he can attest, I know. His house is close, and he could see it. It's just not gotten any better, Ray. So, you broke your word to me. Why, I cannot figure out why I could possibly
It's only something I
support
can do, and
continuing
it's my
this business.
first time I'm here, okay, I know Mr. Tabani, I sent him twice, and, but I don't know what else I can say, but
Okay, well, I think it's time. Councilman
this
Barlow.
is something that,
Let's go
I'm
ahead.
doing my best to keep it up, but,
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Ray, thank you. Flynn, if you don't mind, because I would like to submit some photos for the record.
And if you would ultimately give them to our city clerk for the
Yes.
record? Thank
Flynn,
you.
if you stand there for a moment and post, if we can get a clear shot, these pictures were taken on Monday. As you can see here, before you turn, Flynn, as you can see here, we have illegal signage as far as banners that have not any documentation of permits from the city of Las Vegas, to include the non-resurface of the parking lot nor the stripes, and weeds growing throughout the parking lot. Once
Mr. Fagg,
again,
could you move the microphone up, please? Thank you.
once again, you have the view from here is the illegal signage that is posted. Am I missing anything from this picture, Flynn?
No, it's the signage that's
Okay,
there.
the
does not
signage
have
issue.
permits.
And
Same-
the signage, once again, without permits, which were a part of the conditions. The graffiti, which 60 days ago, to include 2011, that we asked that it be removed. Once again, Mr. Ray, you mentioned that you've put over $3.5 million into this building. I beg to differ. Next page.
3.8.
3.8 to be exact, and I still beg to differ. Once again, the site, illegal signage, parking, striping, weeds, and weeds once again throughout the parking lot.
And by the way,
And so with that, Mayor and Council, I believe one of the conditions as well, dating back to September 2011, was the screen storage for the disabled vehicles, which was not in place as of Monday. The applicant failed to remove the temporary signage. The applicant has not obtained the appropriate sign permits for existing signage on the site, and absolutely no landscaping, which was a part of the condition that Councilman Coffin had actually put in place to help beautify the property, which was one of the reasons as to why he was in favor of moving forward with the condition of the used auto sale use and automotive, and of course the graffiti on the site. So at this time, as the applicant has not complied with the conditions of approval subject to all conditions from 2011 and is in violation of Las Vegas Municipal Code Title 19, today the required review is hereby denied, and I direct staff to schedule a public hearing to revoke the special use permits of the uses currently on the property. So that would be my motion at this time, Mayor and Council.
Can we take them one at a time, please? Let's go with 67, please.
On 67, I
Yes,
move
please.
for denial subject to all conditions
Is there any
and
way
my
can get
comments.
more time, please? And you can go check again and check with the sign company, because we did pull the permit for the signage, and I did put up the fence and all that, and
I'm ready,
and the
Mayor.
graffiti is
Okay.
off and all that.
Okay, I think there's been a motion made, and I'm calling for the vote, please, on agenda item 67. And Councilman Ross is excused, and please post.
And, oh, I'm sorry.
And the motion carries, and on to agenda item 68.
And on agenda item 68, I move for denial of the required review, and also, once again, direct staff to move forward with the scheduling of a public hearing to revoke the special use permits for these uses on this particular site. That is my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote, and please post.
Thank you.
Motion carries. I just really feel terrible. You were given so many opportunities. It's just really sad. The
So what's
growth
going to
down
happen?
there and
I have to,
investment.
what's going to happen on the tenants? It's a couple of tenants.
You're going to have to figure that out, because this, you've had so much time, and Councilman Barlow has again and again and again, and here we are down to the wire, as a public hearing is made evident, and nothing's happened. So, sorry, and we're going to move on to agenda item
Is there
16.
any way we can get one more chance?
You can always approach your councilman, but I would tell you at this point, the motions, both of them, have been carried. So you want to have a conversation anytime with Councilman Barlow as staff, they are always open to all constituents. So that's where you go back to have that conversation with the councilman. So let's move on to agenda item 69, RQR 50277, an abeyance item, therefore a public hearing. Applicant Lamar Advertising, owner Halston Inc., for possible action or required review of an approved special use permit U003895 for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 3500 North Rancho Drive, and the staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant present or representative?
Yeah, Scott Nafsker, Lamar Advertising, 1863 Helm Drive.
Thank you very much. Do you want to make any comments? Is there, this is in Councilman Barlow's ward, Ward 1. I guess we see the sign there. Thank you. And any public comment? Anybody wishing to comment on this? Very nice sign. We can replant those trees up Mount Charleston. Okay, Councilman? Hearing no one at the public hearing, I've closed it, and let's go forward. Councilman Barlow.
Move to follow staff's recommendation,
Thank
subject to all conditions.
This motion, please vote, and please post. Is this the one after this? No. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda items 70 and 71. VAR 50418, a request for variance to allow a 0-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required and a 1-foot side yard setback where 10 feet is required. And on agenda item 71, RQR 50417, a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 1,850 square foot restaurant drive-through and a proposed 2,450 square foot general retail building with a waiver of perimeter landscape buffer standards to allow a 3-foot buffer along the west property line where 8 feet is required and a 4-foot buffer along a portion of the south property line where 15 feet is required. The owner applicant, ARS R2 LLC on .64 acres at 1625 East Charleston. These are both abeyance items, and staff recommends denial on both items. The Planning Commission recommends approval on both items. These are C1 limited commercial zone. They're in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin, and are public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant owner or representative? Please.
Good afternoon. Brandy Brown from Cunningham Brown on behalf of the applicant ARSR2. Here with me is Mr. Amjad Rashid, who's the managing member of ARSR2, and David Straight, who's the architect for the project.
Thank you very much. Could I hear from Mr. Fagg, please, first?
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Staff's recommendation for denial on this project was relative solely to the request for a variance for the second building on the site. However, you will note that the Planning Commission did recommend approval of the project with conditions. The applicant has requested that we amend condition number 10 on the site plan, so that would be on item number 71. What they would request is that the last line of that condition be modified to read as follows: the mapping action shall be completed and recorded prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy. Staff is supportive of that change to that condition on item number 71.
And that's agreed to?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to make comment? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close public hearing. And so, Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. This was delayed for a month because we heard testimony from a person who owned some property nearby that he felt that perhaps changes need to be made. He was in general opposing the changes here, but in fact, I went over and drove the area a couple of times, as did my staff, and we noticed that they, frankly, ever since they took ownership of this property, are keeping it in better shape than the other properties adjacent, which led us to believe that maybe the delay we caused was probably unfair to this owner and he needed to get started. Our staff has really been nice to help make it possible for this gentleman to make a move forward because of our early investigations revealed that it was really not justified to delay him. But that's the way it is, and now it is time, and I support on item 70 the Planning Commission decision, and staff will recognize that we'll override staff because these things have been worked out.
So therefore, your motion?
The motion is to approve.
Okay, motion to approve on agenda item 70. Please vote and please post. Thank you. It passes. And on agenda item 71, Councilman?
Your Honor, I move for approval of item 71 with an amendment to require the certificate of occupancy. Flynn, say the language again. The certificate of occupancy should be delayed.
Yes, on item number 10, the last sentence there should read, "The mapping action shall be completed and recorded prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy."
Okay.
And agreed to also?
Let me ask the applicant if they agree and they understand this will not. Well, I hope it doesn't slow you down. All right, they're in agreement. Therefore, I move for approval of item 71 as amended.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Go forward.
And Your
Thank
Honor,
you.
if we just could, please, we would really like to thank you all to be part of improving the Las Vegas area and especially the street. This is a street we grew up on, and to beautify it with a $2 million building, we're exceptionally excited. And we'd specifically like to thank Councilman Coffin because he's gone above and beyond in trying to help us to get this and beautify this area. And we're really, really excited, and thank you so much.
It is wonderful to see. Wonderful to see. Good luck going forward. Thank you. And we'll move on to agenda item 72, RQR 49214, public hearing, applicant Lamar Central Outdoor, LLC, owner 7-Eleven, Inc., for possible action on a required review of an approved special use permit U031594 for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 6070 West Sahara, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Please state your name.
Yes, Scott Nafsker with Lamar Outdoor Advertising, 1863 Helm Drive. We accept staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this matter? Hearing and seeing none, close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I move for a required 3-year review, and that's the 3 years is because it's in a redevelopment area.
Okay, is that agreed to?
Yes.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and we'll move on to agenda item 73, RQR 51546, public hearing, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, owner Dr. Partners, for possible action on a required review of an approved special use permit U0069-98 for 89-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 1111 West Bonanza Road, M Industrial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative Pleasant? Pleasant. Are you Pleasant?
I'm Pleasant. Thank you, Mayor.
And
Good
says you're
afternoon.
Pleasant and you are present. Would you
I am
state your
Pleasant.
name, please?
Rod Carter on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor at 7370 Dean Martin Drive. We concur with the conditions. I believe there's an appetite through Councilman Barlow to extend this out to a 5-year review, 3-year, 5-year. We're in agreement either way, so thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to make comment now? Hearing none. Closed public comment. Mr. Fagg, what were the conditions?
Staff had recommended with approval of the required review with a 3-year review period as this property is located within a redevelopment area.
So rather than 5-3?
That is what staff had recommended.
Okay, and you're in agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. Being that the sign is directly behind, I believe this is the Review Journal building, this sign here. I don't believe that they will be doing any type of redevelopment within the next 5 years, so I'll be moving forward with a 5-year review versus a 3-year. And I choose not to go any further than that, being that it is in the redevelopment area, and so we want to make sure that we don't do anything to take ourselves out of a position for possible conversation of redevelopment within this specific area. So my motion will be for a 5-year review. Thank you.
And thank you. And Mr. Fag, okay there? 5 years, fine?
Yes, that's
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote, and then please post. That's because you're so pleasant that you got 5 instead of 3. Motion carries.
Thank you.
very
Have a
much.
Merry Christmas. The applicant would left.
Uh-oh. Do you want to give that to the city clerk, and then we can get it back to them? Oh, well, Felipe's the... Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 74. RQR 51547, public hearing, applicant Regan, National Advertising owner, TJ Plaza LLC et al. For possible action on a required review of an approved special use permit U0034-01 for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 2101 South Decatur Boulevard, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present, please?
And Pleasant.
And Pleasant.
Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant, and we'd ask that you follow a recommendation of staff.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wish to comment here? Hearing and seeing none. Close the public hearing. Councilwoman.
Move to approve a 3-year required review.
Thank you. Was that agreed to?
It's agreed
Yes,
to.
you have
Thank
no
you.
choice. Thank you very much. This motion, please vote, and please post. What was that vote? Motion carries. Thank you very much. We are on to agenda item 75, RQR 51552, public hearing, applicant Reagan National Advertising, owner Ricardo 888 LLC, possible action on a required review of an approved special use permit SUP 2758 for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign at 6785 West Charleston Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Again, for the record, Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. Again, we'd ask that you follow a recommendation of staff.
Thank you. Anyone want to comment on this agenda item, please come forward. Hearing and seeing none, I will close public hearing. Councilwoman.
Move to approve a 3-year required review.
What was that, 5? 3 year, sorry.
Thanks for trying.
Thank you. Okay, there's a motion. Please vote and please post. Tummy tuck. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
RQR 51555, public hearing, applicant Las Vegas Billboards, owner Fong Imperial Plaza Limited Partnership, for possible action on a required review of an approved special use permit SUP 3061 for a 40-foot tall, 12-foot by 24-foot off-premise sign at 1571 North Decatur Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. Councilman Barlow. Staff is recommending approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, ma'am. Chad Harris, Las Vegas Billboards.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, and staff recommended approval. Anyone wishing to be heard on this sign? Hearing and seeing none, I'll close public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, move to follow staff's recommendation.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, may we ask for a 5-year review?
You may ask. The question is Councilman Barlow of good mind?
No, I'm going to do a 3-year on this.
Okay, it
Very
doesn't
well.
hurt to ask. You never get
Thank you.
anything if you don't ask. There's a motion, of course, please post your vote, and please post.
And that's just based on the redevelopment that's taking place in adjacent properties.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
It's a nice sign, though.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Okay. Now, I have a declaration of, my son is involved. I have to recuse myself, I think. No, is that 79? Wrong time. Hold it all. We're into 77 and 78. GPA 50835, a request for general plan amendment from ML, medium low density residential, to GC, which is general commercial, that's 77. 78, ZON 50839, a request for a rezoning from U undeveloped ML, medium low density residential, general plan designation to C2 general commercial. The applicant is Carolyn Mitchell and the owner is Charlie Rara, a Nevada limited partnership on 4.62 acres at the southwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and Lindell Road. Note the applicant requests these items be modified to SC Service Commercial. Staff recommends denial and Planning Commission recommends approval on both items. These items are in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian and are public hearings, items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Please state your name.
Greg Esposito, working with Lucy Stewart on this application.
Okay, and staff, Mr. Fagg, could you please make comment here?
Certainly. Madam Mayor, when the applicant first submitted the application, they had requested a general plan designation of GC General Commercial and a zoning designation of C2. Under that designation, we found that to be inconsistent with the surrounding properties and had originally recommended denial. However, the applicant has since amended their request to SC Service Commercial and C1 zoning, which we find to be compatible with the properties that are to the east and to the north of this. And so consequently, we can support that change to a less intense land use designation and zoning district.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing portion. And so, Councilwoman, I think these are both yours. So let's take 77 first, please.
Now, we want to make sure it's on the record that this is C1, that you've moved from your original request to C1.
That is correct.
All right, so I move to approve item number 77, knowing it's going to be C1.
With the change?
Yes,
Okay,
with the
thank you.
change.
So motion, please vote and please post. That motion carries. And Councilwoman, on agenda item 78.
The same for item number 78. I move for approval to allow this area to be C1 as its neighbors are.
Thank you. This motion, please vote and please post.
And I should say with all conditions.
Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays, Happy New Year. On agenda item 79,
Mayor,
I'm
can I just say something? I don't get to see you very often, just wanted to say hello. You're looking great. Yeah,
It's the good life in Las Vegas.
that's what it is.
On agenda item number 79, I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem to take over as I have a disclosure, and my son is representing, as an attorney representing one of the establishments.
Okay, agenda item 79, SUP 50866, special use permit, public hearing, applicant owner CNB FKA BBN LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 6,390 square foot tavern limited establishment within an existing sexually oriented business nude show at 2580 Highland Drive. This is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommended approval, 7-0. This is a public hearing. I'll declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes,
Go and state your name.
yes, I will.
Good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. Chris Kempfer with Tabitha Fittiman here on behalf of the applicant. Jay Brown is in the audience as well, also representing the applicant. We have the owners of the property in the audience should you have any questions appropriate for their consideration. The only issue that is before you today relates to the limited tavern license, and we do appreciate the fact that in that regard the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval. I do know the appreciably brighter and appreciably better looking Tabitha Fittiman has a couple of comments she would like to add.
Sure, go right ahead.
Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, again, Tabitha Fittiman, 8345 West Sunset Road, here on behalf of the applicant. Not much more to add except for I just want it to be clear, there's been a lot of discussions with our office and with your city attorney's office. The application that is in front of you is just for a tavern limited license. There's no discussion here regarding a sexually oriented business. This site is immediately adjacent to the Artisan, and just down the street from Treasures, there's other establishments in the area that have taverns or tavern limited type licenses. So we do think that the application is appropriate, and your Planning Commission did recommend unanimous approval. So with that, Chris and I and Jay are here to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Mr. Fagg, anything you'd like to add?
No, I would just confirm that, again, the item that you are considering today is the tavern limited license only at this point in time.
Okay, so public hearing, anybody from the public wish to be heard? Come on up, state your name.
My name's Anthony Hodges. I'm in favor.
Todd Farlow, I'm in favor.
Anyone else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you. Question, I'm just trying to get my bearings here in relation to, what was the building before? What was the location?
Councilman, the location is the former Sherry's fully
Sherry's.
nude
Did
establishment.
they have beer, wine, liquor at that particular time?
No, they never did.
They never did?
Right.
And are they still open? What's in there now?
No, nothing there. They've closed, the former property owner lost the property to foreclosure, and our clients are the new property owners, so it has been closed. And are remodeling it. It's been closed for just under a year.
Okay, so you're going to open back up as a tavern?
Yes, as a tavern limited, yes.
And this question is for Mr. Scott, or I'm sorry, for Flynn. Is there an adjacency standard as it relates to the total sexually oriented businesses?
Madam Mayor, to respond to the councilman's, Mayor Pro Tem, to respond to the councilman's question, there are separation requirements for sexually oriented businesses.
Okay.
However, there are not separation distance requirements for the tavern limited use that they are requesting.
Okay, and is there a sexually oriented business close to this location?
Yes, there are sexually oriented businesses that are located close. There is a sexually oriented business on the north side of Sahara Avenue, and then there's another sexually oriented business that's immediately south of the site, to the southwest of the site.
And what is the distance separation as it relates to the code
The-
from one sexually oriented business to the next?
For the sexually oriented businesses, there's a 1,000-foot distance separation, and this particular site does not meet that 1,000-foot distance separation.
What is the distance from this site to the next or to the closest sexually oriented business?
You have the map on the overhead there showing the 1,000-foot buffer from the subject property. You'll note that it does touch the borders of two properties that are designated as sexually oriented businesses.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from Councilman Coffin?
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. I think I can vote to approve this, but I think what it shows us, you know, when we see the zones, we see the bubbles, the circles, various shapes, because distance separations have been created between businesses, you know, that forces it to spread out, really, and sometimes I think you take that one circle that you can see there, you could have a dozen of these businesses in there, and it could then be regulated and controlled and watched. And instead of having them all over the place, covering miles and miles, and I'm just saying, I think maybe that you know, maybe there are good reasons in the past, maybe there are good reasons now why we have these buffers. Sometimes these buffers are put in simply to protect somebody's business, you know, to just say, well, I don't want that business near me because it'll take some of my business away. But I'm inclined to think that a neighborhood that is a notorious neighborhood is probably better off, and the neighborhoods near that notorious neighborhood are better off by not having these businesses spread out. And I don't know whether, that's obviously a subject for another day, but I mean, it's a good day to make an observation on the unintended consequences of putting 1,000-foot buffers between these SOBs, so to speak.
What does SOB stand for?
SOB, sexually oriented business, but I couldn't say it again without twisting my tongue, and I'd rather not have to do that, so SOBs are where they are. Sorry.
Councilwoman Tarkanian?
In this situation, Sherry's has a new owner. They don't have a sexually oriented license, so they're not operating any sexually oriented business. There's no gaming, and I think that having the tavern limited will be appropriate in that area. So I'm going to move for approval. I would like to say, however, please don't come back with a text amendment request or anything like that, because I would not be in favor of having the sexually oriented business there. We have new businesses coming in there as an entertainment district, and they want to do that. And one of the holdbacks for them before Sherry's closed was Sherry's. So that would hinder us in that respect. But I move for approval of item number 79 with all conditions.
Do you want to comment on that, or?
No, not at this time, because it's not, Mayor Pro Tem, it's not before us. The only issue is a limited tavern license appropriate.
That's correct.
And we realize
That's
this,
correct.
but we also know where this usually goes, so that's why I made the comment. Thank you.
That's correct. Councilman Beers, don't want to speak on the motion?
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. I'm voting in favor of the motion. As I understand, I've had to learn the rules after I got on the city council. I didn't know how it worked. But we have two categories of topless bars, if you will. One is a topless bar that serves alcohol. The performers have to be 21 or older. And the other is what they call a juice bar, where the performers are 18, 19, and 20 years old, an age where I worry that not all of human beings have fully developed all the wrinkles on the outside of their brain responsible for full cognitive functioning. I base this on my personal experience. And this was one of those, and the action we take today makes sure that it doesn't stay one of those. And that's why I'm voting yes.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote.
Yes, I abstain. Oh, I have to vote.
Okay, everybody's voted. Post. Motion carries, motion carries, and I'll turn it back over to Mayor Goodman.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, and members of the council, I just want to say happy holiday and Merry Christmas to you, and I hope you have a joyous 2014.
Thank you to you, too.
And Your Honor, if I might add.
Yes.
I always like to take at least this particular period of time to thank your staff at all levels, all of your staff, city attorney, everybody is always committed to working with us, and they work well, and we just are very appreciative of it. And this is the best time of year to say thank you very much, everyone, for all that you do for the city. Thank you.
And in that light, you're going to move your full offices back into the city.
Get us,
Yeah,
I
want
tell
to.
you, after the 45-minute drive for where we are right now, that's something we're thinking about. So I'll see you.
We can explore annexation.
Okay, thank you. We are going on to 80, which I see is obeyed to the February 19th. Agenda item 80 is obeyed to February 19th. And 81 and 82 have been obeyed to January 22nd. Okay, those are clear. So we will now move on to agenda item 83. ZON 51403, public hearing, applicant Western Development LLC, owner Atterbury Family Partnership LP, for possible action on a request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to C1 Limited Commercial on 1.03 acres in southwest corner of Lake Mead Boulevard and Pink Rose Street. This is in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Eric Ritz, 3060 East Post Road, representing the property owner.
Thank you very much. Do you want to make some statements about what you're doing here?
We're good with all of staff's conditions, and we hope for approval based upon all the Planning Commission recommendations and staff's recommendations.
Okay, wonderful. And this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this project, please come forward, state your name.
My name's Hodge, and good luck, sir. Sounds good to me.
Anyone else wishing to be heard, please state your name.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Gary Brown, and my family and I have lived in the adjacent area for 50 years. We live on the 2000 block of Hassel, which is roughly within a mile of the proposed.
Can you point to it on that past slide, please?
Yes. I can actually, it's so close right here. This would be Hassel right here, and that is my house, if you can see right there.
Yeah, I think
and this is the proposed area right
Mayor,
here.
Hassel is at the top of the screen, kind of nearest the boundary line.
Yes, yes, it's within the, it is within the boundary line. It's the last
There's
street that is
Hassel.
within
Okay,
the boundary
I didn't see that.
line.
Great.
Yes, and looking
Okay.
at this map right here, I'm sorry, right here, it would be right here.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
making sense?
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
then.
Thank you.
Okay, then, I'm here once again to voice my objection on the proposed ZON 51403 rezoning without my community first receiving some real value-based considerations due to the added impact concerns on my community's health and safety. First, to rezone the proposed site to commercial would subject the students at West Middle School, which is directly behind this site right here, to have yet more commercial buildings separating them from the community. And along with the other commercial and governmental buildings that already surround border West Middle School, the students are essentially encircled by ever-encroaching brick and mortar buildings, blind spotting, cutting off and isolating the students, our school children, from their neighboring community. Secondly, as I originally submitted into the written records here on the rezoning issue back on 11/12/2013 on item number A, street lights and crosswalks should first be installed at Comstock Crossing Lake Mead to regulate traffic and safety for children, pedestrians, and additional traffic that is brought into the area. And lastly, since it has already been officially stated at a North Valley meeting several months ago by one of your fellow council members, a redevelopment district is being established for the area that will cross the shared Las Vegas and North Las Vegas borders at Lake Mead. That said, we as a neighborhood want assurances that the now vacant lot that is across the street, which is once the Buena Vista Carry Arms number 2, will also not be rezoned to commercial and have built upon it typically low-wage paying companies that further isolate my neighborhood and invite more problems than they solve, but rather support the community in building a community gardens, park, and activities development grounds. The grounds that will contain a community vegetable and garden area, a farmer's market, a toddlers and children's play area, a well-lit trail that would meander through it, something that we can have swap meets at because our community has so, just let me keep going on. Anyway, that said, there's a couple of other stipulations right here, again, which I'll reintroduce. But I'll say in closing, as a community, a lot of us have already felt marginalized, patronized, and disfranchised and imposed upon with little positive regard. As a community, we have no place to come together for walking, jogging, and exercise, let alone to play chess, checkers, or interact in a productive way, or to do other positive, common, and socially healthy activities. We all we have left as gathering places since the divisive and disruptive forces of the 1980s and the exploitive forces of 2008 ravaged our community inordinately hard are churches that attempt to help to accommodate some of the spiritual and communion needs, and casinos which by assessment do little to nothing towards the real essential needs of our community, and especially the youth. Because of limited financial and material resources, kids in my neighborhood are generally, the only place they have to play is on the street and in vacant and abandoned lots. Our elderly who are on fixed incomes and have limited mobility rarely, if ever, leave the neighborhood for other than church or food shopping at the local mart. In this case, neither the children nor the seniors get the proper environment, opportunities, and benefit from nature and nurturing together as would be possible with a community gardens and activities grounds adjacent to both the neighborhood and the school. That said, without first and foremost addressing the real needs and concerns of my community with inclusive, real, sustainable, and sincere help, as opposed to the potential of a few token stereotypical low-wage paying jobs for select few and trade off for further outside commercial encroachment and imposition, I must once again voice my objection and protest on the proposed ZON 51403 rezoning. I thank you, and I also put a shout out to my grandkids who give me the strength to come here and do this.
Well, you know, I have to say something. You're the most phenomenal councilman in your ward who has done so much over these years. I've watched the development. I just enjoy so much Lorenzi Park. We certainly understand, and I see West Academy, and I've just seen how that's grown and become so successful. So I think there's so much to be thankful for it this season. And while I hear everything and certainly sympathize with so much of it, the glory of what's happened is incredible. But this is a public hearing, and I do see, please state your name.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Barlow, I just think that no one should have to live next to a street as busy as Lake Mead Boulevard. And I think that the commercial zoning is appropriate here, not residential. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this before I turn this over to Councilman Barlow? Hearing none, I will close the public hearing, and there you are, Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. And sir, I'm sorry, your name again?
Gary Brown.
Gary Brown.
Brown, yes.
Brown.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, pleasure to meet you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, good deal. Mayor and Council, allow me to digress and bring forward some historical facts as it relates to this specific area of Lake Mead, and the closest cross street is Lake Mead and Martin Luther King. Going back to when Commissioner Weekly sat in this seat, and I worked hand in hand in tandem with him as it relates to what these parcels of land that reside north of Charles I. West Middle School. Developers at that particular time came to us with proposals to do some low-rise, mid-rise, apartment-style homes, possibly even townhomes, on this particular parcel of land, being that the surrounding areas were residential, and immediately across the street were the Buena Vista 1 duplexes. Moving fast forward, today in 2013, Lake Mead is a 100-foot wide thoroughfare. We have close to a little bit over 500,000 motorists that travel Lake Mead a month. And looking at it from a master plan standpoint, if you have driven through this area as of recent, Commissioner Weekly, I applaud him for the work he has done in relation to taking down Buena Vista 1. I believe it's 1 or 2.
The one
Okay.
on Lake Mead is 2, and the one on Cary
Okay.
is 1.
Okay, thank you for the correction. So taking down Buena Vista 2,
Yes.
which is cleared and prime and ripe for a redevelopment project. Being that this parcel of land does sit adjacent to a school, and there is a business park around it and commercial adjacent to it as well on this same parcel of land, which is the telecommunication, I want to say it's the Sprint telecommunication
Yes, the giant
commercial
tower.
building. Keeping these parcels residential today no longer makes sense as to the fact that we've improved Lake Mead, and it is a super thoroughfare as commuters travel east and west bound on this particular street. I believe that this is a opportunity for us to continue the integrity of the street, being that we just recently opened the Dollar General store, which faces Lake Mead, just east of this parcel. The FBI headquarters sits maybe 100 yards away from this particular parcel. And we have the Urban Chamber Business Incubator in conjunction with the City of Las Vegas, which sits adjacent to this parcel, all facing Lake Mead. And now that Buena Vista 2 is taken down, I'm pretty sure that it leaves more opportunity for the possibility of some type of mixed use facing Lake Mead, being that it is a 100-foot wide thoroughfare. And I agree with Mr. Farlow that this particular parcel should not be a residential parcel. So we have to find new and innovative and strategic ways in order to improve our neighborhood, making sure that the amenities which we currently don't have, we have an opportunity to bring them into the community, because it's all a part of the walkable communities that the City of Las Vegas, through the Planning Department, has been working so diligently to create in our neighborhoods. Having said that, I've been in communications with the North Las Vegas, what is the name of the homeowners association or the neighborhood group, the North Las Vegas?
North Valley
North Valley.
Association, yes.
What is it, North Valley?
North Valley, yes, Association, over at Pearson Center.
Yes, the
Second
North
Service.
Valley Association.
Correct.
I've been in communication with them as it relates to a light and a signal at Comstock and Lake Mead. We've been in those conversations for quite some time. And in order to really capture that, and in conjunction with speaking with the councilwoman of that area, Pamela Goins-Brown, we're trying to figure out innovative ways to get all of this done for the benefit and the safety of the residents in this ever-aging but ever-growing community and mixed-use community, as we try to bring on those amenities that are applicable to what the residents in this area need. I'm going to move forward with the recommendation of changing the zoning to C1, with the opportunity as we move forward, looking forward to a site plan review, thank you, a site plan review in the future, and working with the future developers to, in fact, talk to them in regards to, as a part of their condition, to provide a signal, being that they will be bringing traffic into their business. We'll speak to them in relation to them making a part of their plan to bring a signal to Comstock and Lake Mead.
That is actually
Okay?
part of one of my concerns.
Right.
So I do appreciate
Mhm.
you saying that, because it is an offset intersection
understand
from
that.
Stella Lake where the
And-
federal
right,
building is.
and that's
to
why I was
Comstock.
bringing that
It makes it quite
forward,
dangerous.
because you're right. Comstock sits half-cocked, if you will.
Yes.
From Stella Lake. And
Approximately
trying to
100
get
feet.
out of Comstock to make a left, it's very cumbersome, just as
Very
trying to get out on Stella Lake to go west is very cumbersome. I drive it just as you do.
dangerous.
And it's very dangerous.
sir.
And in particular to that, and more specifically to that, the students from elementary to high school at Charles I. West have to cross that street each and every day.
They have to negotiate.
And so
Correct.
I totally agree, and specifically that I've been working very diligently as it relates to crosswalks around the city of Las Vegas, but more so inside of Ward 5. I understand the significance of having signalized crosswalks that our youth and pedestrians and cyclists will have an opportunity to cross mid-block in a safe capacity. So I understand your concerns. Those concerns are not falling on deaf ears, Mr. Braun. You can assure that. I can assure you that.
Yes, sir.
But moving forward, this zoning, just so that you know, the zoning on Lake Mead,
Yes.
it's all transitioning, and residential zoning will no longer be the movement. It will be mixed-use developments that will help to spawn economic development and redevelopment in this older aging community that we've grown accustomed to live inside of. Years ago, 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago, it wouldn't, I'm pretty sure we would be pushing for more residential. But as this community in this specific place continues to grow, we have to change with the times. And I know change is difficult for a lot of us, specifically when we've seen those lots that have been vacant for many, many years and nothing on them. And if we have an opportunity to bring some sensible economic development projects to these sites that the community can embrace through the site development plan in the future, those are things that we need to work forward in order to grow our community. So with that, Mayor and Council.
Councilman Barlow, please.
Go ahead.
Just one last thing.
Yes, sir.
Closing. As far as again, the site that is actually in Las Vegas, being that Lake Mead is actually a border between both sides
sir.
right here, I actually understand that direction, but my big concern is since it is also a redistricting zone, it's more than just a borderline. I'm more concerned about what's going to happen with Buena Park number 2, and I know that if that particular area becomes changed over, with it also being a redevelopment zone, I'm concerned that Buena Vista 2 will also be commercialized, and that's really where our neighborhood draws the line, because we really don't want to have a bunch of commercial sites that are facing to the south on the north side of Lake Mead, because that said, just say a series of suites or whatever, there's too much opportunity with houses to the back side of that.
I totally get it, but let me share this with you.
Yes, sir.
And you've been in the meetings with Commissioner Weekly. You've been in meetings with, I'm saying the North Valley. The North Valley has been in meetings with Commissioner Weekly,
Okay.
with Councilwoman Pamela Goins-Brown, and myself, as we've had conversations as to the overall dynamic and change of what we all consider the west side, West Las Vegas.
Yes, in the big.
I don't look at my ward from the sole purpose of just because North Las Vegas is across the street, I don't pay attention to that. That's not the case. I look at everything as though it's one. And that's why I communicate with the commissioner, and I send him text messages periodically thanking him for the job that he's doing, as well as the councilwoman in that area, as far as taking down a lot of those developments that have been standing and dilapidated for many years, to provide a new, fresh approach as to how, in fact, we're going to bring more development, whether it be residential, commercial, or mixed use, into the community. And so there's more conversations to be had. Today, we're just talking about setting the zoning for what's to come, and through the site development plan process, you'll have another opportunity, you and the residents of North Valley, as well as the residents in the city of Las Vegas, to sit in on those future meetings when those site development plans come forward. Yes.
Thank you.
When those site development plans come forward, so that we can have a community conversation as it relates to what we want in the community and those things that we don't want. And so I appreciate you being here to basically share your concerns, because your concerns are valid, and I hear you loud and clear. But I'm just sharing with you that there is a movement taking place as it relates to bringing more mixed-use commercial, and where it makes sense, residential, on some of the more busier streets that we've improved over the years into the urban core of our cities. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
But the last couple of meetings that have happened over at the North Valley, there has been no commissioners at the last one that was prior to last month, and the one that would have been just this last week. So
I would just recommend
fast-pacing.
that you reach out to your council person, which is Pamela Goins-Brown, and you reach out to your commissioner, which is Commissioner Weekly, and feel free to invite me. Although I don't represent North Las Vegas, I'm happy to sit in on those meetings as well, because we're all one community at the end of the day. And so, please extend an invite, and I'm pretty sure if the commissioner or the councilwoman can't show up, they'll send a representative on their behalf to make sure that their voices are heard.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Barlow, and being that this is on camera, I put that invitation out right now.
Well,
for
no, I
anyone
would suggest
to
that
come
you
out.
contact their office versus trying to do it over television, because they may not be watching. Okay?
Those meetings are second Saturday, and they've been that way for years, so.
Not a problem, but I would still recommend that you contact each of their offices, to include mine, when the next invitation for us to come out and speak about what's taking place from a master plan standpoint in the community.
Thank you very much, and we hope that we don't get fast-paced on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Braun. Your name, sir?
Eric Ritz.
Eric
Ritz?
Ritz. Mr. Ritz, I tend not to move in the direction of changing zoning without a site development plan review, but I agree with the direction that you're moving in. In my heart of hearts, I believe that you're looking to rezone this parcel in order to put it back out on the market, because it's been for sale, and a number of applicants have stood before the council over the years that I've been here and basically put up all of the wonderful pictures that they were going to bring in, these specific developments that fit the parcels. So I get that. So I don't want you to walk away thinking that the wool is pulled over my eyes. It's not. I understand that you're looking to move it, but it's okay. And I'm looking forward to working with the next person who hopefully purchases this parcel, so that we can work with them in relation to a site development plan that actually fits in something that'll possibly go. Okay? Am I correct in my statement?
Yes, they were proposed, there was a potential buyer that was going to propose a site, but they ended up falling away, and the property owner retained me to go ahead and bring the zoning to what would make the property valuable. And it is just a little 1 acre piece, so it would only be one home, and I don't think anybody would build a single home on that piece of parcel.
I agree.
So it's basically not worth anything. So he's hoping to, get some commercial zoning so they can get some momentum to try to get somebody to come in and to develop it, because they are not developers.
I agree, and I agree, but I just wanted you to just be honest with me and forthright that that's what's taking place here.
Yes, that is
Okay.
exactly what's taking place.
All right, and I agree with it, but I just wanted to go on the record so that, there wouldn't be anyone that will walk away from this conversation thinking that there was something that was taking place, and it's not.
And absolutely not. So that's all
It's a
they're doing.
specific
You are correct.
financial move on their part, okay?
And before
Flynn-
you make your motion, I'd like to go ahead and see if there's any public comment and then be able to
Oh,
close it.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I thought you had already did that. My apologies.
It might have been, but just to double check. Anybody else wanting to be heard on this agenda item? Hearing none, I'm going to close it. Now,
Okay,
back
great.
to you.
And
Thank
Flynn,
you.
I see on the map here where the Sprint building is sitting on RE parcel. You may know, you may not know, how did this happen? They've been there for many, many years, and their zoning is RE, when in fact their zoning should be close to industrial or M. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct.
Okay.
There is an inconsistency between the use and the zoning on the site. However, I will say that the general plan designation for that site is PF, Public Facility,
Okay.
which is for utility installation. So the general plan is correct. The zoning on the site, unfortunately, is not correct.
So how do we correct that, or is that up to the actual user?
It's really preferred that the actual owner of the property come forward with the rezoning application on that. In the West Las Vegas plan, we have identified a number of parcels where the zoning is not consistent with the general plan designation. So as parcels come before us, such as the one that we have here today, we are correcting those actions one by one.
Okay, is there anything that we can do on the city side to correct the zoning, working in tandem with the property owners?
Certainly, the city can also initiate rezonings.
Okay, then I would like to work with you on that to clean up a lot of the zoning, because I noticed also that a number of churches that have been in the community for over 30, 40 years are also sitting on R1 parcels. And I would like to clean up all of the zoning as soon as possible. So if you'll work with my office so that we can initiate it and at least catch up to the West Las Vegas plan in relation to the general plan agreement.
Certainly.
Okay? Thank you. So Mayor and Council, thank you so very much for your indulgence. At this time, I'll move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote, and then please post.
Thank you very much. Have a happy holidays.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Happy holidays. We'll move on to agenda items 84 and 85. VAR 5095, an appeal of the approval by the Planning Commission for 6 freestanding signs where a variance to allow 10 proposed freestanding signs to be spaced 35 feet apart, where 6 signs spaced at least 100 feet apart are allowed. Agenda item 85, MSP 50954, an appeal of the approval by the Planning Commission on a request for a major amendment of an approved master sign plan, MSP 40230, for an existing mixed-use development. The applicant owner is Great Wash Park, LLC, on 28.43 acres at northeast corner of Alta Drive and Rampart Boulevard. Staff recommends denial, and the Planning Commission recommends approval on both items. These are C2 General Commercial Zone, are in Ward 2 with Councilman Beers. These are public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Please state your name.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, and council members. I'm Greg Borgel, 300 South 4th Street, here on behalf of Tivoli Village, which is the Great Wash Park property. Also present in the audience today, if you have questions appropriate for his consideration, is Gary Chappell, or Chappell, who is the owner's representative. We're here to request approval of 10 small signs for temporary use while under construction of the new phase of Tivoli Village. And I probably should pause at this point and define my terms. When I say small signs, the total of these 10 signs is 340 square feet. The allowable square footage of signage in this area would be 2,360. So we are well less than 20% of the allowable square footage, although we have extra signs, but they're very small signs, and accordingly are scattered on the Ramparts Boulevard frontage at the separation that we can achieve. Secondly, I probably need to do a little stipulation about the temporary character of these signs. We did meet with staff, and the staff determined that these signs did not fit in any of the ordinance categories of temporary signs. You have a list of situations that allow it, and the staff determined we didn't meet that standard of temporary. However, in every standard of normal English, these are temporary signs. They will be removed upon the completion of construction of the second phase of the Tivoli Commercial Center, which is now underway. And they would have to be removed. If I could get perhaps the engineer to go to the overhead here that I have, we can explain to you a little better why that I think will do. Here is Ramparts. Here is the area where the temporary signs are requesting to be approved. In front of the new construction that is now underway, the steel is up and it's generally looking like a construction zone. But the signs would be here in an area where, with the completion of the center, there will be a driveway to access the center, along with landscaping and a sidewalk under separate easement agreements with the city. So we can guarantee you that these are, in the real world, temporary signs. They'll have to be removed in order to complete the construction that's underway. We understand the staff's position that they don't meet the technical definition of a temporary sign in the code. We respect the fact that they didn't approve it for those reasons, but we think in the real world it's guaranteed to be temporary by virtue of the construction that will replace it shortly. However, if Councilman Beers or the council as a whole wants to be extra sure of that, we certainly would agree to a condition of removal of the signs in 2 years or whatever time limit is needed to ensure that it doesn't become a permanent use. And that really, I think, strikes to the heart of the practical objection that staff puts out, their comment being that they cannot support the use of temporary signs on an indefinite basis, which is how we were compelled to apply as though they were permanent signs, not fitting the code definition of temporary. They are temporary. You can time limit them. You really don't have to, because we're going to have to take them out when the construction is complete. And we think that That's responsive to the issue of we don't quite fit in the code, we're neither fish nor fowl. I will tell you that two of the senses in which we don't meet the temporary sign standard is they are made of permanent materials, which is to say nice material. They're brushed aluminum signs which will not require any maintenance. They won't get raggedy like other temporary signs do. They will be firmly affixed to the ground so that they aren't subject to being blown around or otherwise becoming a nuisance. They will, in fact, much as staff says, look like permanent signs. Nonetheless, they are temporary. All the feedback we've had is that these are very attractive signs and that they're appropriate for temporary use. If I can reach beyond those technicalities to the practical matter, I think we need to take account of the fact that what we have a developer doing is trying to recover from a 5-year recession and complete a major project that's of great significance to the city and, of course, to him. And he has tenants in the building now who are going to be compelled, once again, to conduct their businesses in the middle of a construction zone. And it is really not a problem to conduct it. These businesses are located in an area that they can do their business and their parking is available. But from the perception of the public, when you see a giant construction zone, you are reluctant to go in and speculate on what businesses are open and on what terms they're open, and that can be destructive to the success of all of those businesses, which is ultimately the success of the completion of the center. So we would hope for your practical consideration for the approval of these 10 signs on a temporary basis, as we described, with or without a specific time limit. We suggest 2 years because we're confident we'll be done with the new portion of the project within that time. But if we're done earlier, the signs will come out earlier because we need to build the driveway to access them. And with that, and without getting any more technical than that, we would hope for your favorable
What
action.
I'd like to do first, Mr. Fagg, if you'd make your comments, and if anything's been resolved, and then have the public hearing.
Certainly, just to explain why we're here today and how we got here, just very briefly, again, as Mr. Borgel has pointed out, staff recommended denial as it doesn't meet our criteria for a variance in terms of the number of signs and the spacing of the signs. At the Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commissioners recommended approval of the master sign plan and the variance. However, they only approved 6 signs where the applicant was requesting 10 signs. And so the approval from the Planning Commission was different than what the applicant had submitted. And so I just want to make sure that that was clear, and that's the reason for the appeal today, is that the Planning Commission approved something different than what the applicant had requested.
Okay, thank you. And you would approve 10?
We could approve 6. So again, staff still has the issue. It doesn't meet the code requirements.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is a public hearing. Anybody wanting to comment on this? Please come forward, state your name. Hearing none, I'll close it. And Councilman Beers, this is you.
Well, thank you, Mayor. You know, I'm a student of unintended consequences. And I think that's what this is, based on the fact that they have too many signs and they're so far under the square foot limit. I think that our code was not built thinking of these trendy signs that we see both being proposed here, as well as you get on the 215 up at Charleston outside the shopping center with the Costco in it. They're along the back side of the 215 there. You'll see a larger version, but the same kind of styling
And
that
those are
takes
very
place.
nice, but they're all the same, aren't they?
They're same color, yeah. They're same color with the
Just the names.
the names of the stores inside. We did get some postcards. None did anything other than check boxes, so the only communication that I got from constituents was, or via postcard anyone, was one family that was concerned about the that it would block their westerly view, and also might be a traffic impediment. I believe that you can't block that westerly view unless you're standing right up against the block wall, because that's just the nature of it. It won't be visible from the residences on the other side of Tivoli. Because it's on the inside curve of Rampart, I don't believe that there's any traffic impediment. I talked to all the shoppers in my life, and they all said they liked it. They liked the signs, and they were confident in their opinion, because it turns out that Tivoli accidentally put these up once without knowing that we had a regulation governing it. As soon as they learned that, as good corporate citizens, they immediately took them down and embarked on the process that's culminating today. But while they were up, we got 0 complaints from neighbors. And the shopper people I've talked to all say they thought it was a big improvement. So based on all those factors, I would move that we grant this variance, allowing the 10 signs that are of the very teeny tiny 34 square foot variety, and that we put the condition on that they come down in, let's say, 2.5 years.
Madam Mayor.
And then whatever else Flynn corrects me on.
Madam Mayor, if I might, if there's going to be a condition placed on the timeframe for the signs, I would request that we place that on item number 85, which is the master sign plan, so that that language is incorporated in the
And then I would
master sign
strike that
plan.
condition from my motion, Madam Mayor.
Okay. So you will move, then, this is on agenda item 84 first,
Yes, ma'am.
and so you move for approval?
Yes, ma'am. With the 10
Okay,
signs.
there's a
not-
motion.
With 10 signs, not 6.
10 signs, not 6.
Could I ask, Mayor?
Yes,
Would this also relate to the permanent signs that would be placed at that location, or just these temporary signs? If so, should we put the word temporary in the condition?
Yes, and that would follow up in item number 85, identifying the 10 signs on the Rampart frontage as being temporary and for
2.5 years?
2.5 years, if that's the request.
Would they have to come back in for another change to their master sign plan to add the permanent signs?
No, if they have a specific time limit in their master sign plan, then we just need to specify those dates, and once it's completed, the signs would be removed.
And, Your Honor, for further confidence in that point, when these signs are gone, the replacement signs are going to be fascia signs already approved on the building. We're not going to put in new permanent signs replacing these at this location, because this location's going to have landscaping and street.
Okay, just want to make
Great.
sure the conditions were clear, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Good point. There it was a motion there. Please make sure you vote, and let's post it. The motion was to approve 84, but 10 signs, not 6, 2.5 years temporary signage, but that information will be in 85 as well, or in both 84 and 85. 85. Okay.
And that was the councilman's
Beer's recommendation.
recommendation.
And would you please post? Motion carries. Let's move on to 85, please, Councilman Beers.
Do we get a separate presentation now, or can we drag this out a little longer?
I'd like to. I mean, I don't want to go home and cook dinner.
I can see if I still remember it.
You know, maybe you had a big lunch. I did not.
Well, the conditions that we just had on item 84 would also be incorporated into the item 85 item, if you can have an item 85 item, an item 85 sub-item perhaps. I would like to note for the council's benefit that they're going to town out there at Tivoli. If you haven't been out there lately, they've got iron up. There's 100 people working. The average wage is better than $25 an hour, plus full benefits, which are worth about $1,000 a month.
They're
And
good
health
people.
insurance, they're covering
Very good
families too.
people.
And at the peak of this project, they'll actually have 400 people working on that site.
Wow.
So
They are
it's
good
pretty
folk.
exciting for Ward 2 and for Las Vegas in general. So with that, Madam Mayor, I would move that we accept the Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, subject to the additional conditions that we've discussed in the last 5-10 minutes.
Thank you very much. There's a motion on agenda item 85. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very
and
much.
Happy holidays to all, and
All right.
thank
Happy
you for the
holidays, Happy
consideration.
New Year.
You'll be proud of the project and the signs, and we appreciate staff's continuing input, even though we recognize they're bound by the code.
Thank you very much. All right, agenda item 86, VAR 51093, public hearing, applicant owner George Garcia Celidio for possible action and a request for a variance to allow a 4-foot distance separation from primary dwelling where 6 feet minimum is required, to allow a 10.1-foot tall accessory structure, Class 2, where 9 feet is the maximum height allowed for an existing 491 square foot accessory structure, Class 2 garage on .16 acres, 1408 Newport Street, R1 Single Family Residential Zone, Councilman Coffin, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. Public hearing, I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Please.
Present.
Are
Joe
you the
Gonzalez
owner?
on behalf of the owner.
On behalf of the owner?
Yes.
Okay. Did you need the name again? Could you repeat your name?
Joe Gonzalez.
Joe Gonzalez. Thank you. And do you want to make a comment on this?
I'd
or-
just like to ask you follow through on Planning Commission's recommendations for approval.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fagg, could you make response for us over here on staff?
Absolutely, Madam Mayor, thank you. The subject accessory structure was built prior to the applicant purchasing the property, and it was built without permits. Consequently, it encroaches into a required setback and then also exceeds the allowable height. As the applicant has noted, however, the Planning Commission did recommend approval of this item.
Okay, it's a public hearing. Anyone wish to address this item? Hearing none, I will close that. And Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. There has been no complaint from the neighborhood. I understand what's going on here. You can see the building. It's a little outbuilding. I'm not sure what it's used for. The heavy growth of oleanders on the neighbor's property actually goes up higher than that, and I think there must be an agreement not to worry about this anymore because no protest came from that neighbor. This is the side of the yard. It is not the address. And so I think that this is not something that you can easily get out of once you've bought a house. And I think the fact is that the neighborhood's learned to live with it. And the neighbor and this gentleman keep their house up very nice. So there apparently is peace in the neighborhood. I'll move for approval of 86.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. We need everybody voting. Please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We will now move on to agenda item number 87, SUP 51411, public hearing, applicant owner YSBM Investment LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed single-room occupancy residence at 1150 South Las Vegas Boulevard, C2 General Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Is a public hearing, and I declare it open. Is the applicant or representatives present? Please state your name.
Arnold Stock, 2701 Alta Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, representing the applicant and Veterans Village.
Wonderful. Do you want to make a little comment here about what we're seeing?
I do, if I may,
Please.
Mayor and Council. Happy holidays to everybody.
Thank you.
I'm here this afternoon regarding an application for a special use permit for a single-room occupancy use for Veterans Village, which is located at 1150 Las Vegas Boulevard, downtown Las Vegas, Nevada. Veterans Village is dedicated to the creation of an environment that is a transitional residence for United States veterans. This is a unique and innovative approach to holistic and comprehensive transitional housing. Veterans Village is not a shelter for the homeless. It is a respite and a place for U.S. veterans to transition to permanent housing. By way of background, I've been developing and operating special needs developments such as this for over 40 years. The SRO, or Single Room Occupancy Special Use Permit request before you this afternoon is something that I first worked on in 1977 in Los Angeles, California. We started a nonprofit housing organization then called SRO Housing, in which many motels were rehabbed into transitional residences in blighted areas. It became very apparent to me in 1977 that homeless shelters, while much needed for emergency housing, is an inadequate quick fix that does not work for long-term success for people in need. That transitional method for long-term economic and social self-sufficiency and independence is a proven model that has been done successfully in many cities throughout the United States. The average stay at Veterans Village is anywhere from 2 weeks to 6 months, depending on individual situations. Many residents are in school, completing degrees at schools such as the culinary schools, or are gainfully employed when they come to us. SHARE is the parent organization that operates Veterans Village, and SHARE is our nonprofit organization that was founded in 1994 in the city of Las Vegas and has operated in Las Vegas and Southern Nevada since then. Veterans Village is located in a repurposed motel that was formerly the Econo Lodge and was in disrepair and decline and ready for board up and closure. When I came to the motel property, there was about 14 units that were occupied and the rest were vacant. The owners were ready to close it. The facility today is nearly complete with the renovation of the interior and exterior of all residential rooms. The renovation was made possible through a grant from the Home Depot Foundation in the amount of more than $600,000. And I'd like to note that that was the largest grant that the Home Depot Foundation has made to date to any nonprofit in the United States. Home Depot provided over 450 employees who have all volunteered with their help on the renovations. Other volunteers at Veterans Village in the past year and a half include many volunteers from the Crossing Church, Nellis Air Force Base, Creech Air Force Base, Central Christian Church, and the Downtown Cares Group. Embassy Suite Hotel employees, MGM Resorts International employees, Caesars Entertainment employees, and more recently the Downtown Dynamos with United Way of Southern Nevada. And we've done deferred maintenance and completion of the renovation, which is a continual process. To date, many of the volunteers total over 2,500 volunteers at the facility. Veterans Village facility contains 120 refurbished rooms, an outdoor pool and patio area that we maintained and restored, two common rooms for cooking, laundry, recreation, 12-step meetings, clothing, closet, food pantry, library, and other services. Partnerships that we've made to date include, and I think this is important to read for the record, is that we collaborate with nonprofits, and that's our business model. We collaborate with and work in solid partnership with United Way of Southern Nevada, Salvation Army, Home Depot Foundation, Help of Southern Nevada, U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Three Square Regional Food Bank, the American Red Cross, Clark County, Nevada, SHARE, American Red Cross I've read, Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada, U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, Veterans Tribute Career and Technical Academy, State of Nevada Department of Employment Training and Rehabilitation, Goodwill of Southern Nevada, the Shade Tree, Nathan Adelson Hospice, Whole Food Markets, Trader Joe's, USO Las Vegas, and Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. The City of Las Vegas has cooperated with us and essentially held our hand through the whole process. We've worked with staff in virtually every department, from business licensing to planning to code enforcement, building department, and elected officials' offices. All collaborating agencies that we have provide staff and licensed social workers and other professionals on site that help residents on an individual basis. There is no social service staff employed by Veterans Village. Caseworkers visit residents in their living unit or in our common room. This model has been an extremely effective method for us and partners who have their mission to work with others and not having to create another nonprofit bureaucracy. The entitlement process, a neighborhood meeting was held on October 8th, 2013 at Veterans Village. 150 invitations for this meeting were hand-delivered to adjoining commercial, office, and residential uses. 287 notices of this application for this public hearing tonight were mailed by the City of Las Vegas Planning Department. 2 people were in attendance at the neighborhood meeting. Invitations for briefing for this application were hand-delivered to Las Vegas City Hall for each planning commissioner, as well as the mayor and council members for full briefings. I also held individual meetings regarding this application with local adjoining neighbors as well. If approved this afternoon, this request for a single-room occupancy special use permit will allow Veterans Village to move away from the motel use to its transitional housing facility. We will not be taxed as a motel or hotel as we currently are. We will be eligible for other grant opportunities for our facility, and we'll be able to move away from the motel room per night limitation and no longer function as a motel. It hasn't really functioned as a motel for several months now. I also wanted to thank former Mayor Pro Tem Michael McDonald for showing up and supporting us today, and Ms. Terry Murphy. And I appreciate your consideration of the request this afternoon, and thank you for allowing us to be of service to this community. And if it's okay, a couple of our residents would like to say a few words.
We'd love to hear from you, and please say your name for our record here. Thank you, Mr. Stark.
Hello, Mayor, and hello, council members here today. My name is Greg Brannon. I am a resident at 1150 South Las Vegas Boulevard, and I'm also the crisis intervention specialist and quote-unquote manager of the facility. And I'd like to make the quick comment that this facility has been not only a life-changing experience for many other veterans that I've been able to reach out and help, but it also has reached out and helped me. And I came to Veterans Village. I came from the National Park Service after cutbacks were made to our seasonal park budget due to the government can't figure out a budget right now and fund us properly. So I came to Las Vegas kind of lost and hoping for a chance. And it was a lucky city, and I stumbled across Arnold Stock and the Veterans Village, and they've rebuilt my life and given me an opportunity to help other men and women that I come across in this community, and I really would like to continue that work, and I appreciate all the support of the city.
You're doing a great job there. I know that. And yes, please, and be sure to say your name.
My name is Irene Rojas. I am also a resident, and I also work the front desk, and I am a veteran also. And when I first got there, I had no job, and I was living with people. So they offered me a job and a place to live, and today I think this is the most, the kind of job that I actually feel like I'm actually doing something with my life. I'm actually helping other people. I used to do security at a casino, and I just wasn't happy there. This place makes me feel like I have a purpose now, and I love doing what I do. Seeing people come in, they need help, we'll help them out. And I want to continue doing this for a long time.
Thank you. Wonderful
And
representation.
both like to have both of us are United States veteran. Irene's from the Navy for 7 years, and I'm from the Marine Corps for 6.
Semper Fi.
You rock.
Any comments from our public? Please come forward, because I know they'll be enthusiastic too.
Real quick. Well, it's young veterans, and sounds good to me, and all the best of luck. Thank you. And have a good holiday.
Thank you. We're very proud. Anyone else? We'll close public hearing then. And Councilman Coffin.
Mayor, could I
Yes,
just say before
absolutely.
you make your motion, I just know Mr. Stock has worked very hard on this. This is a tremendous thing that you're doing. It's such a benefit to the community, and we are very, very appreciative. I also want to tell the mayor that it's not only Semper Fi, it's also Anchors Away.
Oh, right. And all the other military songs that we could regale you with right now, but it's too late in the day and you don't want to hear our voices. Councilman Barlow.
Great job on this development. I think this is going to most definitely be a very attractive place, specifically for our veterans who are in need of housing. If we can just go back to the overhead, the PowerPoint, I just want to just point something out from a beautification standpoint. Keep going. Keep going. Next slide. Right there. This is a beautiful facility, and I'm going, go back to the next slide, please. Go back.
They're going forward.
Huh?
They're going forward.
I think he sees the SB on the
Right.
sign there.
Right.
It
See.
should be RB for Ricky Barlow, not SB.
Not. Keep going, and just stop on the one slide.
That's
Keep
a
going.
pretty tree.
It is.
That's not us.
That's a beautiful tree. What
That's a
kind of
different
tree is
project.
that?
Who's controlling the joystick?
Over back there in the corner. He likes the one with the sign with the graffiti.
I might add that we
Sorry.
have painted over that SB on that
Right, I
side.
just want to make, I just want to make a
What did,
point.
I don't know, what am I missing?
Oh, the graffiti on the pole.
Yeah, somebody graffitied even our special
Yeah.
use permit sign, but
Isn't
we're
that
out there all the
terrible?
time, and we're very, very.
There we go. If you can just stop there for a moment. And this is, I just want to make a point in relation to how beautiful you all have basically put your time and effort into this building. And just
you.
continue to watch out for elements that defy the true essence of what you all are doing. I know the young lady mentioned that she really is enjoying and found a purpose as far as what she's here for, and the young man who's the property manager. Let's make sure that we stay on top of items like this, because if you don't, it'll start popping up all around the facility and really start to take away from the aesthetic feel of the important work that you all are doing each and every day. So I just wanted just to point that out so that you can physically see what the public sees when we come by this location. We want to make sure that it remains pristine, specifically as it sits on Las Vegas Boulevard. And in our entire goal as representatives for the city of Las Vegas is to make sure that all of our wards are beautiful. And you most definitely have given back to the community in such a beautiful way in relation to not only servicing the veterans, but providing an aesthetic, good-looking building on one of the most recognized, the #1 most recognized street in the world, and that's Las Vegas Boulevard. So let's make sure that we stay on top of that.
You know, we, and can I maybe say a couple of things about that? This photo sort of represents what we were about the last year and a half. And we've literally had hundreds of people that show up, and that's a real sticking point. It's a very important point to make sure that we keep it up like that, so it doesn't get the stigma or any negative comments about, well, you know, look at that, it's graffiti. We're right out there, so it's a very good comment. Thank you.
And most of us as United States veterans take great pride in this country. We also take great pride in our communities as well. And we definitely want to get back in there and give back.
We're so grateful to you, and grateful that head of the Republican Party and former Councilman McDonald's here, and that Terry Murphy is back there, blends right into the seats right now. And our fabulous representative. I must just tell you, it's simply great that you've all come here, and it's great what you've been doing. We're so proud.
Thank you.
So who did, yes. Oh, Councilman Coffin, here we are.
Thank you, Your Honor. One of my projects I've been working on is working with Caleb Cage on we're not sure what yet, but it's essentially a statewide directory of services geared to veterans. And over at the USO yesterday, I was shown the National Resource Directory, www.nrd.gov. Yeah, write that down. nrd.gov. You're not listed as a service provider there, and I think you should be. I am assuming that you are already listed at Nevada 211.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but thank you for that.
This appears to be, well, their slug title is Connecting Wounded Warriors, Service Members, Veterans, Their Families, and Caregivers with Those Who Support Them, and it's a Washington project, but there's a fair amount of local data in there, and like I said, I think you guys ought to be on there too.
Thank you. Yeah, and we do work. USO calls us when they get service member that's stuck there. They call us, and we'll take them, and we'll get them home or whatever it is. So we have a really good partnership with them. I will definitely be on that. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I live 200 yards away from Veterans Village, formerly known as the Econo Lodge and formerly a den of drugs and prostitution. So what's happened there has been a remarkable transition for the neighborhood. And it's a tough corner, you know, we're right at Las Vegas Boulevard in Charleston. So the temptations are there. They're still there at that intersection for the men and women who are in Veterans Village. So the need has been met, and the people here are meeting it right head on where it needs to be done. And I think they've had a great influence on the neighborhood. There isn't as much vagrancy, frankly, not as much violence either around the area, because the men and women understand that sobriety comes first, and this truly has become a much more sober neighborhood, and I think that is a big deal for all of us. I mean, I've seen it grow. And Mayor, you and I were over there to be witness to the donation from Home Depot. It's been earlier this year. And I know that, we've seen it grow, and it looks nice, and it still looks nice, as if it had been painted yesterday. So anyway, obviously, since I live close, I know there have been a couple of objections, but if I give the names of the objectors to Arnie, I have a feeling he'll be on the phone to them and be over at their house the next day. So I'll give them to them, and they'll be converted shortly. In any event, I live a lot closer than they do, so I think I stand just as well on the decision on this. I will move now for approval of item 87, special use permit.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. It's uplifting, everything you do.
Thank you, Mayor. They got to vote first.
And please post. Thank you. That motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas to you, Mayor. Same to
You've
you
got
all.
yourself all ready. I see that. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you very much.
Agenda item 88. SUP 51423, public hearing, applicant Bell's Market, owner Shoshani Sabat, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a retail establishment with accessory packaged liquor off-sale use within an existing 2,980 square foot general retail store at 720 West Owen, C1 Limited Commercial Zone, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representatives present?
Yes, ma'am. Lizette Matos, 38 East Serene, representing the Shoshani family.
Thank you. And with you is?
Jimmy Shoshani, representing my father, Subhash Shoshani.
Wonderful. Nice to see you. And do you want to make any comments on this? Or we'll just, since both have recommended approval?
We just ask that we follow the staff's recommendation for approval.
Great. It's a public hearing. Anybody wishing to make comment, please come forward.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. There was a sign issue.
That it fell down?
Good luck.
Thank you.
You didn't say your name. That doesn't count.
My name is, never mind, anyway, Ebony Hodges. Good luck again.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll close public hearing. Is there a motion, Councilman Barlow?
Yes, there is. Yes, there is a motion, Mayor. Jimmy, you want to talk about the sign issue, because I know staff went out and addressed some signage issues as it relates to this parcel. So, or your representative would like to
Yes.
make mention of that, and what corrective measures have transpired?
Yes.
The signs that you see up on these pictures were removed the night after the day after the Planning Commission hearing. There was, without our knowledge, a sign put up on Monday by one of our vendors, late Monday afternoon. I received an email yesterday from John Gritter letting me know about the sign, and it was removed immediately. And I sent pictures back, emailed pictures back to Mr. Gritter to show that the signs were removed. And we have sent out letters to all of our vendors specifically saying that we will not allow any of their signage without our approval or proper permitting.
Okay, because Flynn, and maybe you can jump in to provide the more specific details as it relates to what's available in relation to the signage, or I should say what's approved upon the conditions as far as the signage is concerned on the building, so that we don't have any future concerns as relates to signage in this area or at this specific location.
The conditions of approval, Madam Mayor, through you, require that the applicant be in conformance with all the requirements of the code. There is a requirement that any temporary signage does need to have a permit. The temporary signage that had been on the property did not have permits. As the applicant has indicated, they removed some of the signage. We revisited the site earlier this week, and there were two signs in the landscape area there at the front of the property. They did remove those signs and sent us a photo showing that the signs had been removed. But the property, again, does have a condition upon it that all signage does have to be in conformance with code requirements.
Okay, and you understand that, Mr. Shoshani, in relation to the signage that is not permitted by the city of Las Vegas?
Yes, I do.
And Flynn, in relation to their signage as a condition, what what are the allowed, what is the square footage or the percentage of signage they may have and where?
The window signage is limited to no more than 25% of the window area. Wall signage is no more than 20% of the overall wall area. And then the freestanding signage is per their frontage requirements. And again, that would all be relative to the code requirements in Title 1908.
Okay, and as it relates to the application before us today, what conditions will be imposed today?
The conditions you have listed in your staff report, there was questions about the packaged liquor and how that would be maintained on the property. They are showing in their site plan that the packaged liquor will be kept behind the cashier counter. What I would recommend that we do, just to be on the safe side, is to add a condition that states all packaged liquor available for sale shall be kept behind the public counter in a locked cabinet or display case.
Okay.
We actually brought a picture of the plan so
Okay,
that
I'll
you
be
can
happy
see.
to see that on the overhead.
I think that's what they have on Oki, the same thing, yeah, liquor behind the.
This here is our counter. It's two parts. This is where we enter the counter here. Behind the counter, where it says new shelves, it's 13 feet 9 inches is where the liquor shelf is going to be. It's non-accessible to the customer. Only the cashier, whoever is working the counter, can have access to that liquor.
He just showed you the diagram, and see the counter and see the 13
Okay.
13 feet by
And
3.
my sole concern is the public having access to the display case.
Yeah, they have absolutely no access to it whatsoever, because it's completely behind our counter. Nobody but a store employee can have access to the shelf, to where the liquor is.
Okay. And currently, what is your hours of operation? Remind me.
Right now, we open at 6 a.m. and we close at 11 p.m. and midnight on Friday and Saturday. Not through the winter, though, only in the summer. We close at midnight on Friday and Saturday.
Okay, and so you're going to maintain those operating hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay, okay. If there's no other comment from the public or the council, Mayor, I'm prepared to make a
Okay,
motion.
let's go forward. I close
If I could just say something, Your Honor. I just simply to thank James and his family for wonderful investments you've continued to make in downtown Las Vegas. The White Cross Market is a real breath of fresh air, and I know it's not easy to make a living down there, but I hope you are. You've got a wonderful selection of these fine craft beers that aren't made in a smoking factory somewhere with the beer shipped in tank cars on a rail over the mountains. And, you know, it's a pleasant place. And Tiffany's coffee shop is still a fine place to meet and greet. So, you know, they're really keeping it up down there at that intersection of Oki and the Boulevard. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, Councilman.
Okay,
Barlow.
I'll
Motion.
move to follow staff's recommendation, subject to all conditions, and the additional conditions that have been set by our planning department.
And you agree with those that have been
Yes.
stated about signage and everything?
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Best of
Thank you very
everything.
much, and Merry Christmas.
Happy
to you.
holidays.
Thank you,
Happy
Councilman.
holidays. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to agenda items 89 and 90. 89, SUP 51429, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 4,180 square foot tavern limited use with a shared 2,720 square foot courtyard, and 90 being SUP 51430, a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,920 square foot tavern limited use with a shared 2,720 square foot courtyard. The applicant owner is Downtown Carson LLC at 124 South 6, Suite 100, excuse me, and number 150. Staff and the Planning Commission recommend approval on both items. Both items are C2 General Commercial. These are items in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present? Please state your name.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. John Curran, 300 Las Vegas Boulevard North. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, to briefly share with you our excitement about this project with Johnny Carson. 2 restaurant concepts before you, details to be announced on the first, but very pleased to share with you tonight. We just signed an agreement with none other than Carrie Simon and for an American eatery called Carson Kitchen. So stay tuned and get excited for a couple new great dining establishments coming soon to downtown Las Vegas. With all that being said, I respectfully request your vote for approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Curran, and I know the council joins me in wishing our very best to Curry, who I understand has some big challenges that he's facing right now, but we're delighted to welcome him hopefully downtown and this wonderful, wonderful facility that's going to happen. So this is a public hearing, and Mr. Fagg, any comments, please?
Staff has recommended approval of both items as we find them consistent with the regulations in our code relative to tavern limited establishments.
Wonderful. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. I see thumbs up. I don't see the body, but I see the thumb, so that's cool. Councilman Coffin, how about a motion on 89?
Well, I thank you very much, Your Honor. This is going to be a pleasant change from the former. Now, I know the previous owners would not like it called a flop house, but the old John Carson was a flop house. I mean, it was cheap room. You know, every downtown has to have a cheap room for people who don't have any money, and they did perform that service. And they're sleeping in my yard now, Your Honor, so really nobody's been hurt. In any event, the concept of changing it to a first-class restaurant and tavern is good as long as the prices don't get so high that you get priced out there, John. You better warn them, John Curran, that there's only so much price that could be stood there. I think it's really a good thing. I'm going to move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
That's Bill Curran's son.
Motion carries. And how about on number 90, please?
Your Honor, I'll move for approval unless you need to have it read into the record. But item 90, same building, similar building, just a different location in the building, and it's another one, another restaurant, another tavern. We'll hear more about it as we move along.
We're looking forward to that.
Yeah.
There was a motion out here.
Move for
please
approval.
vote and please post. You're pushing your screen? Did it go through? Yeah, third time's the charm. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Happy holidays.
To you, too. Okay, item number 91. We are down to the near end here. SUP 51472, public hearing, applicant Dollar Loan Center owner, Rainbow Business Center LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed auto title loan use with a waiver to allow 120-foot distance separation from a residential property where 200 feet is required at 651 North Rainbow Boulevard, Suite 130, C1, limited commercial zone. And this is in Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. Public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or owner present?
Dave Gallion, Dollar Loan Center. I'm here to answer any questions you might have in regards to the property, and we hope that you follow the recommendation of Planning Commission for approval.
Can we hear why staff recommends denial?
Madam Mayor, staff had recommended denial on this item because it does not meet the separation distance requirement from residential properties. There's a multifamily residential property on the north side of Washington which falls within that 200-foot radius.
Okay, thank you. It's a public hearing. Would anybody like to be heard on this item? Okay, hearing none, I will close the public hearing item. And Councilwoman?
If I could ask Mr. Flagg, if I can get this chair up here. If I could ask you, is that distance due to the fact that it's in a building park, so it's really not that close, but the park is that close?
That is correct, Councilwoman. The distance measurement is calculated from the external property line.
Right.
And this use is actually located on the south side of the property, whereas the residential properties are on the north side of Washington.
Right, and then you also would have to cross busy Washington. Due to the fact that that's a street that I don't think many people would want to cross there, and also the fact that the subject property is not as close as the footage is for the general park, business park area, I move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please vote, and please post. Thank you. The motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, council members. Thank you for your call this afternoon, too, Ms. Gargano.
I would instruct the city clerk to set public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous business or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. Citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Please state your name.
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident. I have a mailing address of P.O. Box 466, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89125. I'm here today because I'm still experiencing a problem with the programs on the military base, and I shared with county commissioners on yesterday. Each individual that entered Nellis Air Force Base should be checked in with the security forces, I'm told. There shouldn't be anyone over there that's not checked in with the security forces. The reason being is for their protection as well as the people that allow them over there. And they've had open house on me. It's created a lot of problems, a lot of drug trafficking on my ticket, people theming off me, and there has to be some control over this type thing, some law and order kept. I know I'm not the most popular person around town because I'm trying to get some law and order and justice with people that are bent on becoming really bad criminals and promoting a lot of criminal activity, and they see I won't become a part of it, and they don't like me. But Santa Claus is coming to town. I think he's going to check the list and find out I've been good. You all have a happy, blessed, and safe holiday and prosperous New Year. Thank you.
Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, and Happy New Year. Thank you. Anyone else wishing to comment, please go forward. Is that working? Thank you.
Mayor and Council, I want to thank you for today, and Councilman Coffin, I know you had to leave, but what you did for Veterans Village. It was a big deal, and I want to thank you all. It's always a pleasure to come home. And you guys are fighting for the community, and we want to thank you. I mean, you don't hear it enough because everybody comes at you.
Well, I want to thank you. You're the one that's moving, and you were the first one to move on bringing the Republican National Convention to our city. There are a lot of people out there taking credit. You're the guy.
Thank you.
And so we hope for any business, whether Republican
and you were
or Democratic.
Your Honor, I don't want to interrupt you. You were the first one I called.
Well, I want you to know we would welcome the business all the time, and we really appreciate it. I know there are people that are taking credit, but you got it. So thank you very much for all that you do and have been doing in your years of service here.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's a pleasure, and I hope you had a very happy Hanukkah and Merry Christmas to everybody. And I want to compliment Councilman Beers. It takes a man very secure in his manhood to wear that tie. It's a very tough tie, Councilman. And yes, it's very lovely, sir. But for what you do, you don't hear it enough, and I can tell you sitting here today, it was an honor to see the staff members I haven't seen in a long time, and you guys do a great job. Thank you for protecting us.
Thank you. I know you enjoyed it while you did it.
Yes, I did. I actually had a great time. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
We have to welcome Republicans. Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. If we get the overhead, that's my tax statement. There's not enough income on that tax to pay for the street lights. Our taxes are about less than $300 a year. So the idea is that you have to improve these properties to put more value in the properties so you can get the tax revenue in order to pay our way for the city services. And this is what I'm working on now. And I haven't got it written up, but my mother bought an old house and we're dumping money into it to fix it up. But the thing is, all right, it's in the document, but I'm just pointing out that you have to get more revenue off of these properties. Now, the actual value of the property is about right, but they came about it the wrong way. The residual value of an improved lot is about $45,000. Now, that's a lot with the sewer and power and curb and gutter and all of that. But from that $45,000, you have to the real way of doing it is to subtract the cost of removing the house. Because these houses, if we had to pay a carbon tax like they do in Europe, you could not afford to live in these houses. It would be over $1,000 a month to heat these houses because they're all electric. And we're paying it one way or another. Right now, we're paying it down to UMC to treat the asthma and that for the kids and that's just wrong from day one. But the whole thing is, can you bring these old houses up to standards for $105,000? Because the average wage downtown is $14 an hour, and with $14 an hour, you can afford a $150,000 loan from a bank for a mortgage. You subtract the residual property value, which is $45,000, you got $105,000 to fix these houses up. If you cannot do it for $105,000, you need to bulldoze them and get rid of them. And because, again, you're paying for this one way or another. You're paying for the forced defaultation and that, or you're paying it through the health department or whatever. But some way we're trying to figure out how to bring these houses up to a real value where we pay our way, and whether we can do it or not, or whether they have to be bulldozed and bring something else in. But I'm working on it. I just want you to know I haven't forgotten about it.
Go for it. Thank you. Happy holidays.
I'm not. Again, the staff, the city and staff have done another marvelous job this year, and this is the last city council meeting. They do a terrific job. We all appreciate it, and happy holidays to all of you.
Thank you.
My name is Anthony Hardis. I have to agree with him. The city have done a great job all year long. And anytime a city can keep itself from going under with the way things are going in the country, But right now, things are getting better in Nevada and, around here. And property values is beginning to creep back up a little. And so what I'm saying, going forward, we all should have a positive attitude to looking down the road. I'm an old sayer, I create a lot of statements anyway. I used to say, if you're on the bottom, ain't no way else you can go, but what? Up. You got to go up from there, okay? So what I'm saying, next year, I think they're going to get slightly better for the city, and let's all hope so. And meanwhile, I wish us all a happy holiday and whatever. If I don't see you no more, the best of luck to all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I love you.
Happy New Year to you. Okay, we're on to agenda item 94, council member recognition, comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda scheduled for action. Members of the council who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda, Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to take this time of year to just to thank the constituents of Ward 2 for sending me down here. This is the coolest job I've ever had. It just is. I love trying to help the citizens and the staff find solutions to problems. We're in the greatest city in the world. I'm extremely blessed to raise my family here, be raised here. I'm in awe of this city's workers, top to bottom. So on behalf of my staff, Vicki and John, and we get Ann halftime over in Ward 2, and me, I'd like to wish all residents of our great city and this great state a very Merry Christmas and an exceptionally prosperous New Year. We are here to help you find solutions. Call my office or drop us an email.
Great.
Merry
Thank you
Christmas.
very
Thank you.
much. Council, oh, what a cute picture. Look there, everybody. Isn't that beautiful? And the flag done so beautifully as well. Gorgeous. What a great
That's
staff.
my mother-in-law, Grace Johnson, who puts those flags together in the quilting group up in Sun City.
Beautiful. A lot of people love doing that. They're beautiful. Councilwoman.
In Ward 1, we're continuing our holiday parties for seniors, so tomorrow, December 19th at noon at Stella Fleming Senior Home, we will have a holiday meal, compliments of the Highland Hills LDS steak. And I just want to compliment highly this steak because every holiday season for the last couple of years, they've come, Valentine's Day, Easter, Christmas, and they bring singers, and they make the seniors at Stella Fleming feel very much loved. And then later in the day at 1:30 at Sartinia, my goodness, what time is it? It must be
A long
getting-
day.
At Sartini Senior Home, we will also have another holiday for the seniors there. And I wanted to particularly thank some of the places that have helped us with the meals. The Four Queens, for example, for years has brought holiday meals to Clark Towers. Arizona Charlie's helps out, Palace Station helps out, Super Pond helps out, and we have others who contribute also, so we're able to do 5 each of the holiday seasons. And lastly, for Councilman Ross, I would like to give you information on a child who is missing. The name of the child is Christian Zumudio, and he's 14 years old, male, height 5 feet 8 inches, weighs 145 pounds, brown eyes, black hair, complexion is brown, race is Hispanic. The last contact date he was seen was December 10th, 2013. He was seen in the area of East Sahara Avenue, and last seen wearing blue jeans and a purple shirt with gray stripes, and he may be carrying a backpack with personal belongings. Christians has braces and a birthmark on the left of his face. If anyone has any information, please contact the North Las Vegas Police Department at 633-9111 or the Nevada Child Seekers at 458-7009. And then I'd like to say, from Ward 1 and from my staff, Robin and Kim, we wish everybody in the city a happy and blessed holiday season. And I say personally, please savor each moment, enjoy it, enjoy that moment you're in. It's all you have right now. Make sure you enjoy every single moment, and don't let the turkey burning or the gravy getting too thick bother you. Doesn't matter. It's being together. So happy holidays to everybody.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, would like to thank the residents of Ward 5 for blessing me with the opportunity of having such a wonderful job serving the people of Ward 5 and the city of Las Vegas as a whole. It most definitely has been a joy and a pleasure to end this year on a high note, specifically with the number of developments that we've been able to accomplish in Ward 5, as well as the redevelopment projects, the number of ribbon cuttings that Mayor, you and I and the council members have had an opportunity to enjoy as far as the growth of the city here. And I'm just really elated at the progress we've been able to bring forth to the greater good of the entire Las Vegas community. Of course, I would be remiss if I didn't wish the entire Las Vegas community, and in particular Ward 5 residents, a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, and happy birthday if I missed it. And so please enjoy the holiday season, be safe. Going back to a few weeks ago when I talked about public safety, residents, please be mindful of pedestrians and cyclists out on the roadways from a public safety standpoint. And pedestrians and cyclists, please pay attention to the traffic laws and cross at signalized crosswalks, and please don't cross until you see the wheels of the vehicle come to a screeching halt. And just keep everyone safe. And on behalf of Tanya Jackson-Renter, Joe Mitchell, Harry Williams, and myself, the Ward 5 team, happy holidays. And we will see you on January 9th into the new year, the first Coffee with the Councilman at Starbucks, January 9th. So please come out and share in that opportunity to meet with me to talk about coffee with the councilman and business taking place throughout the city of Las Vegas and what Ward 5 plans are from a strategic standpoint of improving the quality of life of the residents in Ward 5 and throughout the city of Las Vegas. And in addition to that, January will be the first month of the year where the Bluegrass Festival will continue, and it will be the January 5th, February 2nd, March 2nd, April 6th, and May 4th, which are all the first Sunday of each month into the year 2014. So please take advantage of the Bluegrass Festival. I'm still looking forward to my dear friend, Councilman Bob Beers, coming out to play. And so maybe in 2014, we will basically have him as a special guest to do a solo act inside of the newly renovated Lorenzi Park right at Rancho and Washington. To the mayor and council, happy holidays to each and every one of you, and it most definitely has been a pleasure serving with each and every one of you each and every day. God bless you all, and happy holidays.
Thank you. And so finally, there's no better place to celebrate the new year than in Las Vegas, so please join my husband, former Mayor Oscar Goodman, the Downtown Showgirls, and me for our annual New Year's Eve countdown downtown. Here's what's happening. Oh, I can't believe some of these are past my vintage. The Fremont Street Experience will feature Papa Roach, Blues Traveler, Lover Boy, and my daughter's favorite, Vince Neil. Fireworks will be supplied by Grucci. Emmy and Tony Award winner Kristen Chenoweth is performing at our fabulous Smith Center. Energy and excitement will be overflowing downtown at all of our bars, our clubs, and restaurants, including 2 new options this year, the Downtown Grand Hotel and Casino and the Container Park Complex on East Fremont. Definitely something for everyone. No wonder so many people come to us as the tourist destination of the world on New Year's Eve and throughout the year. Our next City Council meeting will be held Wednesday, January 8th at 9, or we may have RDA, but here in council chambers. And I, too, want to thank everybody in our great city and the great colleagues that I work with every day. My staff, Cheryl Russo, who's forever young, and Trish Truesdale, Laura Kalkman, but everybody, and Zuri on our front phone. My goodness, everybody just pulls together, and we have a fabulous staff. We know it, and I see these gentlemen that have been lingering so long, and all of you in the clerk's office through this all. Thank you. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Kwanzaa, happy everything, and don't drink and drive. Do not drink and drive. So thank you all, and this meeting is adjourned. Well to do.